Oh my goodness, we did it. We managed it. We're live. What's up, everybody? I don't even know if anyone's here yet. Let's see. Levels seem a little bit low. My mic volume in general. I don't know if anyone can confirm or deny. Just gonna crank it a little bit. There we go. Now, if I'm really animated. All right, yeah, that looks all right. What's up, everybody? Hello. Let me make sure that it's actually on. Oh, it's on. We're here. What's up? Tons of fun. What's up, baby? All right. I was a little bit scatterbrained right before stream just because I was trying to fix the overlays. They're stuck on Asmund Luell as the most recent subscriber, which is dope for Asmund. Like, good for him. I'm glad he's gotten plenty of time to be thanked for being a sub, but there have definitely been people since him. I think there have been at least like 4 or 5 people since him. So I want to make sure that they also get thanked. But I couldn't figure it out. How's everyone doing? I'm good. I was very tired on Monday, and my voice was absolutely gone. I'd originally planned on doing like a 10-20 minute little deal just to check in, say hi, talk about what I learned from the 72-hour stream, but I was like, I won't be able to talk. That's just the situation. Am I excited for the showdown? I'm super excited for the showdown. I'm excited to be back in general. The 72-hour stream was really, really fun. But I am definitely glad to be kind of back into the routine, back into business as usual. I like it. Like big events make me happy, and then I do them, and then I'm excited to like go back to like the normal stuff. I'm super excited to chill out with y'all and watch some Critical Role. Putting it up right now. Oh, dude, yeah. Wait, why didn't that? Okay, I'm glad that yours. I forgot to put it on live chat. It didn't like the fucking. Oh, hey, wait. How long was that into the video? Did I pass the mark? Ooh, that wasn't past the 5-minute mark. Ooh, might have to bleep myself in the edit or on the VOD. Well, what are you gonna do? Actually, is it the first 30 seconds or is it the first 5 minutes? It might actually be the first 30 seconds. I can't cuss. So I think I'm good. No. Oh, no, you censored that? Ah, nice. Fair enough. You do not need to censor it normally. That's all good. Let's see. 5 minutes, I think? Ooh, then maybe I will need to go and edit it out. We'll see. Oh, first 30 seconds? Damn, all right. Well, I'll at least have to Google it after we're done here. But no matter, it is done. It is over with. Oh, that's my own playlist. That's not. There we go. Campaign 1 Vox Machina. Let's go to the screen share. Batman. Where? Oh, my camera's facing the wrong way. Why is it doing that? Oh, it's also on the wrong screen. Oh, man. Actually, I wonder if that might honestly be better to have it up there. It might actually work out. Never mind. It's on the right screen. I was right the whole time. I didn't mess up, and I'm now pretending. Let's see, the Temple Showdown. And we are going to go straight into 11. Normally I do kind of a break episode, which would have theoretically been on Monday, but since it wasn't on Monday, theoretically it would have been today. I'm not gonna do a break episode. We've had too many, we had like kind of a break last Wednesday, and then we didn't have anything this Monday. We're going straight into to 11. So that is that. Oh, and before that's playing out of the wrong speaker. This is awesome episode. Can't wait. Hell yeah. Episode 12 is a break episode, so it'll be good timing. Oh, good episode. It's can't wait to see my reaction. Hell yeah, dude. I'm excited. I'm super, super excited because I know that this is gonna be. I mean, it's literally called the Temple Showdown. So I have a feeling it's gonna be a lot of combat, but I'm really, really hoping that this is like. I have the distinct feeling that this will be like one of the best. Remember the Orion annoyance counter? You're so right. You're so right. Thank you for not letting me forget. Am I going to be ticking it a lot during this episode? Oh no. But let's see. Where's the text? There it is. But yeah, I'm really excited for this battle arena specifically to really see, what Matt's gonna do with it, especially after all this kind of build up and hype. I think it's gonna be super, super fun. Let's see. All right, we'll resize some things. We got the Orion annoyance counter, so none this ep so far. We'll edit that. Boop. And we are good to go. Oh, yeah, tons of fun. If you didn't catch episode 10 was probably like peak annoyance for me when it comes to Orion. I was really getting bugged, let's say, and I was literally like, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Like, I want to stop talking about this, so we're just gonna have a counter on screen. And instead of talking about it, I'm just going to note it. And if it's especially bad or novel, then I'll talk about it. Because it was happening so much. It was during the... I made it in time for start. What's up, Hans? Let's go. You made it in time. Yeah, the one that really tipped it off for me was during the Kavarn reveal. That, I had a big interest in. I think everyone did. I'd been waiting for this big, huge reveal, and he literally like interrupted Matt during the middle of the reveal to say that he knew that something. He was like, I knew it, blah blah blah, and everyone's like, shut the fuck up, dude. And I was like, yeah, shut the fuck up, Orion. So it's just. I mean, it would be funny if it wasn't so not, But one second, I see that chat is a little wibbly wobbly for some reason. I'm gonna just barely bring it in. A little bit of that. And it was more of a rhetorical question. Lol. All right, save. And your comments are probably gone on screen. Yeah, they are. So chat's gone on screen, but it'll fit in the box a little bit better now. So that'll be good. After the episode in the Discord, I'll link you to the Critical Role stats page that has stats for the fight. That way you can look it over. Ooh, yeah, that'll be dope. That'll be very, very dope. Yeah, I'm super, super interested. And I also should do. Wait. Gotta go back. I didn't even do my my freaking takeaway from last episode. It's been like a week and a half, so if I even remember anything. Obviously I clickbaited with the whispers. I will tell you guys, I think at some point, maybe during a break episode or something, I don't think I want to do like a full-on voice debate thing, but I want to spend some time like just asking you guys and like really understanding why you like it so much, like write it all down. like in front of me, and then think about it, and see where I land after that, and then just like give like a statement, and then we'll put it to rest. Is my idea for how I'll handle those sorts of disagreements in general in the future. If there's like a big disagreement that you and I have, I'll spend some time really trying to understand your side. I'll think about it, and then I'll respond. But that's the clickbait. My actual takeaway from last episode is sort of highlighting the difference between thematic resonance and like environment and things being narratively important. And I'll try to explain what I mean there. In episode 10, they're exploring the cavern around Mind Flayer Island. I don't remember what it's called. Not Yugg-Sothoth, something like that. And as they are exploring, they are pretty, they kind of explore two rooms that at first I'm like, ugh, blank battle arenas. But then I realized, oh, wait, they're not actually blank white rooms. Fantastic. Thumbs up, Matt Mercer. I still think that they maybe could have used a tiny bit more, just a skosh more. But I think that narratively, both of the small rooms told us things, and they gave us information, and they progressed the plot. They were interesting points, which was awesome. It's very, very cool. However, the environmental storytelling of the entire cavern is a little bit disconnected. And I think the easiest way to sort of pinpoint on that is the blue crystals that are everywhere that like give light to the room. Why? Why are they blue? Why are they crystals? Why are they everywhere? Like these three questions are legitimately important, especially when this is the setting and the biome that we are hosting kind of a climax of a campaign in. And you could just say, well, they're just blue crystals. You didn't really squint your eyes when we were looking at the red crystals in Craghammer or in the lava area. And you're right, I didn't. However, what players expect changes as you establish precedent and as you introduce them to more and more stuff. So the fact that we've already been introduced to red crystals within this mega dungeon complex means that there's a reason that these crystals are blue. In the heads of the players, whether they realize it or not. This could be subconscious as well. But there's a reason that those are blue. Why would they be, we haven't given an explanation to the other crystals being red, but we didn't need it. They were crystals, they glowed, they were red. Great, that's a natural feature of the area. However, we're still in the same area. Even if it's not geographically the same area, because I know that they've traveled very, very far, we are still in the minds of the players. We are still in the same mega dungeon. We're still in the same Underdark complex. And there should be a reason that these crystals are now blue, especially when the crystals disappeared for a while. They were like red crystals, a little bit of nothing, and then these blue crystals. And this is even more odd when you consider that there is a whole fungus, like ring, like fungal forest on Mind Flayer Island. And so there's a really, really easy thing that you can do there of talking about bioluminescent fungus. This is like a really common, not talking point, but like a really common feature of Underdark type situations. It's what Baldur's Gate 3 uses in its Underdark, is bioluminescent fungus, as well as the occasional glowing crystal here and there. Though I understand they were red, these ones are blue argument, I lean more towards your opinion. If you're going to change something up like that, there should be a thin explanation at the least. Yeah, and if there's no explanation, that should be a point. if that makes sense. Especially because, like, you can see it. When the players first entered that whole thing, they were very taken by the crystals, first and foremost. They did not look at the water. They did not look at the island. They looked at the crystals. And I think it was Keyleth immediately tried to, use them to light up more things. Like, that was what first caught their eye. Just boom, immediately. And, there wasn't really a whole lot to be done with them, so they eventually ignored them and just took them as part of the environment, which is fine. It's not that big a deal at the end of the day. But when you're thinking about this, when you're trying to like marry together your narrative and the environment so that your players feel like it's all very cohesive, very immersive, I would try to tie all these things together. So the other example I'll use of this that's not the blue crystals, that could have easily been bioluminescent fungus, and it would have supported Mind Flayer Island a little bit more, is the zombies. They talked about like the zombies had like intelligence in their eyes. But if I remember correctly, they did not have the eye color and hue and kind of description that like the Queen had and like all of like the Kavarn thralls have had. So it's interesting that he narrated their intelligence. That already makes them an interesting enemy. You're thinking about them, even if they have the exact same stats. You've narrated something that makes them interesting. But I would, again, try to marry them into the environment. If these zombies are a natural occurrence of the cave, then they should be almost like Last of Us zombies. Possibly the depth they're traveling affects the radiance of the crystals a little quick and easy. Sure. Yeah, give us something, especially when they're exploring them. But when it comes to the zombies, either make them like Last of Us zombies. Again, we're kind of marrying in the fungal theme here, or if they are supposed to be Kavarn experiments and that's like the point of their existence, because they are an interest point. We don't know what yet. We don't have to know what. I don't need him to explain everything to me. The players may never find out what was going on with the zombies. But they should either support the environment or the narrative, and if you're gonna do either, I would make it more obvious which is which. And so if they're a Kavarn experiment, obviously Kavarn seems to be like a mix between like an artificer and a warlock, and like he's like biomechanical, but he's also got the Orcus horn. Like, he's eldritch punk essentially. So make his thralls eldritch punk. Like if you foreshadow that these zombies have intelligence in their eyes and you narrate that the eyes almost look mechanical. They look very, very organic. There is light, there is intelligence, but you think you see spinning gears and mechanisms inside driving these zombies. Now, if he had narrated that to us before the Kavarn reveal, we have no idea. It has not been foreshadowed at all to us that Kavarn is like biomechanical. We know that he has the abominations that he's been creating, but none of those have been narrated to be mechanical either. So as we get closer, his thralls maybe start matching him a bit more. And then when we do get the Kavarn reveal, talking about like the plates grafted onto the beholder body, it's like, oh, like the zombies, like you have that little tick, that little thought. And that's all just in pursuit of, I think that Matt did a really, really good job of seeding the narrative that there are these intelligent zombies. There is this like weird astral rift that these Grick are hanging around. Like all of this is good narrative foreshadowing for Kavarn, for who it is. But the environment isn't supporting that as well as it could. So, honestly, a bit of a nitpick. And honestly, if we were in the war camp right now, I probably wouldn't even be giving this takeaway. Because the war camp, while it was interesting, it was not the climax, right? But this entire area is like the climax area of this first little mega dungeon, right? We are fighting the dungeon boss. We're about to. So a little bit more care is at least I put in a little bit more care to those sorts of areas when I'm creating them. BTW, I might suggest having it on 1.25 for non-combat and higher in combat. The episode is 5.5 hours. Yeah, SSH, yeah, probably. Yeah, that's a good one. We'll do 1.25 for non-combat, and we'll start at 1.5 for combat. We'll see how it progresses. But yeah. So all of that is to say, I mean, you guys have heard me a million times say it. I'm so concerned and worried with the investment of my characters in the scene, and the environment and the way that you describe it and how cohesive the environment is plays a big part in that. I don't worry about it as thoroughly as I'm worrying about it, for this normally, but for a big climactic dungeon scene, I think it deserves a little bit more attention to detail. So, with all that being said, we'll go back to the screen share and we'll get rolling. Their story's coming to a conclusion, so they were still not aware, or maybe Geek and Sundry might have said, because I know originally they were greenlit for 5 eps. Maybe Geek and Sundry said, you're greenlit until the arc finishes, and they were just planning on finishing out the Kavarn arc and then ending. Because that's so funny to be like, oh yeah, we're about to. Our story's pretty close to ending. Oh, is that right, Matt? Is that, oh, interesting. 115 episodes later. It's so funny. It looks like they change up the thumbnail back colors, which is really cool. I really like that, actually. So it looks like, probably this general arc ends at 16. But that's pretty good. I'm also going to look up, I know John Forsyth, who could not be here today, sadly, did send in some some of the time codes. Let's see. Sort of explain the manic mood amongst the cast and the items you might see them wearing or holding. All right, let's skip to explain some manic mood. All right, 137. There we go. No audio for video. Why is that? Oh, I know exactly why that is. Pause. Hold.
Welcome back. We have a few announcements. First off, thank you once again, chat, for getting me this awesome DM's cloak. We'll see at which points of the evening it becomes perfunctory. Also, apparently we had a load of other gifts that arrived.
Yeah. Let's come over this. So,
beautiful. Thanks,
you guys
SSH.
had a big battle today, so possibly. So they wanted to help you guys out. So, Marisha, if you.
Oh my God.
That's great.
And this is for you. Actually.
Yes.
I'm not sure who the elf ears are for. That's probably one of you guys. Actually, you know what? I think these are for
One of the elves.
And the bear trinket and the ears.
Oh goodness, you got it.
That's amazing.
I'll let you open that, good sir, because I don't want to.
Oh my God, you guys, he's a puppet.
Oh my God.
Ah, he's a puppet. That's great. That's really good that he's a puppet. I remember someone saying that they were making a bear, or that they were making Trinket or something. They said they were making Vax a knife and they were making Trinket as well. So this must be what that meant. That's hilarious.
Oh, it's a trinket puppet.
Shut up.
Feel inside. I'm not sure what that's for.
This
Oh
has to be for Dragonborn.
Yeah.
I think this
Dragonborn?
is
Oh shit.
Dragonborn.
We also
to put your material components in.
You want one elf here and I'll have one?
Oh,
That's so
cool.
I'm pretty sure we have a thing, a gun on the way or something. Someone messaged us. I'm like,
gun on
Just
the
ship him a Glock.
so.
Thank you for this. Who?
I'll have to look that up. We had so much stuff. I'll look it up.
Sick. I'm
This is
excited.
for
That's
Scanlan.
sick.
He's on his way, and then we have
It's
the.
like a. This is
mouse
made of
here.
dragon.
I gotta see the flute though. I believe this is for Grog.
Thank you.
If I'm getting any of these wrong, the chat room will yell at me and we'll figure it out.
Yeah,
We'll
please
fix it.
figure it out.
But obviously we know who this is for.
Yeah,
so.
we'll pass it over to his side there.
The only other announcement I have, guys.
It's all liquid.
Thank you all so much for helping us reach the shirt goal.
Yes, thank you so much.
You have a couple more hours to get the
Shirt
shirts
goal,
if you don't have
shirt
them yet.
goal,
But we're not
shirt
going to push
goal.
it on you. You guys we already reached the goal, so
Yeah.
thank you all so much. But if you still want one, I think you have like 4 more hours, and then they're gone, and that shirt is no longer available.
It's done after this. So.
Done.
Kind of wearing one.
wearing
guys. Kind of wearing.
Yeah.
It's this but gray.
Ryan, can you hand me those pictures that I had sitting there? Where'd those go? Our giveaway tonight is when we get to 2,950 subs, we're going to give away a 5th edition Player's Handbook sign, as well as a signed photo of the Critical Role crew here.
Yeah.
So every 50 subs, we'll give away this with a 5th edition signed Player's Handbook. And that's pretty much it. That's all I got.
Yeah.
Good luck. I hope you guys die.
No! Oh, get out of here! Moose!
Oh, there we go.
Close.
There we go. And also,
Oh,
Percy.
yes!
for Percy, you get your own
Yeah.
plastic gun in there. That's
Oh,
not
yeah,
one is
little
safe.
Nerf gun.
Oh, that's amazing.
Thank you so much. Who's the name of the guy?
We're finding out.
Okay.
So we'll definitely thank you before the end of today.
Yeah.
Also, I want to give a thanks out to John Dodson, who is the first to create and send off
Our magic carpet.
our magic carpet for the party to use.
Yeah.
I understand we have. Yep. I understand we're gonna have quite a few magic carpets coming in, so we'll probably be swapping out as it's used in, as the game progresses.
It's gonna be
because
the magic
it's
carpet.
amazing.
I love carpets.
That's so cute.
So it's gonna be the amazing Technicolor magic carpet.
Matt, who said these were
Dude, that is crazy that they can just ask for a prop. Because I'm sure that they have so many makers in the audience that they can kind of just ask for any prop, any set piece, and they'll get dozens of them. Like, I'm sure that they still hadn't like quite gotten used to like the level of fame that they have yet. And that's just, I don't know, that's very funny. That it's like, oh, we're gonna have to swap between them because we got so many.
was for our birthday.
Oh, Matt Aberney, I believe.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Thank you for making these t-shirts.
If we're saying your name wrong, I will say it right next week. I'm sorry, but you're awesome,
You're
and we love your
amazing.
shirts, and we're gonna wear your shirts.
Abernathy,
next
I
week.
think.
Abernathy?
Abernathy?
I think.
Yes.
For butchering it, I apologize, but we love you.
You know who you
Also,
are.
I had
Thank you. They're awesome.
I had one of the first run of these critical role shirts returned to me. I'm not sure who, someone from Canada, so if you could email me and give me your
Canada.
right address.
Yeah, we'll research that and figure out who it was. We'll get it to
I'm
you.
not sure who it was, but I had one return.
Yeah, if you're from Canada and you haven't received your shirt yet, go ahead and email one of us, and we'll figure out if it's you or not. So we'll get it to you one way or another. A couple other quick announcements for you folks. Let's see. First off, I want to remind everyone that our intro music for our wonderful intro you just saw, written by the amazing Jason Charles Miller, is on iTunes. So if you want that as like a ringtone or just have the music, you're welcome to go ahead and find it on iTunes, download it. It all goes to him 'cause he's amazing, and he did it for us for free. So
Yeah, and it rocks.
it's a great song. It gets me pumped. Also, other questions come up recently asking what our soundtracks are for the show that I play for situations, the music that I run for the show for background and situations.
Travis is outside.
Okay, we'll go at Travison. We have a grog arriving. And Scanlan shortly.
Scanlan's in traffic.
Yeah, but we'll be here soon.
Go let
The
it
soundtracks
in.
used for the game generally stem from a website called Incomtech by Kevin MacLeod, who writes great royalty-free music. He's given us permission to use it, as well as Plate Mail Games, which does great soundtrack and atmospheric music for RPGs, and Midnight Syndicate. Also amazing songs. They've all been amazing. So if you guys are looking for stuff for your own games, those are where I find mine. Also, wanted to give a big thanks to our wonderful artist, Kit Buss, who has done all the character
Yes.
art
Kit,
and design.
I love you.
Kit's awesome.
Love you.
So good.
She's been incredible and is progressing to do more work for us down the road of little moments throughout the game that we'll be able to find ways to show you guys, and it's just incredible stuff. So, Kit, thank you so much. You're amazing, and we'll have more to come. Last but not least, 826LA, our charity. Marisha, if you wanna-
Yes, 826LA is an after-school tutoring program, and
Oh wait, I forgot that I still have time codes. I always forget when John isn't directly here to push me along. Let's see. 1340 is where Matt finishes his recap. I will also say, in case anyone was too afraid of the timeline, it looks like based on John's time codes, Matt actually ends the session at 4:35, and then there is a 4 hours 35 minutes, and then there's like some little after party stuff. So we won't be watching the after party stuff, but it's still a fucking 4.5 hour episode, so I'm still gonna be keeping the playback speed up.
And that is where we left off.
What's the landscape topography, everything?
Right now, you're on the outskirts of the fungal forest that covers large portions of this island. We are right now is on the edge of this kind of stony pit that's dug into the ground. It's about a 15-foot drop down into this pit where the remnants of this encampment was, and a leftover large fire pit that's just slowly burning ember coals.
And Scanlan is still invisible?
Scanlan is still invisible next to you guys.
Scanlan also just texted to say, don't kill the giant, don't kill the giant.
Right, okay. Do you want to...
Texted while driving, I might add, don't do that.
Don't do that.
He wants a sex
Maybe
puppet.
Scanlan can just stay perfectly still and you and I can just hide so that...
Scanlan hasn't been to a lady house.
That's true. I mean, were there, did you say there were buildings around?
There are chunks of ruined buildings in the vicinity, probably a good 30, 40 feet from where you are. You guys are right along the edge.
I think we should duck and hide under his covers. His big nasty fur bed.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice their shirts. I really like those shirts. Those are good.
I go.
Okay, stealthing away.
I'm Vex. That's Vex. I'm Vex. That's Vex.
Hey.
Okay, so the two of you leap off the edge of this down into his
That's pretty
living
good.
area.
Roll a minute.
No.
Okay.
The two of you leap off down. Both make an acrobatics check.
Oh.
No.
Come on, guys.
Oh god. Oh, it's Underdark.
Yep. See.
I'm switching dice.
Oh,
Okay, that's much better. Oh my
Favorite
god.
terrain makes a ranger very happy.
That is horrible.
it's so many dice now.
Are you ready?
That's a 22.
Underdark.
22? 20 and 22. All right, the two of you leap off.
Favorite
The
terrain.
15-foot fall is easy to tumble through, and both of you land right next to this large pile of rags and furs. You both quickly dive inside,
Stupid.
which the instinct of survival prevents you from immediately realizing the terrible, terrible scent of long festering body odor, what sounds like a combination of dried blood and some sort of excrement, as well as what other entities once wore these furs or adorned them on their fleshy self. There are still chunks and pieces of them dried and or still rotting within this pile. So both of you sit there for a second, diving underneath, keeping as quiet as possible. Scanlan,
No,
would
go.
you attempt to make a stealth check?
Come on, buddy.
All right.
Oh no.
So,
All right.
all right. As this
no.
giant humanoid beast starts lumbering forward, and you can just barely catch a glimpse at him as you guys are hiding from behind. You can see like giant, saggy, fleshy ears, this kind of bulbous nose. It looks like almost like tumors all across his shoulders and back. And his teeth are kind of broken and nasty. There's black in the gums, and just kind of steps and looks over the edge. Licks his teeth for a moment. Looks over. Takes a couple steps around the edge. Glances over towards the edge of the forest. Both of you make a Constitution saving throw.
Against his nasty ass
As the
scent.
smell itself, it is a terrifying, awful smell.
Or amazing, depending on who you are.
A natural one, top of the game.
No.
Woo, that's tough. Okay. Matt, I don't remember if it was last episode. I think it was episode 9 where Matt officially got out of smell jail because he did really, really good that episode. I'm at least bringing him in. I think he's under arrest right now because if a smell is so fucking terrible that the PCs have to make a saving throw, describe it to me as more than just real fucking bad. Like, it smells like liquefied porta potty. I don't know. Like, bring me in, make me cringe. If my characters are about to vomit because they fail a con saving throw, make me, the player, at least cringe a little bit. He's on thin ice.
Get it out now. Get it out now.
Natural one gets no bonus. That is an automatic
That's
fail.
I should have rolled the one made out of meteorite, but I used.
I mean, homebrew wise, that's not raw. Saving throw ones are not auto fails, but attack rolls are.
Use the jade
Why?
one.
You don't-
It all went wrong.
Wait, you don't
What kind of a choice is that?
Look up, yeah, meteorite wins everything.
Different energies, man.
It's true.
If Scanlan were here, he'd say, we need to capture the giant, by the way.
Okay, he would.
Okay, he would say that.
All right.
And I'm saying,
So Vex, as you reach over, you notice you put your hand out to shut him up, but an unfamiliar liquidy warm sensation hits your
that
hand as you
fucking
catch him mid
foul.
vomit stream.
Oh, what?
You managed to muffle some of the sound,
You choked.
but it does.
That's disgusting.
This is really disgusting. I'm sorry, guys.
Good plan.
All right. The creature suddenly whips its head over towards the pile of rags. Goes,
Oh.
what's that smell? Grabs the edge and leaps off. The impact of its weight, no more than 10 feet from you, you feel, even through the softness, it is still soft through the nastiness, you feel the impact of both of its giant, thick, tree-like legs slam into the stone right around you.
Make some noise.
What do you mean? What do you want me to do?
Scanlan
Stab it or run
sees
away.
That's ignorant.
hears this, and instinctively, without much of a recourse, his invisibility fades as he begins to perform an incantation.
Oh god.
Thankfully, he's distracted at the moment, but the large entity is going to attempt.
It's so helpful if he was here.
I know, I just wish.
I know he's got a great plan on the 5.
I'm sure he does.
Not texting it to us.
See, he's texting it to me.
He says he wants us
He's
to
texting me the same
capture
stuff.
it.
All right.
He's texting me
I'm
the
just gonna
same
sing a
stuff.
song right now.
So no, when he's actually going.
Oh man, that is tough. I mean, you know, if you're in a home game, you can always just wait for the other person to show up, but they're on air. They can they can stall as long as possible, but if Sam's not there, Sam's not there. Them's the breaks of making a show.
What he's going to do is he's going to cast domination on the entity.
Oh,
That's cool.
That is what he would want to do.
that's what he would
Yes.
want
Yes.
if he were here.
So, as he finishes this spell, the giant creature, as it starts reaching in and pulling the sheets back, it pulls it back right as you guys see its horrible gnarled face right in front of you. Its nose, you can see dripping with liquid from somewhere inside. As you pull back your blade, all of a sudden it stops and looks up, turns around, looking over at Scanlan on the edge, and Scanlan goes, "Hey, go for a walk." And the giant, okay, climbs up to where Scanlan is and just starts walking towards the fungal forest to the edge of it.
Maybe call him back here and we can tie him up.
Where am I?
Is that dumb?
I don't know. Come back, come back, come back. Scanlan says, "Come back." The giant turns around.
Make him sit down.
Sit down. It sits down. Still hasn't made its saving throw.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there's a-
Even
can I-
sitting, Scanlan is up to its knee.
Wow.
This, you've seen giants to an extent at some point. A larger creatures, an ogre would be about waist high to this.
Can he talk?
For
Laura is calling. Is she late? Was she on her way? I have to imagine she was calling into the show. That'd be hilarious. Oh man, yeah. I mean, there's just nothing you can do when you're actually making a show like this. I think Matt is on the edge of things that I like, and I'll explain more what I mean by that. In terms of not rolling initiative all the time, I think there are a ton of times where he should roll it, and where initiative would really help make things run smoothly. But for something like this, where it's like 3 of them versus 1 monster, I think it's really cool to keep it in this more narrative sphere for as long as you can, until someone is actively taking an attack. And to be fair, saving throw effects should not trigger, or not should not, they don't need to trigger combat. The only thing that really needs to trigger combat is an attack. And then saving throws are kind of somewhere in the middle. You can either treat it as like an environmental trap, in which case it wouldn't trigger initiative, or you can treat it as an attack, even if it's an ability, and that might trigger initiative. But I like this. I like what he's doing with this ogre, especially knowing that Scanlan has dominate monster. I think it's nice.
just reference there, that's about the size of
Oh,
it.
so he's pretty small.
He's a tiny guy. He's a tiny guy.
Yeah, he's like Rudy.
Should we capture him or should we just?
I feel like he
goes,
doesn't
"You-
know.
Capture him. Capture
You
him.
told me to do something.
Capture him.
You guys aren't
Look
there.
how big he is.
Why?
Scanlan would say capture him.
I know. That's what I'm working through.
Yeah, backs back into the shadows. Hopefully the giant forgets about him.
Thanks.
It's useful.
Vomity bro.
Today, like real today or show today? Like, is it her birthday in the episode or her birthday right now?
Yeah.
But what if we have him help us fight?
Oh.
Can I bust out my
27.
rope of
That's
infinite twine and start tying it around him
No, don't do Kai's friend.
Just
No, I'm not.
I don't
A
think that's
lot.
gonna do much.
a lot. Just a whole bunch. As much
Oh.
as possible. Because
Alright.
it's infinite.
Happy
This
birthday,
time.
Ashley Johnson.
All right. You get about a third of the way through wrapping the rope around his body. He kind of just sits there looking confused at you, his jaw a little slack. You continue to wrap, and as you are pulling on the second round, all of a sudden his expression goes from dull slack to angry.
Oh shit.
Oh
He
shit.
looks down at you. Scanlan goes, "Oops, I think it's worn off." At which point he makes a tense physical action against the rope that you've bound him with. And before you have a moment to react, with a powerful surge of energy, just breaks through all the rope that you had tied him on. You're now standing at the base of him. At which
Where? Go for it.
you guys are on the shore.
You
Yep,
guys
we're not
are
even
way
here.
far behind.
Yeah.
Oh, should we just run?
He's outside.
Scanlan is outside.
Go, bro, go. Someone let Sam in. All right.
They didn't
So
kill the
as
ogre.
This giant entity reaches over and is going to attempt to try.
This is. I'm glad that they are trying to. Oh my god, these are actually hurting my head. Never mind. I've been wearing them too often with the headphones on. They don't work well together. I'm glad that they're trying to keep each other accountable. Like you guys aren't there. I'm not massively against metagaming. Like I'm not super duper against it. I think that it really depends on the tone that you're going for at your tables. And I've had varying degrees of metagaming in a lot of the campaigns that I've ran based on what my players wanted. But especially in like this sort of scene with Matt's DMing style, with their playing style, at least from what we can see, I think that them trying to shush each other is good practice for them. I would also say there's somewhat a difference between metagaming and what's the word? Directing. What about metagaming pigeons? You ever deal with those? I feel like that's a joke. It has to be. That's a critter reference that I don't get. Because I haven't. And I feel like everyone's having a nice old chuckle on the other end of their screens. Yeah, I don't know. But you got it. There we go. Okay, sick. But yeah, I think that especially this, I wouldn't even necessarily call a metagame of like you guys should run. Metagaming to me is more being like, oh, I have this item, I have this feature, I'm going to do this thing that you might want to know about because it will inform your decisions, but my character isn't going to tell you. To me, that's metagaming. This isn't even metagaming. Saying you should run away is directing. And I actually really do try to, not necessarily police, but I do try to mitigate directing when possible at my tables. I really fully believe in giving the players individual agency and not letting the loudest voice at the table direct everyone's character actions. Obviously, there are shades of gray here, and it really depends on the vibe and the, how the table actually feels at the time. But them shushing down this, like, hey, you're not there, like, don't tell them to run, don't tell them to leave, I prefer that style. And I think that is what I would say is a good default for your tables that could be changed if you wanted to. Chuckles silently.
Slam his fist down on top of you. That is going to be a 21
Against my AC?
against your armor class, yes.
Oh no, that hits me.
All right.
That doesn't count.
You
Oh,
take
no, that
14
hits
points
me.
of bludgeoning damage as the hand just slams down onto your sister.
I just run up the things back. If I had rolled 27 for that stealth, so presumably I'm.
Presumably he doesn't seem to notice you there.
Did, yeah. So I'd like to stab him in the back.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack roll on that.
Okay.
Hey, you're wearing a cool shirt.
See, and now this is where the ogre has now rolled an attack, like, Vax is rolling attacks, like, staying out of initiative now, it's okay. Like, I don't necessarily, I think that initiative is a tool, And there are times where 5e says you should go into initiative, and I think that those should be respected and considered as like the default times you should go into initiative. But I don't know. This is like, there's 3 players, there's 1 enemy. And obviously there's like 2 players, asterisk, because Sam isn't there, but Sam's about to be here. I mean, seems like we're getting to the point where we probably need to have those initiative rolls come out.
What did you roll?
Oh,
One and a
guys,
two.
this is bad.
Did you roll a meteorite yet?
No, not yet.
You dingaling?
Start.
Got my word that you did not try to capture him,
Oh,
did
No,
you?
we didn't, and everything's gone
Oh,
horribly
good.
wrong
Please
because
don't
of
try
that.
to No, don't capture him. That's a terrible idea.
We had
Yeah,
a charm for about.
You got me
Not what
killed.
you said.
Somebody give you a flute.
Not what you said.
Definitely.
Oh no, it's starting.
Too late.
We're already in the giant battle.
If you'd
We
been
gotta-
here 5
we gotta
minutes
get in.
earlier, you might have helped shape what
Yeah,
happened.
yeah,
But
Sorry.
You do have one reaction to this. As you stabbed and missed, you've been hit, you have a reaction as well. After you've taken it, you pull yourself from under its fist, and it's now starting to get up onto its feet proper. Oh! What you got?
He's moving.
He's getting up now. He was sitting
Maybe
down.
you can
Bigby's hand.
He already
Grab
hit.
him. Grapple him.
Okay, all right.
Grapple him?
Yeah,
Oh, what's
I can-
up,
I can
John?
grapple a massive
Right in.
beast.
right in.
Right.
How big?
It just says big.
A large?
No.
I
The
getcha.
concept is huge.
Yeah, he
I get you, John. Well, I'm glad to have you. Hope that everything is going well on your end. And yeah, we are getting into it. This seems like a big episode, so it seems like a very important and impactful one, at least from what people have been telling me.
he's an ogre comes up to his waist.
It can grapple a huge or smaller creature.
That'll do. Yeah. That's
Oh wow.
all right. So go ahead and make the roll, the contested roll for that, if you don't mind. You got this.
I'm here.
You got this. You got this.
Plus what?
We're gonna find out here in a second. Let me pull up the spell.
I got it right here. Concentration. No. AC. The hand. Oh, the hand has an AC. No. Here it is.
All right. So I got it. I got it right here. Grasping hand.
Oh
All right.
my goodness.
So use the hand strength score to resolve the grapple. So you roll that and add 8 to it. What'd you roll on the d20?
18.
18 plus 8. That's 26. All right. Versus its athletics. Okay. So as it's getting up,
This is the biggest. Are there multiple episode 11s? I can't wait to see episode 11 too. Maybe it'll come out with PC too. That'd be dope.
suddenly you freak out, bring your hand up, and you summon that same sparkling kind of wave of arcane energy that shoots out from your hands, forms this giant version of your hand, clings around both his arms and its torso, and tightens itself around its body. As it does it, it stands up, and it's currently grappled.
Yes.
Good job. You
yeah.
dominated it earlier.
I do that with people.
Yeah. So mark off your domination.
Okay, got it.
All right.
I do
Also,
that with people.
the target takes 2d6 plus 5 damage, crushing as you're now grabbing and forcing its body.
That's not very much. 9 points total.
9 points of damage total to it. All right, gotcha. To this wondrous entity.
Monstrous and
All right. All right, great. So that ends your turn. It is currently grappled.
Do I have a reaction?
It is now your turn. Since
Can I
we're
jump
going
away
over.
as a reaction? I
You
mean,
can. We'll go ahead and we'll say you've been down here. Scanlan is right.
I will also say, so I was saying that, I think at this point they probably need to roll initiative. You don't actually necessarily have to roll initiative, which is kind of what he's doing. I would just be a little bit more explicit about it. But his players also might be used to it, and I'm just not. But I would more explicitly say, like, okay, now we're in whatever you want to call it. Now we're in turn-based or, something like that. And, make the order of operations pretty clear. That way, people aren't wondering, is it my turn? Is it their turn? Like Vex just was. She was like, I'm not really sure, and he's having to re-explain it. Yeah, I don't know. Minor things.
Right here, and you are right here. Not with trinket because you
Right.
have to scout and stealth. So that's you there.
can I hit my earring up and go, giant, being attacked?
Help! Can we go?
You guys hear that? Those of you that have
Running.
the earrings, shout that out. The rest of you are starting to run up. At
At
full round sprints, yeah, it's not going to be a very quiet walk
Yeah, I don't
for,
need to
for
be stealthy
Pike.
now.
That's okay. It'll take you guys about 2 rounds to get there
Okay.
at a full round. So
Appreciated.
I just run towards
Still
the
good,
pleasant
still good.
smells.
yes,
You guys are like,
And I'm gonna
What is
like
that
take out
fragrance?
one of my Hunter's mark, and one of my sleep arrows, and I want to shoot it with my sleep arrow.
Oh, a what?
Okay.
I have a sleep arrow.
Awesome. When
I
did
know
that
you have
happen?
sleep
I
arrow.
bought them, but I want Tiberius to make me more.
You what?
I've asked for more sleep arrows if you can make them.
We are at 2708 currently, John. And I will note, John, we are watching at 1.25. So, debatable.
It takes a while for me to do that.
Oh shit.
You also still have a grapple arrow.
And that I know.
So we got 2 rounds to
But after
they
the
live
the, the rope, I
Yeah, no.
I see.
All right. So.
It takes at least like a few hours to make that, right?
Oh, it takes a while to make a sleep arrow. Yeah. It takes like a. We'll go into later. All right. So you go ahead and you pull out single arrow first or sleep arrow first.
Sleep arrow first.
Okay. You realize if you damage something in sleep, it wakes back up.
Yeah, put him asleep.
Yeah.
Put him asleep.
Saying if you do sleep arrow first, you hit him, and then you do a second.
Yeah, go
damage.
Oh, okay. I'll hit him with the first arrow and then I'll try to finish it. Okay, smart. Thank you.
So letting you know.
Good call. I know, right? 25 for the first hit,
25 definitely hits.
and then 8.
Beautifully.
16 for the first hit,
16 damage for the first hit.
and then sleep arrow.
Oh, natural 20!
Yes! Fantastic. Go ahead and roll damage, John.
Night!
Rock this
Yeah, used
8
to
plus
that
7 is
sound.
15, 16, 17.
Can't
plus
wait.
Hunter's mark.
You know what? I would rather him be doing that than than using the cell phone like synth slider.
You multiply the dice.
Oh no.
It's a critical hit.
Oh sweet. 8, 16. Do I add the 2 for the bracers on that?
Not the multiplication. No,
Okay.
that's after the fact.
16.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, this is one of the this is why I've gone back and forth multiple times throughout my DMing career on skill check crits, just as a general concept. And it really, really distinctly depends on who I'm playing with and what their feelings are on it as to whether or not I will have skill check crits at all. Cause yeah, it's like what is putting him to sleep twice even, like how are you going to give me more? Are you just going to like up the DC for him to wake up? Is like what's going on? I don't know. I'm gonna scroll back, see you in about an hour. See you, John. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not, like I said, I've gone back and forth on it a lot. So I have not been totally convinced either way. But it does, if you have crits on skill checks, it does lead to these sorts of situations. Most of the time, if I do have skill check crits, I try to make them mostly fun flavor stuff rather than anything explicitly mechanical. So like no putting to sleep twice, no raise DC. I'll use them for like fulfilling character goals or hitting on character flaws. So if a character's flaw is that they're a coward and they're actively trying to overcome their cowardice, and they crit, that's the time where I, as a DM, look to maybe progress their own internal story a little bit, kind of regardless of what they were critting on. Like I'll talk about like swelling feelings of bravery, and they actually do like some crazy maneuver in this cowardice scenario. I'll narrate them like charging directly at them and, fucking stabbing them with the sleep arrow to make sure it goes like in real deep. That's where I lean towards if I do have skill check crits. I lean towards like really heavy flavor narrative stuff. Same thing with nat ones. I'll reinforce flaws. If they have a cowardice flaw that they're trying to overcome, nat 1 is having them, they're beset by fear. Maybe I'll even monologue them like remembering something that like I know brings up visceral fear in them. That's my strategy. I go a lot of different ways when it comes to skill check crits. So
20, what is that?
wait till you
23,
see the
25,
3 nat
25.
ones. Oh
plus Hunter's
boy.
mark?
Yep.
5
Nice.
for Hunter's mark.
30 damage.
Put him in a coma.
Yeah.
Nice.
He's
All
not
right.
just sleeping.
So as it's still standing up, and you see, like, as he's standing up now, he's reaching off to the side, and he's pulling a giant club up that was kind of leaning against the side of the inner portion of this giant fighter's ring. As he pulls the club up, he pierces him in the arm with the first arrow, and he looks down at you angrily with his one giant eye glare at the smaller one. The second arrow pierces the smaller eye, and he kind of pulls the arrow out with his fingers, like little tweezers, angrily. I will say, because it was a critical hit on a sleep arrow, normally what you would roll is 5d8 to see how many hit points it can affect. Go ahead and roll 10d8 for this.
What?
It's not damage. This is just to see whether or not you can put it to sleep.
Oh, really?
I mean, so he's essentially putting him to sleep twice. Yeah. I don't know. I don't love that for crits. I don't love random power-ups. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. At least I don't love it in D&D. Yeah. Nope. I'm trying to think if I need to like rehash anything, but I've already told you guys how I just explained how I like to handle them and how I prefer to handle them, and that is still what I think.
Oh, he's gonna have a...
Yeah. This is really good.
That's 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
Need help?
Yeah, we can get
Oh,
it.
good.
16. I've got it. 28, and then I get.
Okay, one thing real fucking quick. One of the things that wargamers really, really like, because I go back and forth between wargamey vibes and like big narrative vibes, and one of the benefits that the wargamer might reference is that when you are playing, you know what to expect. You know the capabilities. You basically know where the guardrails are on your game. You know what to expect. And you can start to break down the story and engage with the story as if it's a puzzle. You'll see this a lot in fantasy books with really hard magic systems. So if any of you have read any of Brandon Sanderson's work, all of his books take on that type of tone, where the very hard magic system, the really consistent rules, allow the reader to understand the world really, really, really well and start to predict and explore the story within those constraints. So, again, depending on the tone that you're going for, because on the counter example, on the other side of this, you have soft magic systems like Lord of the Rings, and obviously Lord of the Rings is Lord of the Rings. Nothing wrong with it. Clearly, you can have an amazing, incredible, impeccable story within soft magic systems, very dramatic crit rulings. Like, you can still have hyper engaging stories. But it is worth considering what you like and what your players like. If your players happen to like harder magic systems and they like those expectations and trying to puzzle out the story within those like set expectations, that very murder mystery story type of vibe, if those are your types of players, you probably don't want to do mechanical crits. You probably don't want to do nat 20s that give you additional mechanical advantage. And, obviously vice versa with nat 1s. Because that sort of breaks their expectations of what is possible in any given situation. They know that there's always a 1 in 20 or a 2 in 20, that their expectations are being broken. Personally, I think critting on a specialty item is a prime time to let Rule of Cool win out. Hey, and I'm a big fan of Rule of Cool. No, I mean it's whatever is fun for your table. But sometimes I do think as a DM, sometimes you have to rein in fun in order for them to have fun. And that is something that takes a lot of practice and really good knowledge of your players. So this isn't really even a critique on Critical Role, because I am fairly confident that they like this style. and that this is the type of table and the type of game that they want to be playing in. However, if you're a DM, maybe you are a soft magic DM, and you heavily prefer like the loader style over something like Mistborn, or any of like Wheel of Time or something like that. If you prefer those things, your inclination might be towards these really dramatic mechanical increases by chance. But if you have players at the table who are more into the hard magic side of things, detective stories, puzzling things out, in TTRPG terms, we might call them more of a war gamer, keep in mind that they might not like that as much. That doesn't mean that you have to do it their way. It means that you should poll everyone at the table, kind of figure out how they like it, and see where you can meet in the middle of everyone's preferences. And you do count. As a DM, your preference totally matters. You're a fifth of the equation when it comes to like opinions and preferences. So don't leave yourself out there either. But yeah, I definitely see your thoughts where if everything is special, nothing is special. It's certainly, it is all about what do I think, or it is about understanding the scene, right? It's like if I am, again, I'll use Lord of the Rings as an example. It is dope as hell when Gandalf fights the Balrog in the mountain. So sick. Very cool scene. I have absolutely no idea if Gandalf can do that again. I have no clue. I don't know what Gandalf's powers are. Honestly, like I think maybe you kind of get a sense of them if you read the Silmarillion, but even then, it's not like, they're saying that like, oh, Gandalf has magic powder that he has to snort in between combats, and that's what recharges his magic. Like they don't explain any of that. And so as a viewer of Lord of the Rings, I never know what to expect. I never know if Gandalf is going to be able to really solve any of their problems. But that's okay. That's not what Lord of the Rings is about. Lord of the Rings is about addiction and post-traumatic stress disorder and like ruining the lives of people around you. Like, it is about the characters and their interactions. It is not really about the ring, right? Like, Lord of the Rings is not actually about the ring. It's not actually about Mordor and Sauron. It is about the interactions of the Fellowship. And so soft magic works for that perfectly. Big narrative crits work for that sort of story fantastically. But it means that any of your characters have no idea if Gandalf can help or if they are suddenly going to become like useless one turn because they rolled a 1. So it's very much something to consider what sort of tone you want. Do you want like a murder mystery, detective, puzzle type of scenario where the overarching story, like the world, the narrative, is more central than the character relationships? Then you might want to consider toning down the crits a little bit. It's just something to think about. The DM is a ninth of the equation on this, yeah. You're not wrong.
Math is happening here. Action math.
Wait, one more.
Action math.
Oh, 47. 47.
47?
47. Okay.
Right. Some hot math.
The arrow.
Yeah, exactly. Because overall, in Lord of the Rings, it is not about how powerful they are. They're not trying to become more powerful in order to defeat external demons. They are trying to become powerful to defeat internal demons, to defeat interpersonal demons. And so it doesn't actually matter how powerful Gandalf is. It doesn't matter that the eagles could have flown them to Mordor. That's not the point. The point is the relationships between each other. And to relate it back to Critical Role, that seems much more like the tone that they're going for. It's about the drama between Vex and Keyleth when Keyleth is trying to knock out Kima and head back to the surface, right? That's what Critical Role is about. It's not overly about whether they defeat Kavarn or not. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm sure that it will be a balance. It obviously is a balance. It's not like when they roll a 20, they're getting like, you fucking kill him, right? It's not that extreme, but they are leaning on that side of things. And finding where you fall on that spectrum as a DM, as a table, is good. And I think that a lot of times when you see people online complaining about a war gamer or complaining about a not war gamer, right? About someone who's a little loosey-goosey and who maybe is too into the rule of cool. When you see people complaining online, a lot of times it's because they haven't had this discussion. They haven't actually talked about what kind of tone they want at their table. So it's worth discussing.
Pierces him, he pulls it out, and you can see for a second the eye gets a little...
Oh, come on, come on.
Flicks the arrow off, and it snaps as it leaves his fingers, and he glares down at you with his other eye angrily. Shrugs off the effect.
No, man, that would have been just impossible.
That would have been really cool. Unfortunately, he still has a lot of hit points left. Sleep arrow is something to kind of glide into later in the battle.
That makes sense.
Oh, that does make sense.
How many would have done it?
You're still on the beach!
Did I still do 47 damage on that sleep
wasn't...
arrow? Or that was
Oh,
just...
no, you still did the 30 damage on the sleep arrow.
Okay.
That was just to see how much it would affect if it was going from to sleep. But a nice try. Alright, so that ends your turn. That brings us back to the top of the round between you guys. We'll wait for the rest to arrive before we do full initiative. We're turning off the sequence of events here. Did you want to move at all, or are you going to stay right here?
I want to run as far away as possible from him.
Okay.
And I fly...
So as you start running backward, we'll say up to about there, he has a very long reach with the club, and he's going to swing at you as a reaction. So as you go bolting, he just takes the giant club around, whoosh, straight across the ground.
Grapple.
Yep, which means he's in a bad situation, and he, because he's grappled, it means he can't move from his current spot. He's being held in place. His speed is 0. But he still manages to roll a 14 to hit.
And he doesn't hit me.
All right, so just jump over the club, roll off the ground, turn around, get your bow back in ready position, untouched. That's the end of your turn. Now it's his turn.
Oh god.
He is going to.
Oh god.
You are. Did you throw the daggers, or did you leap up to try and backstab him there?
I tried to backstab him, so
So you're right there. He's
gonna shit on me.
Spins around, bends down, and just glares at you with his one giant yellowish eye with almost like a slit pupil in it. As it does, you feel this strange oppressive.
Love that little production value, little ditty right there. Oh yeah, look at that. Zoom in really quick.
I tried to backstab him, so
you're right there.
He's gonna shit on me.
Spins
Yeah,
around.
beautiful.
Bends down and just glares at you with his one giant yellowish eye with almost like a slit pupil in it.
Delightful. I know it might seem like I'm even being a little sarcastic. I am not. I love them using that space a little bit more, enhancing the production of the stream so that us as an audience are more clear on what's going on. Delightful.
As it does, you feel this strange oppressive force come from the eye into your mind, and I need you to go ahead and roll a charisma saving throw.
I'm going to use the meteorite.
All right, come on, meteorite.
That's better. 17.
17?
Yes.
You managed to resist whatever effect this was. You kind of just shrug it off. It kind of looks at you angrily.
Super Geek Mike. Let me look it up really quick. I might be aware of this. I knew that there was a person that was doing kind of like recaps about a lot of things. Let's see.
Chris Perkins.
Let's see. It's called Critical Role Demystified, you said? Let's see. Harry Potter, world building. Because I'm very interested in yeah, there we go. Critical Role Demystified. Okay.
So you want to?
I'm not gonna start watching it right now. This isn't like a huge tangent. I just wanted to find it and save it. I'm gonna save that playlist to my library. Oh yeah, these are really short too. How many subscribers does he have? 36K? I might actually reach out to him and see, because obviously I have like 300 subscribers. I don't think that like we're gonna collab, but I want to know if he's cool with reactions. Critical Role at this point is like such a massive company, a massive brand. I knew I was never gonna get a response about the watch through, but I for a smaller creator like this, I might reach out and see how he feels about that. Oh, heck, I've seen some of his videos. He does good stuff. I'm watching his stuff. Hell yeah. Okay. Yeah, I saved that playlist. I will, I'll take a look at that offline, maybe reach out to him and see what he thinks about that. Because that would be very cool, especially for every like 5 or so episodes, I take a break. And watching some of this in between would be very interesting to see how our opinions collide or are disparate. I like him. He gives very in-depth, non-biased reviews with the lens of the series being years old. I agree. Ask him if he doesn't mind. Yeah. I'll definitely take a look at it. That's one of the things that I have to kind of give. Oh, no problem, Robin. This is the stream is a discussion. It's it was funny. I actually had someone comment the other day, I'm not gonna say their name. I don't want to flame them. They deleted it later. But they said something to the effect of like, new challenge, try to actually watch the episode instead of pausing every minute. And I was like, dude, that's like the point, is that I pause all the time and that me and chat talk and we go down tangents. Like, the show is dope. I love the show. But if you just wanted to watch the show, like, y'all could go and watch it as well. The point of the stream is the show is a jumping off point for us to talk. So I'm super down to have those little tangents. No problem at all, Robin. Yeah, I'll take a look at this. This could be very, very interesting. I would love to see another person watching it through like me and see if they have the same opinions, especially when it comes to Matt's DMing. Because that's what I'm looking at this through the lens of a lot of times, and especially when it comes to Matt's map design, because that's what I talk about a lot on here as well, is map design. And I have to assume it's gotten better, right? I know that the show is, 7 years old at this point, 8 years old? I know he's gotten better as a DM, but it is very interesting for me to go back and rewatch through this. So, yeah, I'll take a look.
Even more, takes his club and slams it into the ground like a giant pouty child. And looks like it's yeah, the smell is still present in your face. Pulls its club up to prepare itself for its next round. That's its turn. Oh no, sorry, it also makes one attack. It gets to use the evil eye and one attack. So angrily, it's going to come up with its club and slam down towards you.
Yes.
That's going to be a 15 versus AC.
No, sorry.
Can't roll with crap today. Club comes up, actually breaks a good portion of the stone on the side of this that comes up falling backward and tumbling into a pile inside this pit as you dodge out of the way. That ends its.
Yeah, Rich, I didn't know if I went too hard on the title today. I was like, I'm literally gonna put that title and then not talk about whispers at all. And I don't know if people are gonna realize that, it's the YouTube game, it's the clickbait. I don't know if people will be mad about it. I think it's probably fine, but yeah, we'll talk about it. The funniest thing is he didn't even use Electrum. I just fucking hate that Electrum exists. What a worthless 5e mechanic. Ugh.
Turn. No, you're up.
I'm up?
Scanlan, you Scanlan first, and then you.
Okay.
So Scanlan.
Oh, me?
Yes.
I get to do more?
Yes.
Oh, but he's a giant and I'm a little thing.
Yes, you are. Yes, he is.
I guess I'm a little thing. I'm gonna hit him with a lightning bolt.
You should come in close.
Okay.
I should
Fair
come
enough.
in close?
And I can fuck him up.
Oh.
Look him up.
Big and I'm little.
No,
Yeah,
don't
you're
come
real
in
little.
close, seriously.
Like the size of a toe.
But honestly, he can still get you from where you're at,
Yeah.
unless you move further
So
away.
it's the same. It's
true.
Right up against him or 5 feet back. Same. If you move away, he's going to take a swing. I'm not saying any of this. I'm just thinking it in.
Oh, see, and this is what I was talking earlier about, the difference between metagaming and directing, and this is metagaming, right? Like, which again, I'm actually pretty chill with metagaming, because Liam, is just reminding Sam that, like, basically of how sneak attack works, right? Like, that's, like, in my head, pretty classic metagaming of, like, hey, by the way, I have this mechanic that you might not have remembered. But which I'm totally fine with. I think it's way better than directing of, like, hey, you should do this and I won't tell you why, or I just think you should. That, to me, is directing, and I don't really like that. But... That's funny, of him just being like, well, there's no difference, so you might as well get closer. I was going to ask if I missed the not midstream whisper conversation. Oh, yeah. You were behind like 40 seconds. Angus, my man. I gotta remind myself to remind people about checking to see if they're live. But no, I'm not having the whisper conversation. It was just fun clickbait. What I'm gonna do from now on for all you regular heads is anything that was controversial or that was interesting from the last stream, that will be what the title of this one is based on. And I feel like the whispers was the most controversial part. So yeah.
Yes, furiously. You can yell that across. I'll just make your. Does lightning bolt come from me, or
Yes,
can
it comes from you, and it goes in a straight direction.
Well, then I have to move anyway, so that I don't strike Vax or Vax. So
You get the feeling he has about a 15-foot reach with this, so as long as you stay within that reach, you're still in the air.
will I hit?
You have
either
a
of my fellows
feeling.
from where I'm.
Currently, yes.
Then I need to move.
Are you gonna move?
But I can't take it.
That ring, is that high, low?
It's 15 feet up, so you kind of like jump down into the ring if you wanted to go down there, or you can move around this way.
Oh gosh, I don't really jump well. All right, I'm gonna jump into the ring, I guess, and then can I shoot from there? Or?
Bro, after Baldur's Gate 3, I fucking jump well. I'll tell you fucking what. Number one, Baldur's Gate 3 is a dope fucking game. If you are at all interested in D&D, I don't even think you really need to be that interested in video games. It's just a sick game. Larian knocked it out of the goddamn park. But beyond that, I won't rant about it too much. This is a Critical Role stream. The thing that Baldur's Gate hit home to me is how criminally underused jumping is. And I kind of understand why. But even me, as like a DM, like you guys know when I've been talking about map designs, I talk about verticality. I talk about like using your strength to push, pull, shove shit. Baldur's Gate 3 showed me that I have been underusing it. Because it is so useful so much of the time in that game. Probably more than it could ever be in the tabletop. But it could be more useful in the tabletop. That is what that game taught me. So, if you're ever in one of my games one day, be prepared to jump.
Will it be the wall be in my way?
He's big enough for you to be able to see him.
Okay.
So you leap off the side. As you leap in the air, he
glances
over with his large eye and does a back
little mini teleport mechanics, more like
midair, trying to basically baseball swing you.
He'll hit me.
We'll find out. That is an 18.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. You take 19 points of bludgeoning damage as he.
I guess that's level 10.
Like backhand swing hits you.
It's actually kind of fine.
Go ahead and make an acrobatics check.
See?
Because your landing is not going to be completely from top.
What's Scalen's HP? Scalen's HP is only 59. Ooh. Damn. They're level 10, right? That is low.
Is it 20? Is that good?
Shut the fuck up, Sam. Is a 20 good? I will also say, do bards have like a 1d8? I guess, what is that? 10 on a 1d8, it's 5.5. Actually, fuck, I'm being too harsh on him. I think that's actually above average for if he's rolling. Actually, if he's taking the average, that would be exactly what he would have. So he must just be taking the average. Does he have a 0 to con? No, he has a 15 con. Okay, so he was rolling bad. Good to know. He used his reaction to miss Vex, though. Yeah. Oh, wait, I keep trying to call this.
Dude,
That's
we'll
what
do
20?
that.
Yeah.
like a cat, you correct the trajectory in midair and still 3 points land.
Oh, my God.
Down below, down in the pit, you're looking up. This gargantuan, humanoid is still standing above you, looking down, hissing at you as you still manage to not be affected by its swing at you. You can now cast your spell if you like.
Okay, I will cast lightning bolt on his face and neck area.
All right.
Good.
So go ahead and roll.
Yeah, the face
8d6.
and neck.
8d6. Give me those sixes.
With his
I got a bunch.
reflex.
I need all of them.
Give me them
dexterity.
sixes.
Does not make a saving throw. He is too slow at that size.
Yes. Yes.
Ooh, a lot of sixes.
So,
6. What am I doing right now?
You guys are running up.
31.
31 total?
31.
All right.
Nice.
All right. Drop it.
Yes.
So after you land on your foot, you turn around and reactively just fire this bolt of bluish arcane energy. It streaks up, slams into his face and shoulder area. You can see he rears back from the pain of it kind of reaching up in the air like he can somehow fight off the lightning bolt. As the bolt passes through him, it leaves this like burn mark on his chest and the side of his face. Smoke is up off his torso. He looks very pissed.
Do I get my bonus?
You do.
Can I give inspiration to Mr. Vax over there?
You may.
I don't know, can you?
Hey, all right.
Some Jethro Tull up in here.
I got the worst end of this deal.
You're singing.
I will say the mild echoing sound of mildly off-key whistle following a mighty lightning bolt is inspiring enough. Go ahead and take a d10.
Fair enough.
And now it is your turn.
Yeah, I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that. I want to make an acrobatics attack. I want to jump up on this guy's knee and then dagger right into his strange eye that he tried to mess with me.
Okay, so are you going directly for the eye?
The eye, yeah.
All right.
So I want to jump up his body off his knee.
Jump up his body.
Okay.
All right. So what do I do? Acrobatics check
Acrobatics
first.
check.
Look, I've said before, I'm not a huge fan of called shots. So when it comes to like, I want to go for his eye, that's fine. Love flavor, love narration. Super into it, super about it. But as a DM, if they are saying like, yep, I'm going to involve a check in this, and my players know that I do this at this point. If they're like, I'm going to, go for something, going to involve an acrobatics check, normally what I do is if they make the acrobatics check, I either do like double or like time and a half damage. I don't do like any specific effect. And then if they miss the check, like if they don't make the DC, it's like half to none, depending on like how much they're committing in the narration. So if they're like super duper committing and if they miss, they would be fucked. That's like a 0 versus like a 2x. But if we're somewhere in the middle, like probably this, it's like, okay, half to maybe 1.5. Because I want to reward them for like risking things and doing interesting narration. But there is a risk to doing that. And I don't like called shots where it's like, oh, you blind him, because that really steps in like some really weird balancing territory that I'm not comfortable playing around in. And it's really easy to do like, kind of both sides of that equation of like, okay, you make the check, you get more damage, you miss the check, you get less. It's very, very simple.
Okay. So 4, I'm going to use luck. 19 for the second, so that's
What?
That's 19 plus 13, so I'm
All
pretty
right.
sure I succeed.
So as he's like reeling back from the blast of a lightning bolt, you see that opportunity. You jump up onto his partially bent knee, use that as a platform, and leap up in the air. Daggers drawn, slow motion towards its face. Go ahead and make your first attack. Since you are going directly for the eye,
Yes.
I will say that it is at a disadvantage on the attack, but if it hits, it will be considered a sneak attack.
Let's say that again.
I will say it's
Disadvantage.
disadvantage on the attack,
Yeah.
but if it hits him in his eye,
All right.
it'll be able to do sneak attack.
Roll
All
well.
right. Meteorite.
Okay. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Drink. Yeah, fuck. Where's my lucky counter? Don't even need an Orion annoyance counter. Where's my lucky counter? That's fine. It's interesting. And it is just dealing with damage. I think my big thing that I really would caution against is involving status effects with called shots. Like, status effects are the domain of spells and, like, Battlemaster fighters and features, like Stunning Strike. Like, the moment you start letting anyone apply conditions because they're creative, the balance can get a little bit wonky pretty quickly. But in this case, he's saying, like, hey, you're doing something interesting. You made your check for it. This is maybe a harder thing because it's a called shot, but you'll get sneak attack, which is just extra damage. It's a lot extra damage, which is delightful for a rogue. But we're staying solidly within the realm of HP, which is much, much easier to get like a handle on as a player and as a DM. So I like Matt's approach here. And I would really advise towards that sort of thing rather than potentially blinding the Cyclops, which I know a lot of DMs would do.
No good. First one's no good. Second dagger. That's good. And that's also good. Identical, so that is a 26.
26.
Yes.
All right, that one will hit.
Thank you, Meteorite Die. Okay, so this is 1d.
One do.
Okay, that's a 2 plus 6 is 8.
8 plus your 5d6.
5d. Oh, this is a sneak attack?
Because you hit him
Oh,
in the
this is
eye.
the second attack is what you did, right?
Yeah.
Technically, you're both going for the eye. I'll say all out.
Hey, you're a nice guy. 8 is 12. And,
You're a nice guy.
It is 17, and it is 18, and it is 22, and it is 26.
6 points of damage.
Eyeball.
So, first dagger you attempt to swing down, he actually moves his face out of the way and just scrapes across the side of his cheek, doing nothing more than a scratch, but the second blade strikes true, slamming into the side of the eye. As it pierces, for an eye what you expect would pop, it's still of hardy material. You actually push into it and it's almost like it's full of taut muscle on the inside of the eye. The dagger still drives in and using your weight, you drag down and cut it open on the bottom. It screams out in pain and pushes you off. You barely manage to catch yourself on the ground.
Oh, gross.
You haven't seemingly blinded him, but you've definitely left a serious mark on his eyeball.
Fantastic. Chef's kiss.
If you want to use your movement at all, you can, or you want to stay where you are.
Chef's kiss on how to handle players wanting to be creative during the fight and rewarding their creativity. Perfect.
I will disengage
Okay.
and move back,
Okay.
which means that he can't take a swing.
Right. You can use your bonus action to do this.
Right.
Yeah. We'll use your bonus action to do your secondary attack.
I'm pretty sure I
Did.
did that on top of that. As a rogue.
Oh, ooh, this is the problem with fucking dual wielding rogues is they lose their cunning action. Something you gotta be careful on. How to handle your gatekeeping. This entire stream, it's me gatekeeping how to play D&D. Never whisper. Make your maps better. Arr. Nah, all jokes, all advice, all taken with a grain of salt.
Hoo-ha. But I'll stay there if you want. I'm in no mood to argue with you tonight.
I know. I'm pretty sure as a rogue you can use your bonus action to do disengage. That's kind of that's one of the benefits, but you used it as a secondary attack against sneak attack. So it's
true.
You could move out of the way, but you'll take a swing from him.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'll move back.
All right.
Oh man, seeing Matt when he was like 90% of the way there on the rules is it's heartwarming. It means that we could all get there. After seeing the I think we've talked about it before, but the clip of him on actually where he finds more mistakes than they even put in. This is where he started. Where like he was pretty confident most of the time, but he still tripped up occasionally. We can all get to that level at actually.
So you move back to about there. Yeah. As you do, he like reaches up and grabs his eye. With the other hand, picks up the club and whoosh, backhand swings at you. That'll be a 19.
That hits.
All right.
Couldn't just let him go in the trees.
You take 19 points of bludgeoning damage.
Also, I see tons of viewers here. Welcome if you've never been before. Also, if you don't know how much YouTube Live you watch, but you have playback speed control. So if you want to know the context, know what we've been talking about so far, you can go back in the stream a little bit, set it to a higher playback speed, and you'll eventually catch up with us here right now, live. But also, if you just want to keep watching live, feel free. How many reactions does this guy have? Me? Are you talking about me? Or Vax? I got reactions for days. This is React content, baby.
But as the hit slams into your back, you manage to just catch your feet underneath you so you don't topple off the top of this edge. Okay. It's your turn. What you got, Vex?
I'm gonna do Hail of Thorns on him.
All right, so you pull back.
Yeah.
Same wooden shackles and sprouts these nice thorny, jagged spikes from the sides as you release the arrow.
26.
Hits him.
Okay. So that would be, I'm doing it at a level 3, so that is 3d10.
3d10 damage. Go ahead and roll that.
Oh my god, Richard, you're right. I hadn't even thought about that the ogre's been taking all of these opportunity attacks. You're so right. For people who don't know what Richard is pointing out here, monsters are not different from PCs when it comes to having only one reaction. So if one person moves out of the ogre's range and the ogre takes an opportunity attack, it can't take another one the rest of the turn, which is actually fairly important and impactful. If you're looking at a really complex fight and you have like one powerful enemy, you have a person with a higher AC move out of the way first so that, the reaction is less likely to do anything. And then you have the squishy move out of the way. Really great catch, Richard. I totally didn't see that.
16? Yeah, 16 damage for that, plus my hunter's mark.
17.
17.
And then my second attack?
Second attack. Go ahead and roll it.
Alright. 17.
17 does hit. He's pretty big. He's a big old sack of hit points and no armor.
15, 16, 17.
17.
Oh, plus hunter's mark.
Yep. Don't forget your hunter's mark.
5 for hunter's mark.
Okay, so
I love me sacks of hit points with no armor. Those are some of my favorite monster types, is just no armor, big old pool of hit points. Because they always feel fun, right? Like, the players are always hitting them. They're never, like, missing and doing nothing. But you get to narrate as a DM that even after all 4 of the players in the party hit, that it's like, oh, he shrugs it off. He still looks energized and ready to go and strong. And they're like, we just did 70 damage. And it's like, yeah, he's not even bloodied yet. I love me a big old sack of hit points.
So 22. Nice. All right, so one arrow hits him in the elbow, and it looks like it pierces the sinew that holds the arm. Almost goes slack for a second before he flexes and fences it. You hear the actual wood shaft snap as he brings his forearm up. Grabbing his club, turning around, he shoots the back of his elbow, causing him to drop the club on this hand. He looks extremely frustrated at the process now. He's got blood streaking down both arms.
Yes.
He reaches down to grab the club again to try and prepare himself for another round of attacks.
Are we there yet?
You guys are just now arriving.
Oh!
Maureen's going to finish its turn, and then the rest of you guys can go.
Yeah.
He's going to take 2 swings. First, he's going to go ahead and angrily leap forward to there. Like, a small jump. Lands on the ground. Takes 1 swing at each of you.
Can he move?
Is he still grappled?
Oh, actually, no, that's a valid point. I forgot to still grapple him. Thank you for that.
Yeah!
He's going to try and break from the grapple. His move,
Grapple.
That is going to be an athletics of 20. Go ahead and roll a d20 at 8.
And it's an action. Don't forget that, Matt.
18 plus 8.
Oh!
Oh! Break free of the grapple. Can't do so. Stuck where he is. He currently has nothing in range to attack.
Let's go.
No, you're 15 feet below. He doesn't have range on you at the moment. He tries to take a swing at you, but partially because he's so high up, he cannot move, and because you are so small, you literally just stand there as the swing. The wind blows your hair back a little bit. But it's not fine.
Beautiful.
Dainty nose!
Completely wasted its turn. Well done.
Hey, perfect.
All right, so that brings us to you again. Actually, no.
Dude, this is why I love marshals. And I know he's not a marshal in this case, but I know that there's a big, especially online, there's a discourse about marshals versus casters. And I have said before that I'm a warlock main, but when I'm not playing a warlock, I am almost always playing a full-blooded marshal with a lot of strength, because I love grappling people. Grappling people is one of the meanest things you can do in D&D, bar none. It's the reason that everyone fucking loves Sentinel, is being able to reduce someone's speed to 0 is just fun. So a lot of times I'll take like a barbarian or a fighter. Hell, I'll take a monk. And I'll take Tavern Brawler on them so that I can grapple as a bonus action. And, ooh, we are in the money. And if you want to upgrade this strat, you can then use an attack. You know, if you're like a fighter with multi-attack at 5, you use 1 attack to grapple them, and then you use another attack to shove them prone. And because getting up from prone requires half your movement, if they are grappled, they cannot get up from prone. Which means that all of their melee attacks have disadvantage and all of your melee attacks have advantage. Very, very fun. Not like the best. It's not like a meta strat or whatever, but it's so much fun.
Now goes everyone else because they've all arrived on the scene now.
Thank God.
So you guys are all starting to appear. We'll say
Don't kill the giant.
this area.
Don't kill him.
Don't kill him.
Still?
Why is Scanlan so odd this no-kill thing? We need him?
We need him.
What is she?
How? For what? How are we going to use
To
him?
be fair, I guess Clarota could read the ogre's mind. Potentially. I don't know if they could do that. I love when DMs get creative with different ways to grapple players. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, indeed. I love grappling my players.
Mind Flayer, we have magicians, we have all sorts of things. He is
If
our
we
wrecking
can-
ball. He's our way in.
Yeah, if we can keep him controlled.
Oh my gosh, Travis Willingham, the fucking the character actor goat, man. Oh, but I was your wrecking ball. Oh, that's so funny. Travis with glasses is texting Clark Kent energy. Fuck yeah, he is. I totally see that shit.
I can get
Yeah,
him
real fast.
like mind controlled on our team for 30 days.
Yeah, he is our ticket into the palace.
It's not bad. Not a
He's
bad
gonna
idea.
be like that one scene in Lord of the Rings.
Ooh, I like it.
That one scene.
Yep.
You ate the
I
lemon
love
spread?
that one scene.
I love that one scene.
All right.
Right.
All right, so who's going first?
Can we
That one scene where they were like,
Alright,
"Oh no, I dropped the ring
Everybody
into
all together
the
now?
Everyone else together.
sewer grate."
All together.
Together now.
Morty.
Is he a
I don't
giant?
know.
Like a giant?
He's considered a giant.
I speak giant.
Hey!
You speak giant?
Say something, Frog.
I speak giant.
Oh, good.
Oh, I
Hello.
need my brain for something?
All right, so we have
Mouth
25 to
for
20.
something.
25 to 20.
Oh, wow.
20 to 15.
18.
Yeah.
17.
Cleric in the stars.
18.
That close, Ash.
I don't like going first.
That close to
Rob.
spitting out all my
All right,
I like picking up the
15 to
pieces.
10.
14.
Okay.
Wow.
12.
Wow.
Do you guys ever get this thing? I've been having it for the past like week, and I'm starting to like kind of not chafe, but I'm starting to like scratch myself raw, where just like the areas where my nostril like meets my face have been really itchy. I have no idea what's causing it. I don't remember ever having this like my entire life. I don't know if it's like a new type of allergy. I guess I'm trying to grow out the mustache. Maybe it's like, maybe they're like little hair follicles. I don't know.
See, and
Where's my toothbrush?
all right, 10 to 5.
It's very helpful.
It helps everything.
10 to 5.
5.
Oh, that's me. I'm an 8.
You're an 8. All right, we got Vex.
That's Trinket too.
All right, that is almost everyone who won. Yeah, Scanlan. All right,
go.
Tiberius and Pike, you're up first. These guys rush on the scene, seeing this creature being currently crushed by the semi-ethereal giant arcane fist of Scanlan. Pike, Tiberius, what are you
I
doing?
don't want to see the giant fist of Scan.
Many have
I'll,
before.
I'll follow suit and be like, oh, is this what we're doing? Scanlan, what are we doing?
We're capturing the giant, and don't remind him I'm here.
Capture!
Oh, very well. I'll water sphere and help him maintain him.
Okay, so you go and use your atmosphere.
Yeah,
All right, why does that affect on huge creatures?
like it's a dope ass effect.
That's what it says in the book.
Yep.
Does it officially says?
Wizards of the Coast, page 304.
What's the spell name?
It's
Dope
a
ass.
dope ass effect.
Watery sphere.
Water sphere. We got it right here.
It's not in the.
A huge or larger.
Yeah, John. I think it was the comment was up for like an hour maybe. And I didn't actually have like time to reply to it, and then by the time I went to the reply to it, they had deleted it. So I think maybe they thought about it more and they kind of realized that, but yeah. I agree. Especially in the current climate right now where React content is really getting like criticized and held under a microscope. Like, I think a lot of React creators don't take the time to think about what their own definition of transformative is. And like, I have a pretty like, not like solid necessarily, but like I have a distinct definition for myself of like, I try to be talking for as much time as they are talking. That is my goal. Now, do I do it every stream? Probably not, but that is like the metric that I'm aiming for in order for me, myself, to view it as transformative. And hopefully people agree. Which it seems like, I've gotten good feedback on that metric before, so I think that people agree with that. But yeah, it was really funny. It was like I saw that comment the same day that there was all that news about XQC and Ethan Klein, and I was like, oh my goodness, someone telling me to talk less in React content. That's so funny.
Creature automatically succeeds in the saving throw.
Oh.
So as you create the sphere around it, the water kind of forms around its physical form. It doesn't seem to be affecting it. It's large.
Maybe it's teen acne. I don't know, man. I used to get really bad acne. I still get like a little bit here and there, the occasional little chest thing, but Yeah, I used to get really bad acne.
Large and strong enough to the point where it's thrashing because he's holding it in place, but the sphere is just having no.
Smells slightly better than
It does. They're cleaner portions of his flesh. Yeah, this creature's a little larger than what you're used to capturing with the sphere.
What are you talking about? How big is he?
He's huge. Look how big he is.
Big.
Look at how big
He's
he's compared to us.
You were tickling.
That's big.
There's like regular, there's like large.
I can capture those, but not that guy.
Yes, you were tickling his nipples with your water.
Essentially.
About as high as
Oh,
He
but
got a
so
little back.
hold on. I knew that. I do that to wash him off. Like
Okay,
you
yeah,
said.
he's really
He's much cleaner.
And I'm swirling around. I'm like, does this feel good, giant?
All right, Pike, what you got?
Okay, I'm gonna make like a
Jesus save.
I'm gonna make a spiritual weapon.
Talk to him next and
You know what?
I'm gonna make a spiritual weapon.
Okay.
I want to sort of make a kind of a lasso again of sorts, but with a grappling hook on the end, so it'll spin around him real quick
A lariat of truth?
and sort of keep him in place.
Okay. All right. So you're creating a spiritual weapon. We'll say that this would be considered just an additional grapple.
Okay.
All right. Good to know. So you create it. I'll just use this as the spiritual weapon. In its space currently, it begins to wrap around him rapidly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, kink, and finds purchase on its own self, holding it in place. So.
Okay. And this is where we abut against, we come up to the rule of cool. Because there was a point where she created, I believe it was a whip spiritual weapon, or it was some kind of spiritual weapon, some specific kind, and then she used a property of that weapon during the spiritual weapon attack. Which I was like, I don't know that you can do that, but that is cool enough to where I'm down with it. I'm okay. Grappling is not a property of any weapon, but she's not rolling damage, which I'm always, if you want to do something interesting in combat, I am down to let you trade out damage for for something else. But I normally would involve a check. So I normally involve like an Arcana check to be able to do that in the first place. This is maybe bordering on my, the rule of cool is there, but a lot of times if I'm rule of cooling things, I involve a check somehow to let them do that. Even I can't backstop this one. You can't, what? You can't defend clerics being even more powerful? Matt kind of forgets the form of weapons is just flavor. Ashley tries to milk SW as much as she can. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Like I said, the last time she used it, she did kind of go in that direction, which is cool. Like, they are cool thoughts, and she's playing creatively, which you always want to encourage. I never want to disincentivize players from playing creatively. I would just make there be either slightly more risk to it or maybe a slight additional cost to gaining this additional benefit. Yeah, that's why I was a little hesitant with this critique, because it's like, it's not that bad. In fact, she's not even really gaining anything because they're just grappling it again, which is good from like a safety net sort of standpoint. So yeah. And you know what? I might even say, if I'm the DM in this case, I might say, you can only do that without a check because it's already grappled. Then make Scanlan feel nice. And, they're working together. There's something to be done here. There's something. It's definitely not all bad. But it's a little tricksy. It's a little bit ears up a little bit. I'm watching you.
There we go. Is that? Do you want to move with your turn, or are you going to stay there?
Where am I at?
You're right here.
Oh, I also forgot that we're in combat, so we're going to turn the player up to 1.5. We want to go faster during the combat. Combats take fucking forever. And beyond that, we were just talking about all my transformative stuff. I like D&D combat. Don't get me wrong, but there's a lot less for me to talk about during it that is actually, adding any value. So I normally set the playback speed a little bit higher so that we can get through them a little bit quicker.
Okay, yeah, I wanna get a little closer.
Whoa.
Just hold on a minute.
There?
Yeah.
He's getting closer to me.
The gnomes are like tent spikes holding.
All right.
As a note, real fast, guys.
Yeah, slightly. And also, Hans, you know, I've talked about many times that if you want to change a feature, if you want to change a spell, an ability, a feat, whatever, I'm down. I'm down to make feats or etc. more specific at the cost of power. I've talked about how I'm down to do that. However, I've also said that I am a lot more hesitant, and as a DM, I require the player to give me more justification if another feature in the game does the thing that they want to do. In this case, she wants to use the properties of different weapons on spiritual weapon, which is literally just Pact of the Blade. That's just what Pact of the Blade does on Warlock. Is allow you to summon weapons and like use their properties no matter, you know, what you are, and like pick whichever one you want in the moment. That's Pact of the Blade. And even Pact of the Blade has limitations. It doesn't let you get every weapon. You have to get improved Pact weapon to get like longbows and such. So yeah, if Ashley Johnson wanted to do this, and in this case, I do think that he presented her with a trade-off. She's using this spell that normally does a bunch of damage to not do damage. But, I don't know.
Let me see if we have the...
Currently watching his hump.
Oh my god, is the book of holder attacking? Is it now?
No, I want to make sure we have the...
You're gonna pull your thing up.
The laser pointers for you guys.
Oh,
Everyone
right.
gets those.
That's good.
Oh, do we have more? I got one right here.
All right, I have one here.
Throw it to that table.
All right, so we have two over there.
One over here. Two over here.
Alrighty, good enough. Thank you for your patience,
Since
folks.
it's a,
Someone have this.
do I roll for damage or anything like that, or since it's a grappling?
For the purpose of what you want to do with this grappling, it's not going to do any damage to him. It's just going to be...
I will also say, in reference to this specific situation, I do think it would be very cool if Ashley was like, yeah, I want my spiritual weapon to be able to essentially be Pact of the Blade-esque, whatever. I would say, okay. Like if we're like calling it out that we are changing it, I'm down. But we're going to do some in-narrative work to justify that, and it's probably going to come out on the other side weaker than base spiritual weapon. Even if that's only slightly. So, like, in-narrative, I'm thinking through this. I think it'd be super cool if, like, a cleric wants to do that, to say, like, yeah, you're going to have to go and find a Pact of the Blade warlock. And you are going to have to train with this warlock on how to shape the magical energies into these different weapons and yada yada. Like, you need to go and find an expert in this. And as a cleric, going and working with a warlock is just beautiful fodder for character work. Like very just a steaming pot of drama. You know what I'm saying? So I think that there's a lot of opportunities, and I know that as we're getting back into it, she doesn't know, Matt doesn't know. But if you have a player that is going in this direction and you do know, I think it's fine if they want to and you talk to them about it. And I think that thinking about in-narrative ways to get them what they want out of their features or spells can be hyper compelling for the characters. Spiritual weapon says spiritual weapon should be anything the cleric says it is. Stronger even. For a second I thought you were being serious, Richard. Yeah, clerics should, I mean, that they already get divine intervention. You know what? Divine intervention shouldn't even be a roll. Clerics should just get it. They should just be able to ask their god for favors all the time. I think just in appearance, though, yeah. I think that is the thing, is that it's supposed to be just an appearance. But if you wanted to marry mechanics and appearance, I'm down to talk about that as a DM. But we would have to talk through it.
An additional grapple to hold him in place. All right, that brings us to Grog.
I hold off on raging. Can't talk right if I'm like freaking out.
You can talk, but it comes through in single words and usually not in a diplomatic way.
Right. So I call out in giant, nipple taint knuckle brew, which means, brother, we seek to fight a great evil. Perchance would thou carest to join us in such a fight? I have ale.
Inspiration, anybody can.
Yeah, would you like to join us?
Wait, can it be my turn?
clean enough,
Whose turn's
Frog.
next?
Oh, he smells very
Frog,
good to me.
you're next after this is
Just appealing to his reason.
Can I go next?
No,
And
yeah.
then help him out?
Well, it's a little late for that, unfortunately.
We're
He's
not,
ahead of you.
we're not worth the trouble. But we would love to pay you an ale to join us on a much better fight.
Go ahead and make a persuasion roll with disadvantage.
Yeah. That's pretty bad. That's the same number.
So
yeah, I got a massive +1.
Oh
5.
boy.
It worked. I think it
So
worked.
the bound, twisted, malformed giant creature that's currently held by ethereal rope and ethereal hand glances over at you for a second, and you swear you hear it chuckle. And spits a basketball-sized loogie.
Interesting, Robin. I will note, I'm a pretty spoiler. You know, I try to avoid them where I can, because sort of the basis of the stream is you know, me trying to react fresh as a DM. However, I'm not going to be watching Campaign 3 for probably years, so I'll probably forget by the time. I'll probably forget about that by the time the Campaign 3 comes around. So no trouble. That is interesting. Using spiritual weapon, especially when like there's a spell called Fear that essentially does that. So I would be really curious. You know, maybe when I finally get to Campaign 3, I'll be able to know, but that's interesting.
On the ground in front of you.
Impressive. Fuck it. I rage. And I attack.
I would say that diplomatic attempt on him would be your action.
Son of a bitch. Can I rage as a bonus action?
You would be raging as a bonus action. Okay.
Oh.
Look how little you look.
Oh, okay, Robin. That makes more sense. Fair enough. That's fun. I didn't know that barbarians get spiritual. What? I don't know what's going on.
Next
Yeah,
I know,
it's
it's,
small.
I'm like right at testicle height, which is not good. No, I'll stay right where I am.
All right. That gives us to Vax.
I'm gonna go stealth. And then this ring, is this is a wall, right?
It's a 15-foot wall that goes down into the pit. Yes.
Okay, so going stealth, is that bonus action? Or is that...
Going stealth for this, I would say, would be considered part of your move. It just has it's a disadvantage if you're stealthing while moving.
Okay. Well, I still want to do that.
All right, putting on the rules lawyer cap really quick. I need like a graphic or something. Rules lawyer. It's the hide action. Congratulations, rules hat off. No, that's why rogues can do hide as a bonus action on their cunning action, is because that's how you go into stealth, is you hide. And like the check to hide is a stealth check. So when you talk about like going into stealth during combat, it's the hide action. Rules lawyer hat off. Continue.
So I'm gonna try to scurry over the wall there and go stealth.
Well, actually, I think for you, isn't hide the stealth ability that you can use as a bonus action?
Yeah, it's...
Ah! Matt got there. Let's go.
part of the cunning action.
So that would be it, yes.
All right.
So you can't stealth dash? I mean, you could hide and then dash is your main action if you wanted to. Bonus action hide, regular action dash, or vice versa. You could regular action hide, bonus action dash as a rogue. But yeah, no like stealth dash unless you were already stealth before the turn started. That's also possible.
So it would be your bonus action to attempt to stealth, yes.
Okay, so roll to stealth,
Yeah,
right?
go for it.
Okay, come on, meteorite die. I'm using luck because I was terrible. That was still terrible.
It's 2 luck points.
Okay, all right. I'm not stealth, but I run over by...
Would you
Scan.
roll? You don't know if you're stealth or not.
5 and... Oh, sorry. It was so pitiful. 16 and...
That's not pitiful.
It is for me.
Richard, so I think my ratio, my Richard Manley radar is starting to go up. But sometimes I still miss.
All right, so
16 and 18.
16 and 18. Gotcha. All right, cool. So you have an 18 stealth, technically. So pitiful. All right, so...
Yeah,
and
you wanna talk
so
to
you,
him?
as far as you know, you may or may not be hidden. What are you doing?
All right, I want to roll over the side of the wall and then just move along over by Scanlan, between Scanlan and the giant, and just hold my attack.
Okay.
Trigger that down the road, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you wouldn't be able to wait. You have to wait till the next turn. You can't hold part of your turn. You've already taken.
Then I'm gonna stab him in the knee.
Okay, so are you just like shimming along the side, or he's 15 feet above you? You're down 15 feet. You would
I mean, Matt is correct, but just in case anyone is confused by that, you can technically delay your turn. You can use an action called ready. And when you use the action called ready, you can basically set up where if a certain trigger happens, you can use your reaction to take any action you would have taken on your turn, if that makes sense. So you can like take the ready action to say like, oh, if he comes within range, I'm attacking him. Right. And then if that trigger goes off on your turn, you can then choose to use your reaction to kind of fulfill that ready action. I understand what Matt is, not really talking about that because I think he wants to hold like part of his movement or something, which theoretically you could do if you took the ready action, but that's not what he's doing.
have to throw a dagger to hit him at this point.
All right, I'll throw it in his face.
Okay. Currently bound. Kind of easy to see. It's really ugly. You throw
dagger
up towards him with your action.
All right, that's no good, and then the bonus action is also no good.
You've already used your bonus action to go stealth.
They're gone.
What'd you roll?
4 to 5.
Plus
I didn't sleep at all.
Tell me what your final numbers are.
Thank you, Matt. Stand up for yourself. Okay. For anyone that's new here, I've talked about this so many times before. One of my biggest pet peeves is players assuming whether or not a roll succeeded and not telling the DM the number. Especially because, like I said, sometimes I roll big bags of hit points that have like an 8 AC, and sometimes players will roll like a 9 and they, won't tell me the final result because they think that 9 is too low. And then they tell me, I'm like, no, 9 hits. So it's like, a fucking stealth, like, yeah, maybe it was really low, but I mean, maybe you rolled a 3, but with your modifiers, this thing might have trash perception and you might get by. So yes, players, say your fucking numbers. How did a 4 and a 5 turn into a 12 and a 10? They shouldn't have. This is all, yeah. Say your final numbers so that I can check you as well.
You get 12 and 10.
Yeah, both those unfortunately miss. You fling both. Unfortunately, the process of jump.
Yeah.
You roll
4 and a 5.
Plus
Plus. I didn't sleep at all.
Tell me what your final numbers are.
You get 12.
Who knows?
And 10.
Yeah, both those unfortunately miss. You fling both. Unfortunately, the process of jumping down and running as you chuck it at the end of your movement next to Scanlan. Even though he's bound, you're a little off your game, and it just cascades out of sight and then vanishes, peering back on your belt. That brings us to Percy and Keyleth.
I'll go first.
I've also talked about it, even from a perspective of like, I don't know, you roll a 3 and you have a +0, like you're pretty fucking confident that nothing happened. I still, as the DM, like to know how close you were, because if you were really, really close to the DC, I will narrate that as kind of a little hint to you, or, really close to the AC. I'll normally narrate those things. So even if you miss, I still try to narrate something interesting based on the number that you rolled. I did yell you the math was a little rough. I'm not shocked. Math is a little rough at every D&D table.
Okay, I'm going to... Where am I?
You're over here.
Okay, I'm going to scoot in over here and make my way... And as I'm running by, I'm going to take a shot at his kneecap and see if I can prone him.
Okay.
Not bad news. Are we still trying to capture him?
Yeah, I'm just going to knock him down.
Okay.
Is that a fighter? Is that like a gunslinger like grit perk? Because if it's not, again, we can talk about like trading in damage for a condition or something. But just saying I'm going to do this, like you can, there's a slight like phrasing issue there of like asking the DM versus telling the DM what you're doing. Like you can say like, I want to shoot him in the kneecap. My goal is to prone him. Whether or not that happens is up to the DM, obviously. But yeah, we'll see. Called shots. Very, very fraught territory in terms of like good balance.
You can do like non-lethal damage.
20.
So like,
20 hits. 20 hits.
And he's grappled?
He's grappled and he's now prone, but I'm gonna do my 1d10 damage.
Double grappled. Shit.
Can I try to talk to him?
Oh, only 1d10 damage. I don't know. I really wonder if that's an ability, because he did that really confidently. That sounds like a battle master maneuver. Or I'm sure there's like some sort of gunslinger feature or something that maybe lets him do that. Because he seemed really confident for that. Percy has a called shot mechanic. I see. Okay, if it's a mechanic, we're good. I mean, it's essentially like battle master has like tripping strike, which does that exact thing. So as long as it's like a feature and a mechanic, we are totally chilling.
And that's 15 damage.
Okay.
Takes 15 damage and he's prone.
sweet.
Delightful.
And I'm gonna finish just scooting.
I will.
Down there.
Okay, so as you shoot out the kneecap, he tumbles forward over the edge.
Oh, what?
This way, both of you guys make dexterity saving throws.
We can't win.
It's a 50-50 shot on which side he fell.
Spend a grit point for that.
20.
Here.
I spent a grip point for that.
15.
Plus what?
Your dexterity saving throw.
17.
17. Both managed to just leap out of the way. Boom! Landing onto his back on the ground.
Do we get free attacks on her?
No, but you're going to be crushed by an extremely
Okay,
large
I'll
person.
take it. That's a plus. That's a plus.
Alright, Percy, on your turn.
I'm not doing anything else for this turn. That went poorly.
Okay, Keyleth.
Okay, I am going to, can I move, like, but can I get to him?
He's 15 feet down. You can move up to the edge here. Look down and see him on the ground currently restrained and struggling on his back.
If I turn into a snake, can I get down there? Big snake.
You know what? I'd say you would be able to.
I'm gonna turn into a giant constrictor.
Okay.
You're gonna constrict him?
Real big snake. Yeah, I'm gonna constrict him.
Turn into. I'll use Naga figure for that.
That's big. I'm a Naga. I'm so pretty. Alright.
Leap down. You don't need to grapple.
And I'm gonna start constricting.
Is 15 feet? Yeah. Especially like the ogre's body probably covers a bit of that. That makes sense to me.
Alright, so go ahead and make roll a d20 and
I don't know if I can.
what's the strength bonus if they form?
I get a +6. Oh wait.
What's it say for the constricting? I should have the rule there for you.
It's a strength.
I will also say, so I just thought about that, about what I just said in reference to everything I've been saying about called shots, about changing up mechanics, rule of cool, yada, yada, yada. I am much more likely to... That's where Naga Hide came from. Ah, I see. Okay, fair enough. I am much more likely to rule of cool something if they are doing something where like a mechanic doesn't exist, which is sort of complicated to explain what I mean. But like this is a situation where like getting getting down that is like an environmental problem that procs creativity, right? Hurting something more is not that. Now, you know, if you're really and I think that most of where I get a little skeezy about the rule of cool is specifically in combat, because 5e combat is on the wargamey side of TTRPGs. Like, it's pretty strictly defined what everything can do. So as a DM, I'm way more likely to rule of cool stuff out of combat, which I know we're still in combat, we're still in initiative. But when it comes to navigating the battle arena, about like, okay, like, you know, you're turning into like a longer snake, does it make sense that that action would just naturally result in this benefit? Right? Does that make sense that would result there? And him saying like, you know what? Yeah, I think it does. Like, that's the rule of cool I'm looking for. But on the other hand, like, let's say Vax didn't even try this. Like, Liam didn't ask for this, but I'm going to use him as an example of if he had said, I want to stab it in the eye to blind it. yes, that is sort of twisting what an actual attack is in a very subtle way. Like it is very, very subtly different. That is almost unexplainable, and maybe, you know, I'll really mull it over and think about it more for my takeaway next time about what the difference between those are. If he's like, I want to stab it in the eye to blind it versus I want to turn into a Naga to be able to get down better. The Naga doesn't have an inherent ability that lets it do that. Vax doesn't have any sort of called shot mechanic. But those two feel very, very different to me. And as I'm talking, I can't really pinpoint why, so I might have to get back to you on that. But this is where, like, we talk about like rule of cool. I'm way more likely to rule of cool the Naga than I am the blind. And while I'm thinking about it, I'm kind of talking out loud. I think it is when the rule of cool punishes something else as opposed to the rule of cool benefits the player. Like buffs versus banes. I'm more likely to be on the side of rule of cooling buffs than I am to be on the side of rule of cooling banes. So a rule of cool to get somewhere better as opposed to debuff an enemy. That's where I'm landing for now. Maybe I'll think about it more and I'll have more to say. Maybe, like, I want to shoot him in the leg to try and decrease his movement speed at the cost of not costing him HP. I'm more into something like that. And I do like using damaging features to do non-damaging effects. I do think that that's very, very interesting. And honestly, whether or not I say yes is mostly dependent on whether or not I think I can make it make sense within the fiction. Like, okay, how does shooting him in the kneecap not cause him any HP damage? Is there a way that I can figure that out in my own internal dialogue? Or is there not? And that's kind of an in-the-moment thing. It would depend.
All right, so you add 6 to that.
Bonus, I guess. So 14.
Thank you for the reminders, John.
Okay. You start moving around, and even though he's still struggling in his form, he gets one hand up and is holding you at bay. You have not managed to grapple him yet, but you're in the process of trying to. Next round, you can try again. You're pretty strong.
What are you clever folk gonna get in his head?
Vex.
That's me.
Yep.
I am going to, how much, has he taken a lot of damage yet, or we just keep grappling him?
There's been a lot of grappling this past round. He took a lot of damage before everyone else showed up, and it's been just a lot of...
Alright, I'm gonna attack him twice, the second time with
You can't see him right now because he's falling.
I'm gonna scooch up there so I can.
All right. Just now you see him on the ground.
And I'm gonna take 2 shots at him.
All right. Both of these shots are disadvantage.
Yep.
Because there is Keyleth currently trying to wrap around him as a giant snake.
Well, also because he's prone.
Alright.
It'll be fine.
He didn't
we
make
felt
the
that.
game.
You
I thought we were
make sure
trying
you
to
don't
capture him.
We are.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So just each attack at disadvantage.
Just roll really high both times.
Wow,
That's good.
great.
Oh, really? Both times.
24, 26.
That hits. Second attack.
Second attack is a sleep arrow.
Secondary sleep.
Yeah, I will note he didn't even need to give that as the justification. Prone gives all ranged attacks disadvantage.
Yeah.
All right.
Go sleep.
17.
17 also hits.
Awesome.
All right, so go ahead and roll damage on the first arrow with your Hunter's Mark damage.
Yes. 15, 16, 17, 20.
All right.
And then the second one,
You're putting the hurt on.
that's 10, 11, 12.
In fact, actually, okay, let's put the rules lawyer hat back on. I just said that all ranged attacks have disadvantage. That's not actually technically true. It is all attacks that are more than 5 feet away from the creature. So if you are using something like a glaive or anything with reach, if you are 10 feet away and the person is prone, your attacks have disadvantage. Fun little rules lawyer moment. So yeah, even if you're using a weapon with reach, if someone goes prone, you have to move within 5 feet. And if you do move within 5 feet, your attacks get advantage. But if you're more than 5 feet, they have disadvantage.
16 on the second hit.
16. Okay, and then go ahead and roll 5d8 for the
All
sleep
right,
arrow.
I only get 5d8.
Yeah, wasn't a critical hit. Sorry.
Okay. Look at all these dice I have. 14. 20. 22.
22. As the arrow sinks into him, you see him struggling against both the
That's true. That's a good point, Angus. Although, yeah, you don't have disadvantage, but you would be neutral because, you know, normally it's like 5 feet away, like ranged weapon attacks have disadvantage, but because you're within 5 feet, yeah, you would go back to neutral, which is nice. It is nice. And if you're I think it's crossbow expert, crossbow experts remove the disadvantage from being within 5 feet. So now you're just in the money if you're using a crossbow. You don't get advantage unless you have crossbow expert, but yeah, regular roll. Yep, we are on the same wavelength, Angus.
snake form and the big beast
Rules lawyer hat off.
as it struggles and throws about. The grappling hook tightens on its form.
Oh!
Yes!
Sleep!
Sleep! How did you do it?
She's sleeping.
You had another one?
Yeah, I have 3. Just one more.
Now she has one.
Now I have 1.
Okay, he's asleep.
Don't touch him. Okay.
I'm gonna do whisper.
What?
Okay.
Rock him, Keyleth. Rock
No,
him.
don't wake him up. Don't
So for the moment, combat is paused. You guys do what you need to, but be aware that every period of time he's gonna be making saving throws.
Okay, we have a mind flayer. Can the thing...
Oh, Clarota, can you dominate?
Yeah, Clarota is a mind flayer. Doesn't he? This is bag.
I can. Short period of time, or I could just take its mind.
Okay, yeah.
You mean like for a snack, though, we were saying?
I would then have its memories and knowledge at my
You
disposal.
can't control its body.
We need more of his brutish, tankish strength.
Wait, short time means what?
Until it resists.
Oh, this is fascinating. I love what Matt's doing here because he's offering two options, right? One is what they were planning on, and one is an alternative that is actually safer, much, much less risky. But it also gets into territory of like, that's a sentient creature that like Grog was trying to talk to. And are we going to have our pet mind flayer suck its mind for its memories and knowledge? And so this is an interesting, like, moral and philosophical question. And we are asking it when they are under time pressure. Ooh. Good. I've said it in the past. I think that Matt has one of the best senses of dramatic timing out of any DM I've ever met or seen. I haven't met Matt Mercer. Out of any DM I've ever seen. And that is like perfect timing to bring up this moral quandary. And you can see some people are like, okay, yeah. And some people are like, no. Really good. Really, really good.
That's no good.
That's very temporary.
Could you perhaps put him to sleep for the evening?
Or can we figure out a way to restrain him?
We need to rest.
Can we just write it down while we're talking? Because here's the thing. I have an ability where I can use Gaius and cast Gaius on him, and I basically give him a command, and he'll essentially become our
And it lasts for 30 days.
He'll be our big beefy minion for 30 days. And if he resists it, he takes psychic damage.
But yeah, we have manacles and we have chains.
Put him in the bag of holding.
Let's freaking tie him down
We
at
also
least.
have
Can we
assault
tie him up right
Oh,
now?
yeah, we will secure him, but Clarota, could you prolong the sleep spell for 8 hours so we can rest and you can
For 8 hours, no. Nothing in my repertoire lasts that long, which is why I say let me take his mind.
No.
Wait,
Okay.
Clarota. It's a big old feast. I know. I know. It's a lot of food.
No. I will note he does not Sleep does not have any manner fucking rules lawyer hat back on. Although I don't even know if this is really rules lawyer because I had to look it up. Sleep doesn't actually have any saves related to it beyond, I mean, actually no saves related to it. It just knocks them unconscious and they are unconscious for that 1 minute. So something to keep in mind. I mean, something like a sorcerer could theoretically like extended spell this. But there are very, very few ways to extend it. And a minute is not that long. So they gotta wrap it up.
I think we just kill him.
Wait, you had a snack.
Oh,
like,
I handed him some jerky. It's
not that long.
I ran to a crowded hallway to grab a fallen comrade. Most of the way to him, I ran out of movement, and there were multiple archers on high. I hit the deck to give them disadvantage. DM says nope. They have a good view of you. I don't want to criticize DMs where I cannot see it happening, you know? There's multiple sides to every story. And as I've said on Critical Role, if people want to homebrew rules, they are fully within their right. But they should very much acknowledge that that's a homebrew rule. That is not how that works. Hitting the deck to give ranged attackers disadvantage on you is a tried and true method that has been confirmed several times by Sage Advice. And that is all I will say about that. I think from what I can know, from what I can understand, from this one-sided view I have, sounds like you were in the right. It's a wacky one. Top-down view of a prone target should be easy to hit, but it is wild. Yeah, I mean, there's only so far mechanics can take you. And I understand the DM desire to emulate reality. I understand the DM desire to look at that and say, come on, like, you would be fine, like, they would be able to hit you. But if you start doing that as a DM, if you start looking at changing rules to benefit, to not benefit the players, it starts to become a bad balance, because then players in their mind should be able to change rules when it fits reality, when it benefits them. Now, like I said, I'm down to talk about homebrew rules. If you want to make a homebrew rule for certain situations, that's fine. However, it opens up a real Pandora's box, especially if you're doing it in the moment. A lot of times, as a DM, if I want to run something homebrew-esque, I will go with raw in the moment. I'll go with rules as written. And then after the session, I'll say, hey guys, for that one, it seemed like, if that sort of situation pops up in the future, maybe we should consider like this sort of homebrew rule track rather than raw, because like that felt kind of weird. And if it felt weird to them, most of the time they'll agree. But if it didn't feel weird to them, they'll say, nah, DM, go suck it. And I'll generally agree with them. So, yeah.
Delicious.
What about Clarota? What about the thing he was carrying? Can you eat that? That thing's great.
Just venting. I get it. I definitely get it, Richard.
Figure out how we're going to control it.
Who's writing the chorus?
Okay, let's manacle it. Let's at least try to hold it. Can we try to
chain it up?
Chain it up.
Can you make the manacles big? Can you engorge?
The creature begins to flutter its eyes for a second. Clarota immediately looks down and puts his hand out and releases a force of arcane sparkles that cover its body, and it falls back asleep.
You had a fucking jar, Richard.
No, they're not. They're inorganic. I can't.
Can we just use chain and try and because you can't break chain as much, right?
Engorgo?
I have.
Can I? We chain him up.
Poison.
I'm chaining him up.
Yeah.
We're chaining him up.
We're chaining him up.
You can do poison.
I will also note one of the things that I'm really excited for, or one of the 1D&D features that was in a pretty early drop that I really, really liked, where they were releasing some new feats, is they redid Tavern Brawler. And I didn't love most of the... well, actually, they didn't redo Tavern Brawler. They made a feat called Grappler that was basically... It was like stripped down Tavern Brawler, but it added the option for the Grappler. Once they had the target grappled, they could make another check to incapacitate the creature and themselves, which I thought was actually a very cool addition. And honestly, I might just like add that as like a potential option for all characters. It's like if you have a creature grappled, you can make another athletics check versus its athletics or acrobatics, and if you succeed, both of you are incapacitated. I think that that's really nice. I think that there's a good sense of the fiction of what's going on, because like a grapple is like, oh, like you're hanging on to them, like they can't move, but it's still kind of, not super clear of like who's coming out on top. And then if you like fully incapacitate them, like hands behind your back, criminal scum, you're basically incapacitated too. You're having to probably use like both of your hands, all of your faculties, like keeping them restrained. Or actually maybe it was restrained, not incapacitated. I actually think it was restrained. Still, everything else I said, just sub in restrained. I really liked that. And I think it would be really great for this sort of situation where you basically free because they're asleep. You grapple and then restrain them with a player like Grog, just in case they wake up. Which is feels very much like something that they would actually do in this situation. So yeah, I like that as a potential homebrew rule.
That's a knockout drug, isn't it?
You don't know much about drought poison.
I just
Actually, go ahead and make a nature roll.
Percy and I chain him up. We use the chains that we have.
20.
20? You know that drought poison, for the most part, would not facilitate keeping something alive.
Right. He just poison guys. While everybody's discussing, Vax is going to walk down to the center of the pit to take a peek at that hole.
Okay. You go ahead and glance over the top. It drops down for about 20 feet, and what looks to be a series of long, rusted-over metallic spikes. Whatever this pit was previously used for was almost like a gladiatorial experience. You can see what looks like some clusters of old, ancient bones at the bottom, mostly seen disused for hundreds of years.
We should drag him over there just in case he wakes up. Kick him out.
It's fine. If we get something, we kill him.
So what are you guys doing?
You don't have the spell, right?
Can I take time if we grapple him and I take a rest and essentially almost take a 20 to cast Gaius on him?
How long does Gaius take to cast?
It's a minute to cast.
Generally takes a minute.
Okay.
Can I do that?
You can certainly try it. We'll see how long you guys keep him restrained.
We have chained him.
We have chained him.
Right.
With our puny chains.
As we're getting chains around him,
around.
he maintains his slumber.
Okay.
You guys continue to bring the chains around. It's a big body, and there's a lot to get around. How much chain do you guys have total, by the way, lengthwise?
It's 150 feet.
We also have our never-ending rope, don't we?
I know, we do have some more never-ending rope, and we can keep using that. A lot of it.
Never-ending rope doesn't grow on trees, though.
You get the chain, full length of chain around his torso area. You start getting around his legs. You start pulling the rope around. He begins to wake up once again and begins to thrash about.
No.
He
I keep my
rolls a 2 to break against the chain. He's currently still grappled. Clarota releases another sleep spell.
Should we put a fancy robe over his nasty eye so he can't like?
Yeah, let's do
Sure.
it.
Yeah, why
We
not?
have 8 fancy robes. I take one of them and I put it over his nasty pirate eye.
Okay. You take one of your
Love it.
8 fancy robes. You got to kick it in the back of holding.
We're in the
Tell
closet
so
and nobody
much.
wanted them, but now they're coming to use. So suck it.
You sleep, hold on.
It is probably the nicest thing this creature has ever worn. Keep that in mind.
No, they were in that with the little.
You finish restraining him with the chains. Who's doing what?
I would like to
She's just casting,
Does
right?
anybody have
I'm gonna inspire her.
Nobody wanted the fancy robes. All right. We just hit an hour. As you all know, I try to take a few breaks here and there, and this one, especially with how long it is, will not be an exception. I'm going to run really quick to the bathroom, get some water, hydrate or dihydrate, my friends, and I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. A Crusader King's break? I just get back and I see something suspicious in chat. Richard, why would you be talking about Crusader Kings? That seems like something that you would be talking about if Nico snuck in here. Interesting. What's up, John? Good to see you live. Good to see you live. All right. Well, regardless of what that sneaky little devil might have done, let's get back into it.
Somehow.
I'm going to encourage success.
I'm going to inspire her with a song.
I'm going to see if I see anything more than just spikes down the hole.
Perception check.
Keyleth. Oh, never mind. Can anybody make it look like there's a big feast in front of him?
Yeah.
You do see what looks to be some sort of mild glimmer of metal that amongst all the rest
What
of
if
the
when he
weapons
wakes
and
up
armor
it
that have
looks
been
like
stored down
we
there,
have
one
food
seems to have
for him and we
resisted
can give it to him if he
the age.
begs.
Okay.
That
I
is saved.
can
Set
do something even more tempting.
tie it to something on the edge.
There is nothing to find
Yes,
purpose here.
So I'm going to go...
Let's do it.
While they're chaining him up and everything, I'd like to walk up and put my great axe just under his chin. Just
Okay.
as a reminder.
Keyleth, you're casting?
I'm going for it.
All right, so we'll
He
say...
has to succeed on a wisdom saving throw against
Well, we'll get there yet. It takes you a full minute to cast it.
Oh, yeah.
Every round he gets to resist.
Oh, yeah, I heard that it crashed. That was so sad. I have some ideas for how we could prevent the crash in the future, some technical solutions, but very, very sad in retrospect.
Percy, could you give me a hand over here? Sure, all right. What are you doing? There's something down in this hole. You think you could hold on to this?
Yeah, no, I've got it. Classic line.
Not that I will be doing another 72-hour live stream soon, mind you. It's just if I did.
Actually, no, let's put some so this spell, he is asleep for the duration.
Oh.
You finish your Gaia spell.
Also, if you guys want to watch through any parts of that, whatever, I will be... So YouTube didn't automatically archive it and post it. I didn't realize that it wouldn't. Apparently, if the video is over 12 hours long, it doesn't. But I locally recorded all of it, so that will be going up on the main channel sometime this week. It's just raw posting all 72 hours, but I will be adding chapter markers, which should be nice for actually watching through, because it'll have chapter markers where, where I'm sleeping and shit. So that should be up soon if you want to watch any of it, or if any of you are interested.
They all work on me.
Alrighty.
So... There's nothing in this. I keep drinking out of it. There's nothing in it.
Bro, there's a diamond that went
Oh, did he, SSH? I wasn't that into, I'm not a big Elden Ring guy, so I actually didn't, I'm not like a huge FromSoft guy. So I actually didn't end up watching that or the video that he made on it. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. I wonder if he got it back, because when I was doing research, it said like, oh, if you have a YouTube contact, like they might be able to finagle it, but obviously I don't. Interesting. That is actually one of the big reasons I don't plan on like really trying to approach this channel from the direction of making money for a while. But I am really, really, trying and wanting to get monetized, just because if you are monetized, then you can actually get like direct support. So if anything actually ever went wrong, I would have someone to reach out to. It's not like a real partner contact. I think it just like lets you like submit a ticket to a different queue. But it's at least something. So that is something that's kind of in the back of my head.
All right. So
he was able to get in contact with YouTube, and they were able to recover it. Interesting. Well, when you have the personal email of the CEO, it helps a bit. That's true. He did have old Sue's dog on the podcast, so I can imagine that helps a tad. Yeah.
right. Yes. So it has to
when they have paid you millions of dollars to to come over that incentivizes them to help you out a little bit.
Make a wisdom saving throw. Sorry, what is the DC?
Like old man with
Yeah,
his
stop
spell
posting
DC.
for just a second.
Come on,
Spell casting DC.
Old man
Against-
withers.
It's wisdom. Oh, against my spell save?
Yes.
What's your DC?
18.
18. All right. As the sleep spell wears off, his eyes begin to flicker, and you see like the strength flexing in his muscle form. As you hold the axe there, there's one slashed, but kind of not bleeding at this moment eye. It seems that a lot of the fancy robe has absorbed whatever was oozing from it.
Very absorbent, fancy robe.
It glances down at you,
The fancy robe.
and just in this horrible guttural series of phrases and consonants.
What's he saying?
Anyone speak Undercommon?
I do.
Oh, it's not giant.
Okay. The two of you.
Speak 2 languages.
You do.
Speak Undercommon?
No, but not, no.
He says essentially,
What have you done? What do you need?
Oh, I speak back to him.
Very eloquent.
And say, Kavarn. For him or against him?
Good, no, good, yeah.
It's like a political
its
rally.
eye slowly tweaks over back towards Keyleth and
She's the
says,
one.
What do you ask of me?
Oh, got it.
Follow our orders. Help us fight Kavarn. Vex, how do you say follow our orders in Underdark?
Oh, it's
Is that, the accent is on the.
I'm like,
Yeah, you got it. This,
Was
you
it?
got
back and forth.
yes, very good.
The giant takes a moment and his head nods slowly, like,
Is it like a French person?
kind of, yeah, like, okay. Manages to get the gist across.
I don't know what you're saying.
You're butchering my language. Oh, that was Italian.
Oh, I understand.
How do I say kill? How do I say kill?
Oh, no.
I look at him and I go, Kavarn.
That accent was terrible.
Shut up, Percy. I'm not from here, clearly.
Everyone knows that now.
All right.
Kavarn.
It looks down at the chains and kind of looks expectantly at you.
Okay.
Oh,
Take the chains off.
should we take the chains off?
I believe we should take the chains off.
Make him agree first.
He seems to be in agreement,
All right.
best you can tell.
You roll. You
I
roll
start-
with us.
I start
You-
taking the
you
chains
are
off.
posse now.
Very carefully taking the chains off.
You take the chains off, and as each hand is free, kind of like shakes it free. All of you can jump back for a second, and places it on the ground, stands up to his full height around you. I assume that you're no longer a Naga as you cast the spell. Eventually, he gets to his full height and stands there looking down at all of you, kind of glancing around, grabs the large, hardened piece of wood and stone that he's kind of fashioned this club out of, and just kind of glances and says to you, translate for her.
Where?
Where?
Man, a few words.
He wants to know where.
I saunter up. Hello.
Oh.
Christ.
I'm really impressed. As you are friend
Sirius,
now.
do you speak Underdark?
I don't think he can understand you. I'm having a. It's just
Undercommon. But that's what I meant,
translation
Undercommon.
barrier
Oh,
going
wonderful.
on.
Tell him to follow our orders. Yeah, that's all he needs to know.
I
for
already
now.
told him that.
Oh, good.
He's in our posse.
Whatever you ask. Where?
He's asking where. We should tell him.
So,
But tell him to stay for now.
Well, you here for now.
She's gonna translate.
You.
Okay. That's normally something where I'd be like, ugh, Orion. I think that might have actually been purposeful low whiz acting. It's hard. I've talked about this where it's like when someone has like a pattern of behavior and it makes you doubt when they might actually be, doing something all right. I think he's fine for now. I'm debating on whether or not to tick the counter. He's fine. He escapes.
We roll together.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Go ahead, translate that.
Rex, you got that? Could you translate that?
I didn't even understand.
Is Marisha being racist right now? Okay, I know that's a joke. This gets me off onto a whole tangent that I find it very difficult to I think it is very, very, very difficult to tell any sort of stories related. Like a lot of times you'll see like don't judge a book by its cover. sort of stories in fantasy, and I always find those really, really hard to invest in. Because a lot of times it's like, oh man, this goblin actually was nice, and maybe you shouldn't have been so cruel. And it's like, man, the goblins that I saw a month ago were barbecuing people on a spit. So maybe this analogy doesn't quite work. I don't know. I'm always I am much more lenient towards those sorts of player actions, and at the same time, I am much more critical when DMs try to teach those sorts of lessons in TTRPGs. I find them very unconvincing most of the time.
Did you want to tell him what she said?
trying to say,
Yeah.
we rolled deep.
I speak Keyleth. She's saying that he should wait here until our instructions to attack.
Okay.
In regards to what she's actually saying, staying, not touching that with the 10-foot pole. I don't know.
Slings the club onto his shoulder with a hefty. You all feel the actual impact on his body, even just the nearby presence of the air around him being pushed. Looks at you for a second. Looks back to Keyleth and gives a solid nod and just kind of stands there.
Sweet.
Cool.
I take that as a good nod.
Will this
Yeah, Deborah, I think that's like totally fine. You know, it's I think having it as a like a funny or a surprising thing is totally fine. One of the first campaigns I was ever in, and also along with that, one of the first campaigns that I ever watched, not an actual play, but like in person watched, there were several, like, oh man, like you thought that this orc was kill on sight because orcs are cannibals, or like you were really afraid of the elves because you thought that their like magic is dangerous, but like through this narrative and through this story we've shown that racism is bad. And it's like, okay, I on board. Racism is bad. Terrible. Hate it. I don't know that using an elf is the best way to analog real-world racism, because elves don't sleep. And they, like, if you and an elf are naked, you're a human, they're an elf, you're naked, you're locked in a room together, the elf's gonna win that fight because they know Firebolt. Just as, like, part of who they are. So, I find them almost, not that they, God, this sounds bad, not that they justify real-world racism, but that they just fall so short of how terrible real-world racism actually is, right? Like, trying to compare them, or, like, trying to, like, draw a line between them just always falls short for me, because it's like, maybe people should be afraid of elves. They're kind of scary. Maybe people should be afraid of Drow. I don't know. We all know some dwarves are tall and lithe and hate mining. We all know. Yeah, apples and oranges. Yeah, like, I think it's fine to throw it in as, like, a joke, or to throw it in as even, like, an interest point of, like, you roll up to a settlement and they've got an orc wizard. You know, it's totally fine for surprise and narrative intrigue, but I really dislike it when it is the point of the narrative. Like, it's like the message. Really not into that.
Just keep up while you're sleeping?
It keeps up for 30 days.
30 days.
So we're set.
We're fine.
Awesome.
Oh, Leaf Lover specials. They do. They don't drink rock gut with the rest of us. I don't know any of the names of the other drinks, but I do love me some Deep Rock.
I walk up to the giant.
Rock and Stone, my man.
I take out my jerky again.
Pull the reins.
Can we
Don't
heal
spank the
him?
giant.
There you go.
If we heal him, will it cancel it?
Megsalia,
Really don't spank the giant.
What?
ask him what his name is.
His
Hey.
hand reaches down and completely envelops your fist.
Yeah, that whole dance, I don't know about Marisha. this seat is yeah, rock and stone. Yeah, you know, it's people joking around, and I'm not too harsh on what people do at their tables if everyone is comfortable. But they are on a show, and that maybe approaching the line a tad bit. If you don't drink blackout stout, you ate a real dwarf. Hell yeah.
Pulls away. Jerky has gone from your hand, and you feel probably a few scales went with it.
I grunt at him and ask what his name is. Vexalia.
Do we all have to say it that way? Vexalia?
Just glares at you.
Oh, come on.
I'm gonna tell him he's handsome. Pulp, pulp.
The big eye squints in confusion at the tiny thing and just keeps licking the remnants of beef jerky off its fingers that it just robbed Tiberius of.
Yeah, John, which is why I'm not talking about it too much, because this super white streamer is going to teach us about racism -s. Yeah, I'm gonna move away from, just we'll brush past it. Yeah.
Nice the jerky.
Well,
I thought I'd try.
Let's
What
take
should
a
we
nap.
call him?
I think we should name him.
We should ask his name and be polite.
We did.
We
didn't give
should
it.
name him Tiny.
Tiny.
Okay, that's a fucking Orion annoyance counter. Motherfucker, pay attention. Earlier, when Tiberius might not have been paying attention, I was gonna let it slide. That was not purposeful. Fuck you, you get a counter.
Vax are getting something out of there.
All right, so the two of you guys move towards the pit. You're what? You are.
I'm lowering him down on a rope.
Okay. You hold on, you get down. It's the spikes now up close you can see are about 5.5 feet in length at the base, about that wide, and pretty nasty, jagged, covered in whatever rust, soot, ash, and finds its way in there. It's nasty times. It's gonna be a little careful to get in there without hurting yourself. Go ahead and make a dexterity, just a straight dexterity check.
That's a 25.
25. You manage to, Mission Impossible style, swing underneath, grab the rope, manage to keep yourself at a lithe side angle where you reach between two of the jagged spikes, reach out and grab this metal pole that was kind of shining, pull it out, and it's a intricate gold and bronze javelin.
Oh, you found booty?
Pull me up. Well, I can't use this.
What is it?
It's a javelin. It's beautiful.
Beautiful things should go to Pike, I think.
Oh, Scanlan, but she has really good aim.
She doesn't really throw sharp, pointy things.
Oh.
This would be
I'd
good for
probably
you,
throw
big
it in
guy.
the middle.
I just feel that the gold of the javelin would match the gold of your
check.
pocket.
Oh,
23.
23? Okay. Just enough. Yeah.
All right, that's actually slightly cute flirting.
This is, of course, the javelin.
I've been
of lightning.
critical of Scanlan,
This
but
javelin is
that
lightning,
was all
When
right.
you hurl it and speak its command word, it transforms into a bolt of lightning.
Sounds a little reedy.
Yeah, yes. You know what? I'm not on the clock. You read.
Bolt of lightning, 5 feet wide. Basically, it's just lightning, but in a javelin.
Yeah.
Pass on Grog.
I spin it, rotate it in my hand, handle towards Grog.
I have something that's magic.
All right, so you guys now stand on the outskirts of Vril, or a little ways from Vril and the fungal forests. In the distance, you can barely see the dull greenish glow of what encompasses the top of the temple. What is your plan of action as you've now found a Fomorian to your will?
I feel like we should hop down into the pit.
Of spikes?
And rest.
No, not in that pit, in the big pit, and rest, and that way we're blocked
Just
from view.
before we rest.
What are we calling him?
Tiny.
Tiny.
He's a Fomorian.
Just before we rest, does anyone have knowledge of his
Frodo.
race and his species?
I will also note exactly what she said right there of like, hey, let's go down into the pit so that we're hidden from view. Fantastic short rest justification. I've talked before about like, needing justification for short / long resting when you are in certain places. But in this case, no one knows that they're there. They just kind of need to passively hide from the wildlife. And them saying, hey, let's get into the pit to passively hide from the wildlife a little bit better. You're good to short rest. All good, mate. As opposed to if you're in a house as opposed to if like there were people in the village nearby searching for you and you say, let's get into the pit and then short rest. I mean, you can, but it's gonna get interrupted. You know what I'm saying?
Any of his weaknesses or strengths? And can I do a
I'll do history
check?
No, this would be more of a.
Yeah, that's a 1.
History check. Kind of check.
This would be a. This would be just a nature check.
What? Are we
Nature check.
checking?
Just to see what are his strengths and weaknesses. What about his race?
Nature check.
Oh, the Fomorians. Well, the Fomorians.
Fomorian.
Fomorians.
Fomorian.
Fomorian.
Accent is just
FOMO.
What'd you roll?
An 18 plus 10, so 28.
All right. And between you and your understanding of the Underdark as well, you managed to suss out Fomorian is a long-cursed species of giant that lives in the Underdark specifically. That's why its form is so malformed and physically messed up. They are inherently very evil, very selfish creatures, and the fact that you even have it in your presence says well of your magic, but also means it's probably very, very, very minimal in its control or ability to really help you, unless it absolutely has to.
The giant guy?
So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it sort of has to.
Right?
It
Doesn't have to do it with all its
starts
heart.
to fry his brain if he doesn't.
Sometimes things might want to take damage depending on what you tell it to do.
Right. It depends on what we say.
Well, can we ask
So
him?
you're riding a very fine line keeping this thing not thrashing and smashing your head right now.
Can we ask him? I mean, if Kavarn is annoying to him, or if he likes him.
You ask him an Underdark?
Yeah.
Or an Undercommon?
Yeah.
The best you can get out of his response is the equivalent of,
I don't really know or care. I hunt. I find things that wander too far from the city, and occasionally squash a dwarf or two.
Do we know what sorts of things he either hates or likes?
We've got a distraction.
Oh, yeah.
Like, forget the fight. We can just send him off into the city, and that should be enough for us to sneak in.
Good too.
Yeah, that's true.
I am not setting foot in that temple.
It's true.
No. We'll come up with an idea, but I mean, at least he's something.
And who?
Is it safe to sleep next to him, or is he going to attack us when we sleep?
No.
I mean, you can directly order it not to, but also just take a watch. Just take watches. You have 8 people plus Clarota. Take watches.
Might be able to box him up, or maybe we should chain him up while we sleep or something. I don't know. I mean, he should be okay.
No, we can take the watch like we normally do.
Yeah,
kind of looking at him. I'm not sleeping next to it.
I'll sleep near you.
Oh my god! I forgot that they also have Kima. They have 10 people. They have more people than if they all took 1 hour of watch. They could have 2 people on 2 hours of watch and still have left over. Come on, guys.
Her eyes for a moment seem to dart to your shoulder where you had previously shown her your awkward purple third nipple. I'm fine, Scanlan, but I appreciate the offer.
Suit yourself. That's just a sentence you don't hear very often.
Yes.
But you said he's a cursed giant?
Meaning not him individually, his actual species long ago is a line of giant that was cursed by the Fae. To be this horrible form.
Well, let's rest.
Yeah.
In shifts.
Maybe we can chain him up to something while we sleep.
As long as someone's watching,
You
it
don't
should be
want to
fine.
seem aggressive towards him.
Yeah.
Oh, fine.
He's fine for 30 days.
Who's taking the first watch? All right.
I'll take the first
I
one.
gotta heal up.
I'll
Well,
step
hang
up
on. What
first.
are we doing from here? 'Cause I
Well,
could take it.
That's a good question. We're not going to mount our full attack,
Are we?
Why not?
No, we're not.
Why not?
Dude, you know what's hilarious? Pike was out here being like, wait a second, he's cursed? Did you say he was cursed? And you can remove the Gaius with remove curse. So if she had cast remove curse on him, it would have totally removed the Gaius and he would have started attacking them.
I am telling you right now, I am not setting foot in that thing's lair.
Okay, tell us why.
Until when?
Until we figure out a damn way to get it out of that lair.
You want it out of the
You want to
Absolutely.
We're not going to be able to do that.
Percy, I'm saying this right. I'm saying this right now. I am not stepping foot in that lair.
That's fine. We're not going to be able to get him out, I don't think.
Wait, which layer?
I think we can, actually.
Well,
My idea is this.
Okay, yes, please tell us.
With the new addition of our giant friend, we do have a great advantage as we can make definitely.
Okay, before he really gets into this, also, what's going on with my camera? Did it get blurry? Or are my eyes bad? It looks like it got blurry. It shouldn't be able to get blurry. I have its focus locked. Why did it do that? I gotta finish painting my Fomorians sometime. Fomorians are cool, man. And so it starts. Yeah. For new people here, I say this occasionally whenever there's new folks. I do not know the full extent of Orion. But clearly you can tell by the fact that the counter exists that I'm starting to understand it. But I am forming my opinion as I go. Everyone have tons of fun biting your tongues in the inside of your cheeks and cringing with your foreknowledge. And we'll see.
Make the distraction, as you said. I propose Keyleth and another stealth member somehow see a way if there is some kind of ventilation that leads into the major butthole's chamber. And
the temple that you won't set foot in.
Yes.
You want somebody else to go into.
Absolutely.
All right.
And when finding this, craft some type of piping system where we could smoke him out. If he has to breathe, which I believe aberrations need to breathe and eat.
Do I know that? Do aberrations need to breathe?
Best that you understand, not a lot of...
See you later, Richard. We'll see you in the VOD, maybe. Or just next time. Talk to you later.
Study has gone into the breathing apparatuses of certain aberrations, and the few that have been close enough to Beholder haven't really tested that theory.
All right.
If we smoke him out and he cannot breathe, he must leave the facility. And if we go in there, we will be at an extreme disadvantage in many ways than we realize.
How are we going to smoke him out?
I just proposed the idea. I don't know, but that's what we all need to figure out.
Okay, I've also got an idea. I mean, what about that whole plan to break apart the apparatus that was holding the Elder Brain together?
That's my thought.
I think we need to go over the top. Once a distraction is in the city, blah, blah, blah. Go over the top.
Blah, blah,
acid
blah.
that metal, break it
Or
apart.
giant that metal.
Giant the metal. I think it'd be hard to get the giant up to the top of the temple. But
we can send the
this is a
giant beating on
brainstorm
the
session.
front
Everything's
temple
positive.
doors.
Yeah.
Well, not everything.
Acid, whatever, break it apart, release the illithids from his control, and then we'll have them on our side. At least not our side, but against
That's what
him.
I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
So they're all prisoners, right?
All of the illithid in the city are his prisoners. He's controlling everyone.
Oh, so I'm sorry, I was misled earlier. So this is the good part of the plan. We do exactly what you're saying first.
Oh, so, okay. That's
Afterwards,
good. I like your
Clarota
plan
here-
so far.
Clarota here will rally the illithid to fight for us. That's when we smoke out the Beholder.
Except, of course, that by doing that, we've destroyed the roof of the chamber, so there'll actually just be nothing but ventilation.
Yes.
We
No,
do
no,
it-
it was already open,
We do
remember?
it a different
Yes.
way. We don't go near him.
Is
Do
it
it
over?
a
Do you know
different
that it's
way.
enclosed?
I can get the
No,
giant
it was
inside.
open.
So
I can get the giant inside the temple.
has the brass
Ooh,
crossbar.
I like that.
And what appear to
The
be...
giant inside the
Door,
temple.
if
You know what though?
It's
The
gonna
beholder will just take control of the giant.
Bring with
Glass.
me.
He'll just take
Turn
control
back
of the
into a
giant.
giant.
Or some sort of glass.
Sort of translucent
What if he just
material
takes
that fills in
control?
the parts that aren't the brass
We've given
crossbar.
him
That we're talking about
Okay,
destroying.
The room
Right.
that he's in is sealed up.
I think we should keep the
Appears
giant
to
as a
be.
distraction.
I also have an idea.
Yes, go on.
Ice cream and peanut butter mixed on a cold stone.
That'll never work.
Oh
It'll
my
never
God.
work.
Think about it.
You're insane.
Thinking about it.
He was too forward thinking. He was too progressive. He was ahead of his time.
For days.
How would you get this?
Fucking Travis just breaking the tension. The GOAT, the legend. We just can't, it can't be done. It's just, Travis is just the best. Oh, we'll be able to speak freely after C1E30, after the announcements, so hold our tongues. Yeah. Episode 30, we're getting there. We're a third of the way.
Stone cold enough. You would need all sorts of sides to add to it to fold into it. It's a terrible idea.
I told you I don't like thinking.
And then, also, another idea. What if you used your pillars, right, against the beholder and kind of trapped him in? Can you do that?
I am not going anywhere near that.
All right.
All right, all right. What if you're outside the temple and you cast pillars and then we go in? And you stand outside, Tiberius.
I suppose that could work, possibly.
Don't
What
know
if
what
you're on
makes you
top?
think.
Can you
This has
cast
to be line
pillars
of
from the
sight,
roof?
right?
To where you want the pillar to come out of, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
It definitely doesn't have, like, infinite range. It must have some sort of range. Very, very few spells have unlimited range, just line of sight required. Look, I think it's okay for players to say my character absolutely positively would not do this. However, if you are putting up this extreme of a fight, there has to be kind of a few things going on. It has to be related to a flaw, right? Because this is not just like fighting for a plan. This is saying, I will never go anywhere near that temple. You cannot convince me. And there are kind of two core flaws that this could manifest from. Are we at 1.25 speed? Yes. Yeah, we're at increased speed. One of the flaws that this could manifest from is a control freak flaw, which Tiberius has not displayed up until this point. He's actually like pretty fucking loosey-goosey, go with the flow most of the time. So that wouldn't really track. If he was like a kind of a coward, like that's a very reasonable flaw. And he's seen how powerful Kavarn is. If he was a coward, he could say, yeah, I'm not going anywhere near that temple. But also when you're describing it, you should be like, I'm not going anywhere near Kavarn. Right? So the temple, not going in the temple specifically, is like a really weird fixation. And again, the actual actions that are being taken aren't that bad. But when we talk about character work and like creating drama, creating conflict within the party, those have to be rooted in reasonable flaws that the other players, well, the other characters really, can contest you on. So like if this is rooted in his flaw of cowardice, they need to be able to contest him on that flaw. And I'll give a great example of where the players of Critical Role did this perfectly, is when Keyleth wanted to bring Kima back up to the surface, and she was being really insistent. She was kind of acting like Tiberius is right now. However, they knew that it was rooted in a character flaw of Keyleth's, not a flaw of Marisha's. And you saw them engage with her on that. They did insight rolls. Vax gave a whole speech about, like, needing to protect everyone and their family and they're in this together, blah, 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 blah. That's good character work. That is presenting flaws, and that is other characters challenging and engaging with you on those flaws. It's not what's going on with Orion. At least, as far as I can tell. I do not see any core flaw here. I have seen defense of Tiberius in that he's a low whiz character. That's not what this is. That's why earlier, when I paused and I was like, you're on thin ice, Orion, when Tiberius just like kind of wasn't paying attention and it seemed like it might have been on purpose, that's low whiz. This is flaw work. But it's not rooted in any real character flaw. At least that I can see. And I know that everyone is just biting their cheeks and biting their tongues until they bleed, so I will move on, because I know that we can't have a real discussion about this. But that is, I'm more just updating you on the progression of my opinion regarding Tiberius as a character and the way that Orion plays him.
So actually, that could be less work. I could do it from afar, maybe on the carpet.
That gives us something to hide behind, right? At least with his eyeballs.
We still have to go through this fungal forest, right?
Yes.
How far is the forest before the city?
Alright, so to bring the map on top here, where you guys currently reside,
maps.
Which is this portion here, you imagine, based on the distance you traveled, you have about a mile or so before you get to the city.
A mile.
Maybe a little over a mile.
Man, I wish we had some cold stone right now.
Actually, about a mile and a half before you get to the city, which is about 2 miles from the...
Does that sound amazing?
Need to find a frost giant.
We can leave this fucker here, go make some peanut butter and ice cream. Everybody's happy.
The plan is growing on me.
Well, should we nap?
Let's take a rest.
My current is super high.
What are we gonna do? We're just gonna go in without a second plan? What are you gonna do? How's
Tomorrow we can stealth in and get some intel.
Yes, let's do that. Let's
Actually,
send stealth.
has already been attempted to be healed this day.
That's right.
Oh, we can do it in the morning.
Yeah, it's like once a
we
day.
need you to stealth in and get some awesome recon.
Oh, yeah.
But that means you'll be at risk.
We're going to need to destroy the mechanism.
But why do we
A
need
suicide mission?
Yeah.
He was born for that.
That's where you
big
say
one.
danger is your third
The
middle
big one
name.
is releasing the Elder Brain. We need to do that before
Yeah, we
in the
don't.
same room.
Okay, here's my thing. Why do we need to do reconnaissance? We
mechanism-
already
the
know
crystal-
what
We've
we
already
need
done
to do.
We don't need
reconnaissance.
reconnaissance.
Well, we saw through Keyleth's scrying.
Right.
Somewhat.
So we know what's going on.
Somewhat.
We know that there's a mechanism inside that room. We know that that's probably what's keeping the brain.
We should just go knock on the door.
What we need to do.
Hello?
Not necessarily.
We need to get up kind of
We
close.
should do some recon. There might be
We've done
beings or
recon.
creatures around there that we can distract, use to our
I
advantage.
feel like we should
something.
get up close, release the giant,
done
fly
this.
up over, do our shit, and then take
All right,
it.
but we don't know how we're gonna break that thing.
Acid.
We don't have acid.
We have acid.
How much?
I bring out the yellow vial.
And we've got a bunch of acid in Grog's
Do you have that yellow
bag.
vial?
We have 4 acid
This is the
vials
thing that's
plus
going to
that.
hurt it the most.
We don't know. That could make it stronger.
Well, I mean, I could do some like heat metal and
Could
heat
you
in
turn
it
this
and-
into
I
an
feel like
arrow?
we should save that acid for the beholder.
Remember, the argument was also that it'll be magic.
Okay, there's slight analysis paralysis going on. However, I will point out as a positive that they don't know what the yellow vial does. All of them are assuming it's very, very strong acid, which I think is what they should assume, because that's basically what Matt narrated it was. Like, that was very much the vibe that he was giving off when narrating the description of that bottle. But it does allow for interesting character work when Scanlan can even just offhandedly say, like, I don't know, it could make it stronger. Like, I'm not so sure about this, guys. It allows people to express flaws and fears when the players know that that's definitely fucking acid that's going to let them go through the thing. Or maybe not. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. There's a lot of good opportunities there specifically. It's... Yeah, it's the Fomorian piss. Yeah. How did they know? They're going to pull it out, and the Fomorian's like, what are you doing with that?
Treated to withstand gentle or simple acids.
I'm going to take it.
Well, the elder brain casing was.
I want
not
to
necessarily...
experiment on the liquid
grass cross.
Yeah, cross.
I want to do a couple things. I want to first take, using my little kit, I want to just beaker off a tiny bit of it and expose it to some organic matter to see how it reacts.
Okay.
And expose it
Oh,
to a little bit
good.
of
We
inorganic
can know what
matter
it
to see how it
fucking
reacts.
does. That's great.
So you take a bit of the kind of swirling yellow orangish viscous fluid out of. You place it against some organic matter, which you find somewhere in the vicinity, partially rotted chunks of flesh from the pile that the Fomorian was sleeping on. As you place it on, it blackens the flesh around it, and there is a sizzling sound.
Put it on deodorant. I'm steamed.
Interesting. Yes. Now I want to try it on some inorganic matter.
Which organic matter?
Do we have any metal?
I have a dagger that I never use.
I have a sword
I have
that's
some
just
rusty
sitting.
instruments.
Rusty instruments.
From
That's
the
good.
torture
You
room.
have a rusty trombone.
Sorry. 5 minutes in the penalty box.
I don't understand.
I use my minor illusion to create a.
It's not even that's not even an annoyance counter. That's just
I would like a couple
stupid.
things. I would like one of the rusty instruments, and I would like one of the diamonds, please.
Yeah, here.
No!
Yeah, you can have it. Here.
Oh, Percy, why?
So that we find out if it's going to be useful. If it's just acid, it won't do a thing to the diamond.
How about a sapphire?
That's
Or a
true, that's
sapphire,
good point.
fine.
Then my fine blue
diamonds are
sapphire
so
that's been in here for a year and a
Diamonds
half.
are
You
super
can have it.
strong.
Care for some cold
Sapphire's
stone.
pretty strong.
And some cold stone. I want to try it on some ice cream with peanut butter. I want to
saying.
mix the acid in.
I'm saying, let
Add
it
some
talk to you.
raspberries.
Let it talk to you.
I would like raisins.
So you're putting it on.
On one of the rusty instruments.
All right.
And on a sapphire.
What's a rusty trombone?
As you
Oh, Pike.
Really? Shutting it down.
Google will answer that at the break.
Shutting it down.
Chat room, please help out Ashley.
No.
So
Glad I
as-
can't
as
see
you
the
take
chat right
out
now.
of it, and you place it on the rusty instrument, which actually looks like
There,
some weird
chat.
little crowbar type implement. The rust immediately cleans off, and the metal underneath begins to slowly warp and bend, and then dissolve at the place where it fits. Good. Placing it on the sapphire, it kind of coats it, slips off, and begins to burn the ground around it with the sapphire.
Interesting. All right.
Good on metal.
Good on metal. Not so good necessarily. If
On
the
jewels,
if the
that's
glass
okay.
if the glass is glass, the glass will break. If the glass is something else,
Sapphire
we may have to burrow through it.
Sapphire's okay then? Is it clean? Does it have any of that?
It's coming back to me. Don't reach for it.
It's. I'm going to clean off the
Clean it
sapphire.
off. It looks like there are very, very minor pockmarks across the surface. But yeah.
We're good. We're
Whatever the
very,
metal?
very good.
I'll take the sapphire back.
I can possibly. I'll make sure I learn heat metal, and I can heat the edges like of the crossbeam.
Nice. Okay.
And then if we can maybe even. If we can have like Grog bring a,
I
something
know.
heavy.
I
that
think
just,
a
like,
big weight once
after
it's
we've
been acided.
A giant.
Jump on
weakened it.
Well, it's on the top of the temple. That's what I mean. If you can jump on it,
giant.
you'll be going down with it.
Weakness. We'll just heat it.
We all got it.
I'll love an idea.
I'm not convinced.
We've had a lot of success flying around, right? What if, and I don't know who does what, but what if one small group flew in with Tiny in the form of a mouse?
Oh.
And then dropped with instructions and drop him, and in mid-fall, Cursed Giant lands at the front door. And if you're on the flying carpet dropping him, you get out of there.
What if Cursed Giant lands on the metal beam after we've already weakened it?
Yeah, I like that more.
That's good too.
Yeah,
but
that is good.
But
Vax, if
he
you want
could
to
go ape shit on us.
No, not if he's alone up there. What if we do it?
I think what Vax is proposing is to create a diversion down there
Draw
while we
away
work on
from
the
the
while we work on the metal. Try to weaken it.
Yeah,
Get-
I think
will do far more damage.
half the team gets into position on the top of that thing. The other half splits off, drops the giant. The giant goes ape shit for like a minute, right? Drawing help away from the beholder, drawing attention down there, and we wait for a minute, then start pouring acid, and Grog smashes
Slamming.
it with his fucking
smash.
forehead.
Yes.
I will also note, in terms of dropping the thing on there, it does. Gaius does have a suicidal clause where if you order the creature to do something that would result in certain death or any sort of suicidal commands, the spell just ends. So you gotta be careful about that. Jumping off of a magic carpet onto the area right above Kavarn seems like a relatively certain death type of order. So it is very debatable as to whether or not Gaius would stay active.
Yes.
Can we have? Can you like levitate or do something to move a giant boulder that we can drop on top of it?
Of course I can.
Let me recap on your. You looked in, using your magics, and you saw. I mean, can we tell us what she
remember?
told
I
us?
have advantage to recall information about anything.
I mean, essentially, what you had seen in the vision was within this room there was that giant brass.
Gotcha. Okay, so we're almost at the first time code. Cool.
Kind of gold, bronze-looking structure that almost like an upside-down Christmas tree. It comes to a spiraling point above the Elder Brain pool, which is an raised platform in the center of the room. To one side, there are two large cages that contain what look like some sort of skinless creatures that are currently being experimented on. In the far end of that room, there is a table that was set up with implements. It's probably in the process of what Kavarn has been just having fun toying with flesh. On the opposite side of the room, it was shrouded in darkness, and that was where you saw Kavarn reveal itself out of the shadow.
One question. If we break the thing at the top and the upside-down Christmas tree falls into the Elder Brain pool thing,
That's bad.
are we going to kill all of the illithids in the city in one fell swoop?
Yes.
Well, according to Clarota,
Which, at this point, as you say that, Clarota goes,
That is not an option.
Right.
I'm not saying it
No,
is
we're just trying to
totally
see if maybe we didn't want it to happen. We just were making sure it
They
wouldn't.
didn't.
Yeah, you mentioned that the Elder
Elder
Brain
Brain
was
was-
pretty protected from physical damage.
Yeah.
But there was lots of magical enchantments and stuff.
Oh, that's right.
It is a powerful entity, but in it has its limits in its currently weakened form.
Okay. What if
Must
you
we attack
cast Featherfall on it as right when we did it, and then we can
Quite work
move it out of the
that
way?
It works on creatures. I'm not sure I could do such a
I have a
large-
terrible idea.
Great, let's hear it.
I'm full of those, but let's hear yours.
What if we break the fall of the device with Clarota?
Clarota? What about why Clarota?
Oh, so sorry.
The giant tiny?
Kima. He means Kima.
No, I'm saying, what if we lure it into the center of the room and then drop the ceiling on top of it?
Oh, you mean
Kavarn.
Kavarn?
Oh, Kavarn.
Clarota is currently stepping back with a look of confusion and...
Sorry, this
I
is
was also
your
confused.
name is confusing to us. This is why we wanted to call you Clarence. Sorry.
At the term Clarence, you see the tentacles of his...
Oh, he's warming up to it. I think he's like it.
Clarota, how much does the crystal weigh?
Upside-down Christmas tree.
I do not know. I was not around when it was created. I didn't know it existed until you. Besides, I have not been in this city in months. Nearly a year.
I think it is definitely an option, though, if we can lure it out of
He was exiled that recently? He's like an adult. It's kind of weird.
hiding and get it into the center of the room.
Yeah, I thought the Elder Brain was.
Is Clarota not an adult? Is he like a... Because they exiled him for his arcane energy, for his arcane magic. Was that a year ago? Interesting.
Directly below it, so it would have to step on the Elder Brain in order.
Is the Elder Brain directly below it?
Seems too complicated.
It's not one large mind, right? Wasn't it a bunch of little...
It's a series of, the way you saw it is a cluster of brains that are kind of merged together into one large hive mind mountain.
Who wants to go up on top?
And then the
Who would want to
What
go
if
down?
instead
And that's
of...
what's fucking-
Okay, hang on,
Yes,
hang on.
unless a crystal lamore is a
What if
metallic
instead
structure.
of letting it fall, before we fully break it, we like take the rope and
Or
rope
chain.
it and chain and then just
Swing
like
it.
lift it and then take it away.
Or just swing it so it doesn't fall all the way and it goes at a pendulum.
Complicated engineering.
Achilles, what does the structure look like again?
It looks like a beehive. It looks.
And it's made of
It looks to be some
It's a slowly, like a spiraling mass of metallic pipes,
So there's, like,
tubes,
if I'm not
metal
mistaken-
bands that just slowly twists and comes to a gradual point, like I said, like an upside down Christmas tree.
If it falls, it would be
Yeah,
bad.
but-
Very good.
Right.
In that case,
We can swing it.
many structures like this, we won't have to maybe do any of that. If we could just merely bend the structure, I believe that would compromise the magical integrity. Usually structures like this are designed for a particular arcane reason. If we were to merely damage it, Grog, you could just, as you do to
Oh, you were
most
looking at me to bend it? I was like, can you metal bend? This is awesome. There. You want me to get my sweet hands
I
on it?
mean, I could probably help as well.
My sweet hands.
That
You
is
also
an
assume
option.
How do I get to it, though? I mean, if we break...
Flying carpet.
I can't, it doesn't carry me.
It will only carry you.
It could carry a grog, and that's about it.
I could be like that pilot at the end of Independence Day that's just flying up into the... I'm back!
You are Randy Quaid.
Randy Quaid, which I've always aspired to be. I'm in.
Are we 100% certain there's no nooks or crannies or holes or anything? We don't want to go have a look?
Yeah, we should go have a
Scan
look
an eye on the
tomorrow
carpet and...
We'll have a...
Go have a look. Why? Just
Why?
gonna get
Because
caught.
no,
You're
we're not gonna
assuming
get caught.
we know everything
With a
there is to
bomb.
know about the structure,
we don't know
about
everything.
the city around it.
Look,
I don't think we're gonna know
talking about
anything.
a chance to gamble with his life. Let's let him do it.
Yeah, we should go. We should know all we can know.
I'm just wondering what.
Okay, yeah, the kind of issue is, and I don't know whether this is Liam or Vax talking, right? Because I sort of understand it from a Vax perspective. But if this is Liam talking, as a player, you gotta know you're never gonna know everything. And to a certain extent, you know, depending on your DM, it might be better to not. Like, you might, if you seem to have the interest points here, right? Like, you seem to have the interest points for the temple, for the combat. Yes, maybe there is something very, very useful in the city. It is super possible, likely even. Is it necessary to discover those things beforehand? I don't know. It's kind of debatable. And you know, I think my brain might be infected a little bit. I've been playing a lot of Blades in the Dark. Or not, I haven't been playing a lot of Blades in the Dark. I've been planning a lot of Blades in the Dark. I'm about to DM a bit D campaign. But I'm kind of coming around to the general philosophy in that game is fucking cut to the action. If there is something interesting, not saying that it shouldn't, and this does work for D&D as well. I'm trying to formulate my whole thought here, right? This works for D&D as well, not just for Blades in the Dark. If there was something important in the city, something that was necessary towards this fight, or potentially even helpful, it should have been foreshadowed before this. Now, clearly the Fomorian was not foreshadowed, and it likely will be helpful. But it is certainly not necessary to the combat that they are about to face. And hey, I'll eat crow if I'm wrong on that. If the Fomorian is the fucking linchpin towards this whole fight, I will totally eat crow. But I kind of doubt it. And there are going to be more of that. If Matt has not foreshadowed, if there's a necessary component within the city somewhere and he has not foreshadowed it, that's bad. That's bad DMing if it's necessary. Now, there might be all sorts of helpful things, but you already have helpful things. You have the acid. You have the Fomorian. It's like at a certain point, you can either catch them all or you can actually go and beat the Elite Four. You know what I'm saying? And you beat the Elite Four way before you catch them all, right? So it's like you get what you need to do the task. And then once Kavarn is defeated, then you can go on a little tour of the city. There's a certain point where it does become analysis paralysis. It does become kind of needlessly slowing down the entire situation.
Or you're going to find out from a flyby that I couldn't find out from my vision.
Well, I don't know how to tell you the things that you don't know yet, because you don't know them.
Hold on, Vax, are you planning on going alone?
Take this guy.
Oh,
That's
good.
even
All
more
the
silly.
stealth checks lately have been
so well
perfect.
so far.
You can go invisible, just take a peek.
Should we do it? Should we
Let's do it.
Let's
You guys
go.
go.
Let's take a rest.
We
Nap
read
time.
out.
Nap time.
All right, so you guys take an evening of rest. We'll take this as our break, our little quick 10-minute break, guys. We'll make it
1:49
quick
is
so we
where
can
they
get back to
come
this because we have a lot to try and cram into this evening.
United as one.
So we'll see you guys shortly. Right.
1:49.
For giveaways.
And you all. All right.
Thank you.
So, back to the game at hand. You all, after an evening of taking turns, resting best you can. Nothing catches your eye, although occasionally you see a little bit of movement, very slow movement, just outside of your main light radius, along the edge of the top of the pit you guys slept in. Just kind of fade in and out. Something. Drifted away. Eventually, you all come
that.
to your Fomorian.
Love that. The last episode was literally called Matt Mercer does not know how to keep up the pressure, doesn't know how to keep up the heat or something, because that was part of my takeaway. That's amazing. That's all you need to do to keep the pressure on your players, to remind them that they are in a dangerous area, is you see something off in the distance, can't make out what it is, it's gone now. That's it. Like, one sentence, and you have established them back into the scene, back into the tone that we're in a dungeon, we're in a dangerous place, and they won't be as potentially loosey-goosey as they would be otherwise.
Friend is just sitting there in a very unfriendly, aggressively passive manner, just staring at the rest of the group expectantly.
I offer him a sip from the cask of ale.
He takes it in his hand, which in him it looks like a small mug.
Right.
Just
a sip.
Oh, he's gonna drink the whole cask. He's gonna drink the whole
He
cask.
peels the top of it off,
Don't do
breaking
this
the wood.
Don't do it. I will fucking kill you. I would like.
No! Make him eat the whole thing of it. So happy.
Look, Grog! And I cast prestidigitation and make my fart noises.
Oh, look, he's farting.
I'm farting.
Yeah, let's go tap dancing.
And I go, oh no!
They're very stinky.
A wisdom saving throw.
Oh, Grog, are you crying?
12.
Should you choose to, you manage to resist the urge to fly into a rage and smash your axe into the face of this entity. Bite your lip, you can taste the blood in your mouth.
Oh, Tiberius sees some farts.
I'm gonna cut
Look
up.
at those spots. So
I go over and
I run up his fat chest and I headbutt him in the face.
Oh, shit!
Okay.
It's my cask of ale!
As Grog rushes up and
Oh my God, playing your flaws. Fuck yes. It's all perfect. Travis is always perfect. What can I say?
a blur of angry motion, you see a trail of froth in the corners of his mouth as his head comes colliding into the giant. I'm gonna say for this,
there's literally maybe this isn't even like a flaw, but it's playing your character of like there's like 3 things that we've established that Grog likes. Oh yeah, I love it.
Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Tune in for the beholder.
I don't even think I need to explain why it's good, but I kind of want to just to draw the parallel from the bad character work we were talking about earlier.
By 3 weeks from today.
Natural 20.
Oh, he's really good.
God.
That is a natural 20.
You don't fuck with Grog's cask of ale.
Clerics don't lie.
It's our giant.
He's being
I-
true to himself.
And he's dead.
Yeah, it might be like a great thing. He might like it.
Can I do something?
So, as Grog runs up full force, angrily slams his Goliath skull into this large Fomorian Underdark giant, you hear what sounds like a clap of thunder nearby, and you swear for a second one of the 2 heads are about to crack or explode from the sheer force of the impact. You see Grog, whose head is approximately a 5th the size of this entity, has hit it with force so strong that in that breathless moment, you're waiting for Grog to scream out in pain with blood pouring down his face. However, it is the Fomorian who reels back from the force of the blow, his giant eye closing in severe pain before he falls onto his back, stunned.
You owe me a cask of ale.
As Grog stands over, staring down at it, it's only partially reminiscent. And in your fury, you didn't realize you shouted at it in giant. It kind of looks up at you and gives you a nod of momentary submission. As you step off of its body onto the ground, walking away extremely furious.
I'm grieving now. Leave me be.
Oh my god.
So that happened.
I go over and I
100%. No notes. No notes, Travis Willingham. Good Lord. I slept on Travis for most of my binge, but once I played D&D for real, I was able to see how amazing Travis is in the narrative and the act of playing D&D. I totally agree. His the way that he is creative, the way that he plays his character and sticks to his character without his character being bad is legitimately hard. It is hard to play a deeply flawed character. Grog's a total idiot. And that is not an easy flaw to play. It is clearly low whiz characters as well. Because, yeah, his whiz is only a 10. Clearly, we know that it's hard to play a low whiz character convincingly. That is how you play low wisdom. You prioritize the things that you care about over what is good for the group. No notes. Fucking gorgeous. Beautiful. Same, I was too green on my first watch through, but now he just blows me away. Yeah, he makes it look effortless. He really does. And he's yeah. It's why I just can't stop complimenting him. He's masterful at RPing. Yeah, because like a lot of times really good RPers can fall into the spotlight hog category. Like if they're talking too much about their character, they're trying too hard to RP, sometimes that can squash other people's RP. And you see what a true master Travis is because he never once steps on anyone's toes. But the moment that the spotlight is on him, it has been given to him, he makes full use of it and knows directly when to hand it off. He does not keep it for too long. He does not take it when he doesn't need to, and he makes full use of it while it's there. Bah! Impeccable. And it's not even that crazy. Like, the things that he's doing are not that impressive until you compare how hard it is for the other players to consistently do things like that when he just hits it every time. I don't know.
Pat him on the shoulder. It's okay, I'll get you 10 casks of ale. If we live.
I've allergies down here.
My wheel out.
What are you doing?
He's so
mending cask.
The mending wheel continues its
I've had
process.
that
The
cask
mending
for
wheel
2 years,
completely
man.
forms
Mending
into a pure, untouched, perfect, empty cask.
Thank you, Tiberius.
We will fill that cask with.
Okay, this is another thing this is more of a note about playing characters with certain flaws. So this isn't necessarily about how Orion plays Tiberius, but this is about Tiberius as a character. Quiet is fine. Doing things with little to no explanation is very difficult to make interesting. And to make feel good. And I want to sort of point that out right now of like even Tiberius just like he's just like, I take the cast, get out the menu wheel, whatever. There's a pretty core difference between saying that and being like, Grog, would it make Grog, would it make you feel better if I mended the cask for you? I mean, I can't replace all of the ale, but I mean, at least I can. Right. It's the same action. It's the same thing you're trying to accomplish. You're trying to make Grog feel better. But the difference between the two is a lack of comfort with intimacy. And I know that's a big fucking thing I just threw out there. But if you actually look at those, like the way that a character, a person, goes about accomplishing those two actions of talking to someone versus just doing it, if they just do it, they're probably not super comfortable meeting that person and actually discussing those emotion and that care. And that's an interesting flaw. That is. But you need to be really aware that that's what you're doing. And that's kind of a core thing that maybe we should all take away from this, is to be really explicit and aware of what your flaws are so that other people can engage with them when necessary and not engage with them when they are your flaws. It's definitely something to consider. Especially, this scene kind of crystallized it for me about Tiberius, is a lot of times he just does things without talking to anyone about it, which is kind of it's a confluence of flaws. If you're not talking to people about something, there's a lot of times there's a reason, there's some core flaw there. But just not talking is not a flaw. That is an expression of a flaw a lot of times. So if you see someone that is quiet during intimate moments, that is a fear of intimacy. That's an interesting flaw. If you have, let's take it back to the Emberhold example, when he just did the water sphere while Liam was still trying to plan, or while Vax was still trying to plan, that could be a lack of respect for authority. That could be, in particular, a lack of respect for Vax. It could be a lot of things. Those are all flaws. And I think that something that I'm even going to take one step further that we should really think about when we're creating characters, we need to make sure that we are creating actual flaws and not the expression of flaws. Not talking to people in certain situations is an expression of flaws. It is not a flaw in and of itself. Right? Yeah. When you're creating a character, you need to create a flaw and its expression. You can't create one or the other. Because right now it looks like Tiberius has an expression of tons of different types of flaws, but those flaws don't manifest in any other way besides this expression, and there's nothing else to kind of let us hone in on what the actual flaw is. Anyways, it's Improv 101. Non sequiturs in scenes just confuse the audience and your scene partners. Being able to show your connections, it helps progress the scene forward. Yeah. And so if you do present a non sequitur, again, I've talked a lot about how flaws need to be able to be engaged with. If you present a non sequitur, the party needs to be able to engage with you and be like, what was that? In character. And if your players don't feel like they can engage in that way with another player, then it's not actually a character flaw, it's a player flaw.
There's your whoopee. You can sleep again.
Holy shit, again, biting your fucking lips. I'm so sorry, but I think it's gonna start to ramp up as we continue going into it. I'll try to keep my diatribes to the annoyance counter, unless I think it is something new and novel that I want to talk about.
Promise cast.
Thank you. It is. From henceforth, it should be
Good
called
job,
Wooly.
Tiberius.
I was trying to tell you that before you hit the creature, but it worked out.
Oh, yeah.
All right, shall some of us stealth ahead to the temple and see what we can see, or should we
Wait, do you wanna
set
do
out
this
on
foot
foot as
first?
well?
I was just about to say,
Yeah.
does this look normal to you? I've got a lot of flexibility.
I forgot that.
It feels strong, but it doesn't look quite right.
It looks disgusting. Let's do it. So
It kind of squeaks when I try to
Throw medicine, and what level healing spell do you want?
we're gonna rest?
Hold on, she might want
That's just rested. Everyone's spells are back.
Just
to full.
rested.
Just keep in mind what spells you want to have prepared,
Okay.
and keep in mind what may be ahead of you. So be sparing. I
Get out of my
recommend.
face!
Yeah, it's just a foot. Don't go crazy with it. Right.
I just want to be able to sleep.
How do we know how much is left on we don't? Just
It's pretty.
Okay.
It looks like it's had advancement.
This is like the 4th time we've done this.
I'm gonna
20 for medicine.
Roll 20 for medicine.
Yeah.
All right. And what level healing spell you're gonna use?
Okay, so let's do it at
Just keep in mind the battle you may have ahead of you.
no. Shit, I don't know what level to do it at since we're going to the whole
Do it
thing.
level 1.
Yeah.
Level 1?
All right.
We're gonna do some serious
Sorry, brother.
So 1d8 plus 5. Mark off a level 1 spell casting.
It's almost healed.
I'm sorry.
We got a big battle, brother. Shouldn't have fallen asleep.
10.
Okay. So through that, the medicine check, part of the scarring from the lava burns that still remains begin to heal over. Most of the scars are gone. You're on the cusp of getting past your disadvantage, but not quite yet.
It's not nothing.
Sorry. That's where your nubbin lives.
All right. Plan.
Yes, what is the plan? Are some of us setting out on foot, or are we just sending
the stealthiest of the stealthy go.
on foot?
No,
Well,
on the
however
carpet.
you want,
Carpet. Okay.
On the carpet.
Yeah, a little recon, and then we.
Just recon.
Yeah.
I
Fine, I'm with you.
go ahead and cast enhance ability for dexterity on Scanlan.
Brilliant.
Nice.
Brilliant.
What does it
That
do? Gives you
increases your
advantage on your
stealth.
dexterity checks.
Is it just dexterity you can enhance?
No,
or anything?
and skills that are dexterity based.
All skills
So
are dexterity.
stealth would have it. It's nice. All right, so you have Scanlan. There we go. These guys here on our new carpet.
Finally doing it.
Our new carpet.
That's awesome. It's
We got
That's
some
cool.
carpet.
Roll twice.
Yeah. So as you guys hold place, the two of you drift into the air.
Be careful.
It's just us two?
Just the two of you. Glancing
Farewell,
down.
Pike. I'll miss you.
Goodbye, my love.
What? My love?
No, well, it's from a movie that I saw.
What is a Mike? What is a movie? Like
Oh,
pop show?
it's just like a flashing picture. It's
Oh,
like
flashes.
flashes.
All right, off we go.
The two of you hop onto the carpet and begin to slowly ride it up past the treetops of the nearby fungal forest. As you curve upward in the air, you get a very fine view of the city proper. You can see a lot of these buildings in the outskirts of the city are rubble. They have fallen in on themselves. They have collapsed. You can see pieces of foundation and ceilings and rooftops that have caved in. And right in the center of the city is a very easy to see temple, which in itself is essentially a pyramid with a flattened top. There's that dull greenish glow that seems to just slowly trickle around the very top of the temple. As you are just starting to crest over the top of the outskirts of the city proper, I'd say about here. You guys going over the city, or are you following the outskirts? What's your plan of recon? You guys are currently now moving this way.
Plan. What's that?
Plan. Well, we're moving pretty fast. I say we go all around the rim of the city.
All right.
A rim job.
Both of you roll stealth. With advantage.
What?
First with the rest of
What?
the
With advantage, you said?
He has advantage.
I couldn't find it.
Great.
Vax is the one who did it.
14.
18.
14, 18. Okay. So
We still at
you
advanced
guys begin to
speed.
crest around, and you look down, and it's very, very dark. There are what looks like these greenish spores that found pockets in the city that give off light. There's this very, very faint luminescence within the city, and they get thicker and thicker and cluster and make the center of the city more bright and easier to make out the details of. You don't know if these were placed there or they naturally grew there and just kind of add the ambience to it. But
Sick. Why are those not the shit that lights up the entire cavern? I love that he literally was like, yeah, you don't know if they, were placed there, grew there, or just like adds to the ambiance, whatever. It's like, yeah, man, maybe they do add to the ambiance. You're right. Maybe let's make some more ambiance around the whole place.
what you see in that little bit of light as you glance down are many figures walking and moving through the city.
What figures?
Many figures. You can see humanoid-sized individuals gliding through the city.
What?
20, 30, 50 illithid visible in one section of the city, each carrying 2 to 3 slaves each. Some trolls, ogres, other dwarves, other creatures of the Underdark that at this distance you cannot make out their form. But there is essentially a thriving community down here of mind flayers. Some of them, it's hard to tell where they're going, but there are some going to and from the temple carrying small satchels or boxes as they glide, or actually they won't be carrying it, that their slaves are carrying it for them, and they're just kind of keeping up alongside them. As you continue around the side here, you start getting more into the ruined area, and this part of the town itself on this side is mostly non-functional. It's abandoned, and you can see that this...
I also want to note for everyone who maybe doesn't have encyclopedic knowledge of stat blocks, mind flayers are like CR 7, 8 around there. A colony of 50 mind flayers could take on the Tarask. Nah, sorry, not take on. They would murder the Tarask. Just straight out. I mean, this is like an existential threat. But also, when we get into talking about the Tarask as an example, it's the Tarask is, I don't want to say it's a wimp, but it is, I think that the Tarask is a lame endgame boss. I think most endgame bosses should be not a single entities, because really any single entity can be pretty easily squashed by enough non-single entities, which is actually why I think the setup of this is so cool, of like a beholder that could never in a million years take on these mind flayers, takes control of the elder brain instead and is essentially charming them all. Very cool, very engaging. A real way to like very substantially build your power out is, you know, at the level that a beholder is to start building an army. And this is a fucking powerful army, I'll tell you that. Man, I'm sure they'll be fine. Yeah.
Purpose city construction by this colony has started in the center, and over the past few hundred years, or as long as it's been here, it's just slowly building and repairing outward. As you crest around this side, you can see a ruin about another half mile to a mile off from where you are. Too far away to catch any details of it. You cruise around this side, and you hear this squeaking sound. This. And you glance up and you see what looks like a cluster of bats moving through the top of the cavern. They're almost buzzing you guys in the head above. 10, 20 feet ahead of you, they're just coming back and forth over you.
Yeah, central bats.
Huh.
You guys take it a little lower to kind of get away from that. Eventually the bats stop harrying you. You find your way back around, come to rest back at the camp.
Well,
And just to clarify, the part where we saw all the illithid figures was on the opposite side, right?
It was around this section here. You saw in this portion of the city, which is the only one example. The best you could see around this was this whole intersection right around the temple is pretty fairly populated with mind flayers and their slaves.
So, yes. Well, I'm only 62.
You mean that big brain?
Yeah, the city is crawling with illithid.
Right.
But more on the northern edge, not so much here on the side. And it's a lot. It's not a few. It's a lot.
It's a city.
Wonderful.
We need the other.
We need a distraction.
We've talked about this before. 50 residents is not a city. I won't retread old ground, but that is a great example of what I was talking about when I was talking about the settlement hierarchy of like the words that you use matter in how people imagine things in their head when we're playing tabletop role-playing games. Saying the word a city is like, yeah, of course there are tons of illithid there. Even if there are hundreds, we're talking about a village. Now, they're mind flayers. They're illithid. I mean, a village of mind flayers, it can decimate a continent. But it's a village. Let's be very clear. A city of mind flayers will decimate a plane of existence. Like that... like, Gith Yankee and Gith Zeri are fighting cities of mind flayers on the astral plane. This is not... A city of mind flayers is absolutely an existential world-ending threat. A village, huge threat, don't get me wrong, but not that existential.
No, that's the only thing I took away from what we saw.
Unless we all go in from the top.
Tiny and I had a meeting of the minds. We could provide a distraction.
You want to go against illithid?
No, I don't
he does
give a
not.
shit.
No, he does not want to go against illithid.
Chaotic
You
neutral,
don't.
baby.
Yeah, but they're gonna take you over, big
They'll
guy.
take you over and then we'll fight you.
Well,
Here's what I think is better. We take Tiny, transform him into a mouse, we fly over just when we're over the right part of the city, flick him in the mouse nuts, and toss him off. And then let him turn back into Tiny as he falls into a pile of illithid and keeps them busy. We need...
Yeah. Well, so it was like 50 that they saw in the streets in one section, but then they said that section was like the most populated. So I do agree, Hans. I think we are talking about hundreds. I think if I had to extrapolate from what we've been shown and what's been discussed, I think it is somewhere between like 50 and 500. I agree with you that it doesn't change my mind, but you are right. Well, at least the city isn't being controlled by a mutated beholder. Yeah, that would be bad.
To draw as much attention away from the beholder as possible.
I like it.
I like it.
What will we be doing at the meantime?
We'll be going over the
He
top
will
and
attack
trying
with
to
it,
get
will
rid
he
of the
not?
thing controlling the Elder Brain.
I don't like.
He will.
We do not want that.
Yeah, there's going to be collateral damage.
No, what we would. I like the first half of that idea, Vax.
Not flicking about?
No, that idea will work as well too. I think what we should do is do the mouse thing. Whoever, I guess we make the effort to go and however we can manage to get on into the top of wherever we're going to attack those beams, as it were, to do damage to the thing, controlling whatever.
Yes.
That's when we should likely drop in him as a mouse. Because when this takes enough damage, which he should as a mouse, the spell will wear off,
Right.
and he would poof back into whatever. He should do it right on the beholder.
Actually, I
Oh my god. That's a fucking thumbnail face right there. Look at that shit. Wait, let me just oh man, he is seeing things. He is oh no. Oh, poor Matthew. What have they done to you while we aren't here? What have they made you do? What are the things you have seen? Oh, that's going in Wednesday's thumbnail. Squeeze me.
Off, and he would poof back into whatever. He should do it right on the beholder.
actually I agree with that. I feel like he'd be great.
Because that, I think, would be more of a distraction for the creature. A beast against a nasty beast is always a good
If he's
fight.
being controlled by you, can he not be controlled by another being?
Kavarn seems
It
very
probably would be a
powerful,
contest of wills.
and he could turn the thing on us pretty easily.
Oh, hi, dog.
Well, what if we, how about this? Why don't we turn him into a mouse, and we can just keep him as our, emergency pocket mouse. And whenever, if we need a quick distraction, then we flick him in his mouse nuts and drop him over and...
Poor mouse nuts, they're really...
We need
I
all
like
the
it.
people in the town alive. Clarota would be upset if we hurt anybody, and we need their aid. I suggest, because I have a feeling that because this is his lair, he will have, and I'm talking about Kavarn,
Yes.
he will have advantages that we do not understand if we go in. And we will have disadvantages.
We don't want to go in.
We're all open.
Oh. He gets 2 for that. He's saying that he doesn't want to go into the lair because it's a lair and the beholder will have lair actions. That's lame. Tiberius as a character needs to justify why the fuck he knows that. Does he, because he's specifically saying that we don't understand. So it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? He can say, hey, even throw me a fucking backstory bone, dude, of like, I've read of beholders, and I know that they are stronger in their lairs, like where they've built up defenses. Fucking something. That's... Yeah, whatever, man. Matt is wishing he had the ability to accelerate time by 1.5. Bro, man, my wish is Matt's command, dude. Or wait, I don't... Yeah, I think I'm going to accelerate it. Emergency pocket mouse. Emergency pocket mouse is hilarious. That's a very fun plan for the Femoran. Cuckoo, lair actions, cuckoo. A lot of pigeons out today. Oh, boy. Yeah, that's, Look, dude, fucking metagame out in the open. Be like, hey, guys, Orion here. Hey, Travis, Liam, fucking Laura, Ashley. He has lair actions. I don't want to walk inside the temple. This is me, Orion, talking. Like, come on. Fucking own up to it, dude. Where the fuck did all these pigeons come from? Ori invited us and he's had time to prepare, so I expect he's like trapped. Yeah, like give me something. I was wondering. I was literally like, this is weird. Even from like an Orion Tiberius perspective, this is odd. Like, I don't know why. And then it's just that sentence of like, he used the word lair specifically like 2 or 3 times. I was like, wait. Come on.
to an idea.
Right.
Get
You
him
just
out.
keep saying.
Have you got one?
But I'm saying that is why. So if we throw the our rather large friend here in and do the thing, that will have it get us control, and Clarota can help us manage everyone in the town. Even the slaves will rally.
They don't like Clarota. They aren't going to listen to Clarota, especially if they're controlled by another.
Yeah, they did
Right
actually.
now, but Clarota puts the thought in your mind immediately. Basically, this very strong sensation that
without the town freed, I have no leverage with my people.
That's what I'm saying. After we destroy the mechanism.
After we destroy the mechanism, yeah.
Right. That's why we cannot attack the town.
So are we saying we want to go up to the top? We want to try and weaken the cross with the yellow and the acid. We want to drop Titmouse, the giant, on the thing. Hopefully, if it breaks. If it doesn't break, then what do we do?
I love Pyramid Hands of Doom. That's a great. That's great. I like that.
we rage.
We make cold stone.
And also, I don't understand. We're talking about crashing the thing down, but like, aren't we at least risking dropping the upside down pyramid onto the Elder Brain?
And that's what I was saying. If we can,
we're gonna tie chain to it.
I think if we.
I mean, yes, you are, but you're saying that in front of Clarota. If Clarota doesn't have a problem with that level of risk, then wouldn't it kind of be better if you destroyed the Elder Brain? Like, these are still mind flayers we're talking about. You're still delivering Clarota back home, and, like, I know that the Elder Brain's, like, important to him or whatever, but seems like if he's down with the risk, you guys should be too, because it might accidentally work out more in your favor. Like, I don't think that the Mind Flayers are, like, out without their Elder Brain. I could be wrong about Illithid lore, but I think that they are still, like, functioning combatants without the Elder Brain. Titmouse, wonderful hindsight there. Oh, I don't even know. Is that a critter meme? Or did I miss something? I might have missed something. It's fine. I'm going to keep going.
Tie a chain to it. Yeah, I think we break the beams and then air vac it out, personally.
I think it might be terrible.
Evacuate it via air.
I feel like that uses way more time because what's going to happen is once it happens, it's all going to go to shit. So once we drop it, we should probably just fucking go.
Well, then how about this? Why don't we concentrate instead of... Because, okay, it's a middle cross beam thing, right?
Yes.
Hey. Why don't instead of focusing on the middle section, we focus just on two sides? So it goes...
May I throw a wrinkle into things? Those bats didn't look good. those are eyes that he's using to watch things above.
Right, so
we gotta get rid of the bats first.
Well,
or distract the bats, or get rid of the bats.
Bats won't be a problem.
See how
bats catch fire rather quickly if I...
Maybe Keeley, you can turn into a bat and tell them all to go a different direction.
I can talk to the bats, or I can dominate a bat. Or I can talk to the bats.
This is assuming the bat.
Oh, interesting. They are the production company. Interesting. All right.
That's going to be a problem.
Yeah,
I don't
if
like
it comes up, we'll deal with it. How about that?
I'll make sure I can talk to the bats.
I'm not afraid of bats.
No, but the bats will ruin our element of surprise.
I feel like
we have really an element of surprise at this point.
None of it's a surprise. He knows we're here.
Onward ho?
Let's do it.
Onward ho.
Oh God, we're gonna die.
Let's do it.
Come on,
We don't even know what we're doing. Into the ocean. Let's run into this.
Yes, Kima has finished wrapping the leather
Okay,
on the handle of the great maul that she's holding. Grasps it in her hands, her armor freshly polished after waking up this morning, and looks at the rest of you and says, "Are you ready to walk into the great halls of the warrior minds before us?"
No. Do you have any ideas real quick, or were you hearing anything we were saying? Kima? There's a lot of ideas thrown out, but do you have any ideas?
Do you have anything to contribute?
Kima.
Hey, DM, can I ask you really quick what you think we should do? Man, I'm joking, but it is honestly a benefit of having a companion, like an NPC companion that the DM can speak through, where the DM can casually remind you of very, very obvious things that you have forgotten because you're real people and not living in the world, that anyone living in the world would have remembered, but you aren't, so you don't. It is something that is very nice about having an NPC there. Animation studio. Oh yeah, one of the two. Interesting. It's just a funny coincidence that Travis called it that. Yeah, that is funny.
See for a second and pulls her own holy symbol out and says, "The guidance of Bahamut has not steered me astray as of yet, and your deity also has brought you down here for a great cause. I think as long as they're both looking over us, when we are straight and true with our intent, we shall be fine. As far as the tactics, they seem sound as long as we can maintain the element of surprise. I feel that if that is given up, we may have to improvise. And improvisation scares me.
Okay.
So everything we can possibly do to maintain a very quiet arrival is going to be the key to success in this."
Okay.
So that's either a distraction or taking care of the bats.
What if? Okay.
I mean, I could fog cloud us. We could look like a big floating
Yeah, but if we
cloud.
float, so we're gonna float right through the fog.
What if we use like a giant net and two of us get up on the carpet and we use a big net and catch as many bats as we can?
Does anyone have a net?
Do we have a net?
We do have a giant piece of leather
Grog
that
had
makes
a
us
net
look like rock.
back in Iman. She was great.
All right.
I still think we should drop Tiny on top of the, or at least near the main elephant encampment to keep them busy. Kavan's eye will turn there for a moment.
We can attach the camouflage back onto the flying carpet.
They have camouflage?
We do.
Clarota motions it for a second and says,
We also have to consider its temple has doorways in and out. Its chamber that Kavan has taken has ways to be opened and outside forces in. Do we have a way to seal these entrances if we are to do this fight?
SSH, I think that is a good question. And I think it is a good thing to consider in your own games. I will say that the line of like where analysis paralysis, because I think that if I have to define it real quick, I think that analysis paralysis is when planning becomes boring. I think if I had to really hone in on it, when planning becomes boring. If the players are having fun the whole time and they're not going round and round, like you're engaged as a DM, they're all engaged as players, I kind of think that there's no amount of planning that is too long. Analysis paralysis hits when they are not having fun, they are going in circles, and they don't know what to do. And even in their planning, they are having a bad time, right? And I think that we've gotten to that a couple of times with CR, even with earlier in this episode when they were when they had kind of decided on a plan, but then other people were like, "No, we need to also stealth." Like the moment you start dropping players' interest, like it'll happen one by one. It'll be like one player loses interest, another player loses interest. I think you've officially crossed into analysis paralysis when less than half of the group as a whole. So, for them it's 9. I think when 5 players plus DM have lost interest in the planning, that's when we've crossed into analysis paralysis. Is how I would personally view it and define it. Now, when we're talking about an entertainment product, when we're talking about Critical Role, the actual play streamed show, I think we've crossed into the realm of boring for the audience long ago. But it's just sort of them's the breaks. I don't think that the planning is ever going to be as interesting for the audience as it is for the players. It will be interesting. Like, the planning starts off interesting for everyone, but the audience is going to drop interest way before the players drop interest. Because the players are looking through their feature sheets. They're thinking about the ways that they can do things. And, like, the audience, we can put ourselves in their shoes to some degree, but we're going to lose that long before they do. Welcome to the stage, Anita Net, Grog Net. Or when you're going over the same thing several times and not making progress at all. Yeah, I mean, that is, yeah. And the reason I try to choose definitions that I think are resilient, even if a little bit abstract, because honestly, like if I look at that, if they're going over the same thing over and over again and they're not making progress, but somehow they're still interested in having fun, whatever. Like, if they're all still interested in having fun, then that's fine. I agree with you, though, Hans, that most of the time, if they're going over things several times and not making progress at all, their interest is going to be plummeting. So, yeah, it's the fun part, I'd call it at. Yeah, exactly. Which is really hard and vague to define. It's like, oh, it's analysis paralysis whenever you stop having fun. It's like, okay, well, what is fun? It's vague and it's hard to define, but it's like that old saying, you can't define it, but you know it when you see it, right?
Well, we don't have any additional visitors.
Of course, we haven't done that.
Oh, great. Do you know where those entrances are?
Kavarn thinks for a second, says,
Your name's Clarota. I'm sorry. It's
There are, if I recall, 2 doors to the room. Not large.
He doesn't need doors, right? He can make portals and shit.
No, you don't need a door to let in other people.
Well, here's the thing. Are we trying to actually? We're not trying to get inside the tomb.
We're trying to calling in like a fucking dragon or something. He can't dimension door in a dragon and be like.
He can call every single creature in the city to come to his aid.
But not something. Not he can't like have a.
More than enough to deal with them.
You can just draw things in from above.
Damage the device. If the device is damaged, he no longer has sway over the Illithid.
So then we want people to come into the temple at that point.
No, that's when we get out and smoke them out.
Maybe just give up on the smoking out.
Okay. I think hotboxing is now. No.
Yeah. If I were to use divination soon, how long does that?
Oh man, see that is okay. I've talked about it a lot, but I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I do want to show very obvious examples of what I'm talking about, especially when the things that I'm talking about might be kind of hard to picture. That is a great example of a player not feeling like their character can engage another character on their apparent flaws. Right here.
Give up on the smoking out.
Right here. Watch this Lord Bailey.
Maybe just give up on the smoking out.
Okay. I think hotboxing is now.
See, like, almost says it low enough to where she doesn't even really want Orion to hear. She wants to put it out there for the rest of the party, but she is specifically trying to not really engage him. It is certainly not Vex engaging Tiberius, right? So if you were having some of those reactions at your table, you need to really think about, like, okay, why is this player not comfortable with talking in their character right now? Like, is it, like, legitimately, is it like me as the player, am I doing something wrong? Me as the DM, am I doing something wrong? If another player is acting like Laura Bailey is acting right now, someone is breaking the veil between the player and the character, because you don't get that reaction otherwise. Now, normally, it's certainly, I'm not saying that, characters can't act coy, but if you were RPing that, you would want to make sure that the other person heard you. You know what I'm saying? So, I thought that's a good example of this, and if you see that type of behavior, it is worth a second look. Like, your ears should kind of go up on that.
Yeah. If I were to use divination soon, how long does that last?
Divination.
Is that what we call it? Yeah.
I mean, your divine inspiration.
Divine inspiration. I'm sorry.
It happens the moment you use it.
It happens the moment you use it.
Yes.
So we would know if she's going to help us, or would she help us?
It'd be one of the. It's not so much like, hey God, come with me. It's more like, please help me right now. Something may happen. That
hey God, come with me.
Just a question that I would do now, or maybe in the battle.
Maybe in the battle.
Okay.
Like the moment you need the help is the moment it will happen.
Let's
Most likely.
All right. Just was having a moment with God for a minute, guys. Sorry.
I mean, unless I guess you were like, hey God, give me like a super cool weapon, or hey God, I need like really potent poison. Like, you could do it during planning, but it's fair enough for Matt to give that explanation and that advice to a new player.
Before we make this journey, can we just sort of sound off who's on what duty?
Right.
Who's on damaging the device duty? Who's
Fuck, if 8 players, man, I tell you what. Like, I know that a lot of times 4-player parties still have to do like a sound off on like who's doing what, but it is not nearly as often as an 8-player party has to.
Give the 4 acid vials to whoever has the yellow liquid and wants that responsibility.
I'll take it.
We should use some of that though for the beholder.
I want to save as much of it for the beholder as possible.
The yellow liquid?
Yes.
To not use as much.
So who wants to pour the acid on the cross? I can do that. But
Well,
Okay. I really I have a saying. There's a very famous saying. I believe it's called Malcolm's razor. It is some sort of razor. It's not Occam's though. I believe it's Malcolm's razor. That is why assume or don't assume malice where stupidity would suffice, or something along those lines. I don't love that as a like, a razor of philosophy. Because it kind of sets up this weird dynamic of if someone is against you, it's either because they're stupid or they're mean, right? Not a great dynamic to set up with people that disagree with you. And so I often add on my own little razor, I guess you could call it, to that. which is like, why assume malice when you could assume stupidity, and why assume stupidity when you could assume ignorance on either side, right? When I'm looking at someone that disagrees with me, it is probably, in my life, it has been because either I don't understand something or they don't understand something. It's not either of our faults most of the time. And it's not because they're being stupid or I'm being stupid. And it's not because either of us are being malicious. It is mostly just because one of us knows something that the other doesn't. And that's it. And so I'm looking at, so I explain all of that because I'm literally looking, like, honestly, like, trying to figure out if I'm missing something here. Hanlon's razor. Thank you, not Malcolm's. Megaphone Man Zero's razor. Sure. Bit of a mouthful, but I like it. Mega's razor doesn't have quite the ring to it. We'll workshop it. But I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, obviously they're not malicious. They're probably not stupid. Do I not understand something? Like, you destroy the apparatus that is controlling the Elder Brain, and then you peace out, right? It's an army of illithids. They're gonna fuck the Beholder in the ass, dude. Like, it's not it's not hard. That was I don't know. Like, that's why I'm literally, like, trying to understand if I'm not grasping something about this situation, because it seems like you free the Elder Brain. The illithids are free. They come in and absolutely destroy Kavarn in retribution. And then you make up, shake hands. Congratulations. And maybe I just don't understand, like, the vibe at their table. Maybe, like, Matt wouldn't be cool with that. Like, he's set up this fight and they're gonna fight. I don't know. This is a weird one.
Are you going up top?
There's ignorance on one of our sides. I'll tell you that.
I'm at everybody's disposal.
I'm going to head up top. Just also in the fight, I'll be more use.
Who's
from a
on
distance anyway.
shutting off those doors duty? Is that a thing that we need to assign to someone?
Fashion, like
That could be
You,
Keelik.
with your
like
would have been
a
nice if you
paintball.
you just stay behind.
Yeah, you guys, could you guys be in charge of closing up the entrances?
You know, Illithid now have the horn is a good point, Hans. You make a good point. There's a reason they can't just dip. I'm not sure if they've explained it, but it would be bad. Interesting. They may or may not have explained it. And this is part of the thing, is like that's why, again, I really wanted to highlight that I could just not be remembering something that, okay, that was the reason. Okay. I mean, I don't think that any of them have explicitly said, like, hey, we don't want the Illithid to have the horn. What they've said, Keyleth has been very, very outspoken of, like, the horn can't get to the surface, right? Horn can't get to the surface. We can't let Kima have the horn because Kima does want the horn. She has, like, made it clear that she wants the horn. Yeah. They explained that Kavarn has the super evil horn. And that's still my pet theory about why Kima's evil. I'm not letting it go. If you forgot that I thought that, Kima's still an evil villain. She's the next arc's villain. I guarantee it. That's my pet theory. If you weren't around, I thought that Kima was Kavarn for a very long time. Like, probably like 7 episodes. And I slowly transitioned my theory into she wants to kill Kavarn in order to take the horn for herself. And Keyleth is on my wavelength. She is also worried about Kima getting the horn. But that is how they've explained it. Now that you say it, it does make sense why they would be worried about the evil colonnade of space monsters gaining the super evil demon horn. That tracks. Yeah. Okay, resolved. I feel good. Ignorance resolved. I'm now on board with why they can't just bounce. Very nice. Sure, the next arc. Hey, man. They have foreshadowed that there is a second horn. So, like, I know that the horn shit is not over. It's just how soon will it be and what will be the content of it.
Do we have any spare glass vials?
None of you have military experience.
Can I have one?
This is definitely a military operation.
I'll give him a glass.
Well, I'm flying people over top. I'm
Time to spare arrow. Vex.
I think we should all be on top together. I don't think we should try and separate.
Can I borrow a spare arrow?
A sparrow.
A sparrow.
You
I
want?
have a second. I want to see if I can make a crude acid arrow out of a glass vial.
Take it. Give it to me after it's done.
Okay.
Shatter, straight up shatter arrow.
It's because of the rush nature of this. Go ahead and make a roll.
It's
just
density bonus plus.
I will inspire him.
Go.
Thank you, please.
Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're making an arrow.
Can roll d10 added to the roll.
Oh, thank you. Oh my god. Yeah, 9.
9. As you're attempting to fashion to the arrow, unfortunately, the vial shatters in your hand. You take 3 points of acid damage.
Ow. I wouldn't have put the acid in yet. Okay, fine.
It happens at the process of you setting it up.
Damn it, alright.
Based on the roll you made.
I'm having bad rolls for this stuff, man.
We better get him out of the way now, then. Alright,
So that didn't work, but...
Damn it. Good try. Good
All
try.
right.
I'm trying to figure out a way we could just conserve the acid. Like
I'm just going to pour very gingerly.
Okay.
I'm going to just pay attention.
Okay.
And when he attacks us, what do we do?
Okay. Yes. Good thinking.
Now we're gonna fight him now, or we're gonna try and run, or we're gonna try and lure him away.
Stay up top.
If you're
as long
talking
as
about
possible.
fighting Kavan in his lair, when he
We're
attacks
not going into. What if we can just attack from the roof, from the opening in the
Your
roof?
plan is to lead the charge into Kavan's lair. That's what you're saying. Do I have that correctly?
Not that.
Is that possible? Can we attack from the roof, from the opening in the ceiling? Can we attack him from up there? We don't have to go in.
Possibly, yes.
Kimmy gives a nod to that. It's like, I'm useless at that range, but we have a few members of the party that excel at that.
Maybe we drop the thing, attack from above as long as possible, and hope the illithid.
Okay, this is not necessarily a commentary on their plan, but I will point out that beholders and their eye beams are absolutely excellent at range. So, I mean, not a terrible plan, but we'll see.
Attack him.
Sorry. One last question. So his eye cancels out magic, right?
Yeah.
So the more places we make him look, the more
The better.
chance we have to get it away from the magic users, right?
Yeah.
So instead of just 2 people, why don't we do all 3? If there are 2 doors and the skylight, why don't we have 3 teams? So he has to pick which one he looks at.
Nobody go in the temple. Everybody attack from outside.
I mean, I can take one of the doors at
I'm
the bottom
so
and try and
scared
keep
right
people
now.
from coming
That's
in.
that's a really good idea, actually.
Gordo pipes up and says,
So,
The 2 other doors.
Fuck, man, I agree. Have, like, surround the beholder. I mean, you know, they have, like, tentacle stalks. But he's right. Some of the eyes are AoE cones. So you separate into 3 teams. I mean, it's only really applicable because there are so goddamn many of them. They're talking about having 10 people on 3 different teams. Normally, you know, when a party of 4 is fighting the beholder, we're not as flexible with how many teams we have, but for this situation, very good idea. Scoffs at party, first beholder. You didn't know.
Are accessible from all.
I did kind of say that when it was the reveal that Kavarn was a beholder. I was like, oh, just a beholder? But I will say, beholders are super scary, very cool villain monster if they've never seen it before. Beholders are dope. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, a little bit.
Only within the temple. If you had 2 parties to enter the 2 other doors, they would have to go through the entire subfloor, find a way up, which you're welcome to try, but...
Oh, I was thinking it was just like a giant pyramid with like 1 room.
That would be the
Makes
best
so
case
much
scenario.
sense though that it's not.
To be fair, tradition.
Ah, my Minecraft pyramids, you say? Where you build the outside and then get tired and just put chests everywhere instead of actually filling it all in? Yes. That's also what I thought the battle arena was going to be like. I should play Minecraft. I haven't played Minecraft in a long time.
That's very similar to how pyramids are.
Okay, what else were you going to say?
All right.
that was all 4 had added that.
Okay.
That was a good thought.
Well, maybe
we could still kind of take a similar approach and just have. We've already decided we're gonna have 2 teams to be on 2 separate ends to do the slidey.
Yeah.
The hingy.
Yeah.
Maneuver, and then have a 3rd team that's Kavarn distraction duty.
Yeah. Do we do distraction duty? Maybe people who have really high. So this is the beam,
I don't know what I'm talking
and we're gonna attack this one and this one. Yeah.
Right. So if
We're effed.
like so we've got this pyramid, and there's like this cross beam. You
Oh,
said right
fuck
now.
yeah.
Oh, is it like
Yes.
that? Oh god, I'm
So
picturing it
there's
so
like this,
fucking different.
the top of it, which is open.
Okay.
So this is a pyramid.
Yeah.
You can
Things
see it.
hanging.
And then
Oh wait, this is why, and I love that Marisha's doing this right now. I've talked multiple times about how I'm a very, very, very big proponent of whiteboard DMing, which is never a term that I've ever used, but when I describe it, I mean, you might just gather it from inference. I don't make a lot of like pre-made maps. Like most of the time I draw out my maps in the moment, unless it is like a big climactic fight. Like in this case, I would have probably pre-made the temple map, but everything outside of the temple, I'm normally not pre-making a map for. I am just drawing it freehand on a whiteboard. No grid, no nothing. But I super encourage. I've encouraged it at every single one of my tables. I give my players expo markers, and my players should be actively drawing in the space to describe how they are imagining the fiction, to make sure that everyone is on the same page. Because you literally heard Laura, oh, I was imagining it so fucking differently. And if we want to draw it back to something that we were talking about earlier, this, I think, is one of the main roots of analysis paralysis. It's actually why I did not know the term analysis paralysis, and it actually like surprised me that it was a factor and a feature. I didn't know it until I started like my second or third campaign. Now, a lot of the credit goes to my players. My players are all button pushers, no matter what role they play. I love them to death, though. But also, to give myself some credit, I think that I gave them the opportunity to explore the space and to describe the space as they saw it. And it helped them much more efficiently communicate and develop a plan. If you can't even agree on the general shape of the structure, how are you going to make a plan of attack? If Laura is imagining this structure fundamentally different from Keyleth, of course they're going to get into analysis paralysis. Of course they're not going to agree on the same plan. Maps do not have to be complicated. They just have to communicate just enough to get everyone in the party on the same page. That's my philosophy. Now, when it comes to battle maps are a part of the puzzle. They are a part of the puzzle that is combat, and they should be treated as such. That is why I sometimes will make detailed battle maps. But if spacing and if like exact measurements are not key features of the puzzle that is taking place right then, because every D&D combat is a puzzle. There is no winning combat, right? We're not playing chess. Where, you're not actually fighting the DM. If the DM was trying to win, they would. You would be TPK'd, right? So it's a puzzle. That's what D&D combat is. And if spacing and the like exact measurements are a core feature of the puzzle, you should have a detailed battle map. If they're not, if the puzzle is based on something else, you don't need a detailed battle map. You can have vague lines and just like general representations of things. It's totally unnecessary if that is not a core feature of the puzzle. So, with all that being said, snaps for Marisha May for getting people on the same page, busting through that analysis paralysis. I love to see it.
The thing is, if you can see through it, the thing is hanging down like that, and it looks, it's all spirally.
Okay.
And then here is
the elder brain.
Cool
The elder
brain.
brain.
And where's Beholder face?
Somewhere.
Somewhere in here.
So we are going for one side of it.
So if we go for,
and hopefully let's go point.
I'm just gonna keep breaking hinges until it swings.
Okay.
Is anybody interested in going underneath the pyramid with me?
Technically, you could
You
really
mean
go underneath
into?
it.
I feel like you'll be fighting a lot more things. I think it's better to just go from the top and drop in if we have to.
Okay.
drop it if we have to, and yeah.
And just scatter to different areas so he has to look around.
Keep him looking
Can't
around.
stay together.
And remember that if you don't use magic, and especially you have one magic attack, don't try and use magic when the main eye is on you.
No. Yeah, level me.
All right. Are we going up?
I think we should try this.
So okay, hang on. What happens if this starts going poorly?
Then we
Run.
run.
That's bound to do.
We run away.
Actually,
Run away?
if everything starts going amiss, I will make the call. Follow me, and I will get out of here as soon as possible.
How will we follow you if you're on a carpet and we're standing on a thing, and
or if you're dead?
Yeah, we're all in different
If
places.
I'm dead, then I'm afraid none of you will survive.
But if we're all around the room,
Good,
let's
good
say
to
we've gone in there and it's fallen off. We're all around the thing. You can't all whip us out of there.
All right, that was hilarious. That's a low whiz right there. That's a low whiz character. I credit where credit's due. If I'm dead, none of you will survive. I gotta give it where it's due.
Yeah, okay. We all do it.
Be on the carpet? Is that a carpet joke?
No, I was asking. Like, you can't teleport a room out. We have to be together, right?
I can make a portal that you can all step in and benefit to.
But we have to be near you, right?
We have to be where I cast. Yes. Yeah.
So if he makes a portal, you have to get to the portal.
Yes.
We might not have that luxury.
Wait, do we need like a dimension door? A safe location?
You have a runaway word, like a safety word, like
word and like
something.
yeah, like
How about, oh God, we're all going to die, run away right now. My God, we're all going to die.
Oh, Percy, yes. I believe it's this.
Yes, we'll do this.
I'll do the signal.
Right.
Just to clarify, before we go, I am dropping a giant mouse in there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Even Muppets.
Going up on a Thursday.
Oh god. Okay, so are we doing it?
Let's do
Come on, let's go have some fun.
Question.
He's just sitting here laughing.
Her ball on her shoulder and gives you a look and goes, yes. This day, we save Craghammer, Cliffkeep Mountains, and quite possibly the future of Taldore. Or we fall, and others will come to try and finish our journey.
Good pep talk.
Either way, we do this as heroes. We do this together. For Vox Machina.
Ooh.
She puts her hand out in the center.
Whoa. Oh.
A little assumptive there, Kima, that you're in Vox Machina all of a sudden. I might say even classic manipulation techniques that we might see from an imposter. Oh, trying to form relationships with us, trying to say, hey guys, I'm part of the team. Yeah, hoorah, Vox Machina. What? Don't look at me stealing the horn. Don't look at me putting it on my forehead. We're all Vox Machina. Right? We're friends. We put our hands together and then did 1, 2, 3, hoorah. I'm fucking on to you, Kima. You haven't tricked me yet, and I'll, yes, Marisha, don't fucking fall for it. And exactly, Robin Beggs. I don't know if you've watched my past VODs, Robin, but oh boy. I will not be unsuspicious of Kima until her body is cooling on the ground after the fight. And even then, we have ghosts and spirits in D&D. She could still very much come back to be a problem. Yes, follow me into the Beast Maw. You will all be exactly Hans. This is giant cult leader vibes. Yeah, let's all drink the lemonade together. I'm totally drinking it too. Glug, glug, glug. Isn't it strange how she had a whole party of companions, right? She had a whole party, yet when we found her, there were no other torture chambers. I guess, well, actually, there were dead people in the cells, so those could have been her companions, and maybe they just kept her for last? I don't know. Seems a little convenient. Almost like it's a quest in a TTRPG, and she was the only character that was important. We'll see. Have you watched the animated series? I have not. Yeah. No CR-related media. I have watched absolutely no actual plays, except for I watched half of Fantasy High, which was dope, by the way. I had no reason for not finishing it. I've actually wanted to watch more D&D content. That's actually not technically true. I also listened to like a 10th of Adventure Zone Season 1. And I liked both of them. I loved Fantasy High. I liked Adventure Zone. I like Critical Role. But for some reason, if it's not on stream, I can't finish them. I don't know what it is. It's just like every time I think about going and watching them in my personal time, I'm like, nah, I'll watch something else. I don't know why. So that's why I'm here with y'all. Excited. Let's get into it.
Clarota, are you gonna put your
Clarota slowly hovers towards the center.
Yeah, Clarota.
And these terrible, long, lanky fingers almost wrap around the cluster of hands. It's cold, nasty. Trigger comes up and nuzzles in the center. Kima once more says, "Well, Vox Machina!"
Vox Machina!
Let's go do the stupidest thing we've ever done.
Rog, what are you thinking over there?
How are we gonna go?
I want to
And see, this is why, honestly, I would not be surprised if people have spoiled things for me because they're mixed in with gaslighting. It's mixed in with Scott Cravey and Richard telling me shit that is obviously not true, but maybe it actually is in retrospect. I don't know. You owe it to yourself to at least try the Living City someday. What is the Living City? I'm gonna look that up on the other monitor. What is that?
I know. We're all still coming in through one area, though. It's like the fatal funnel. It's like a doorway. If you all come in through the doorway, you're all in one spot.
It's also an easy way out.
It worked for the Spartans in that awesome 300.
This guy has like 12 dick finger
Maybe
eyes. Like, it's all bad. It's all bad.
Finger eyes?
That's not how that works. Okay.
All right.
Shut up. Awesome.
Dude, I was like, The Living City by Frank Lloyd Wright. I don't... I haven't tried that. I don't really know what that has to do with anything. The Unsleeping City. The Unsleeping City by Robert Moses. Dimension 20. Oh, dude. I mean, I've said it before. After Critical Role Season 1, or maybe even potentially between Critical Role arcs, I'm definitely going to go straight into the second arc, no question. But maybe after like the third or fourth arc, we might even take a break and watch like a whole Dimension 20. Because the Dimension 20 shows are way, way shorter than Critical Role. So might take a break at some point during Season 1 and intersperse either like Fantasy High, The Unsleeping City, something like that. Brandley Mulligan just needs to be mixed in on the break episodes. Yeah. Dude, maybe I'll start doing... No, that might get a little bit confusing. Yeah, I'm figuring out a plan. Lull between arcs, take a break. I mean, look, if I don't keep on it, we are never gonna finish this shit. I will be doing this till the day I die. Fantasy High Season 1 is 20 episodes, which are usually 2 to 3 hours long, FYI. Yeah. So I mean, it's about an arc, you know, of Critical Role, a little bit shorter. A Crown of Candy would be the most interesting to me. Oh yeah, that's the one where they're in Candyland. When we get towards a spot where it might make sense to cut Season 1 and restart later, we'll talk more about it. Because we're weeks away from that. But we might. Also, I could add a third day. That's a lot of streaming, though. I already 12 hours a week is already quite a bit. Beware, most of D20 is paid content. I have that what do you call it? Oh, but I probably wouldn't be able to stream it. You're right. Because I have what's it called? Dropout. For Game Changer and actually. But they're definitely going to be much more strict on claiming for paid content. Much, much more strict. Well, we'll figure it out. Fantasy High is free on YouTube. I'll put it here. I very much want to get Brennan Lee Mulligan involved on this stream. 1,000%. I will figure out a way to do it. Yeah.
So what is the process here?
Christian, when you guys are flying overhead, the top of the temple is wide enough for us to stand on, yeah?
It's got a massive crossbeam supporting a giant arch structure.
It's about, I'd say, 20 foot by 20 foot. So yes. So it's a pretty wide square.
The wall, can we stand on the wall of the temple?
Oh yeah, there's like a 5-foot wall.
Okay.
I have one more plan, just to throw it out there.
I'm all ears.
Just occurred to me. It just occurred to me.
Okay.
It could get us into the temple a different way, but not into the chamber.
Okay.
I can make us all look.
Yeah. I also kind of agree with John, but I also want to watch it. That's why right now in my head, I'm considering potentially for a brief period of time, we're also doing Friday streams and Monday, Wednesday are Critical Role, and then we do one Friday of Dimension 20, or maybe we do a Dimension 20 marathon or something some weekend where we watch multiple in a row. I'm thinking about it. We'll see. We'll see when we get there.
They're psychic.
He'll read our minds.
Yes,
He's already in our
you should
heads.
see, he could read our minds, but we will be outside.
Clarota turns
Clarota,
to
would
you
they
slowly
know?
and says, piercing in your mind with a force of honesty and almost condescending essence,
You will make it 10 feet before the brain is pulled from your skull.
So that's a no.
Typically, it's yes and Clarota, but all right. Good, then let's just go dive bomb with a big mouse.
No,
Ez, Vox Machina!
We do have a 1,000-foot teleport.
I mean,
Dorian stands up.
For ground forces, we do have a
yeah, we have
1,000-foot
a giant.
teleport, so we could actually bring you into the room.
I am aware of Exu calamiting. I do know that there are spoilers for some amount of Critical Role, so I have to make it past a certain point in Critical Role, but I don't remember when that is. I know John knows. But yeah, again, I don't want to stop the normal watch through until, well, I want to keep the twice a week schedule at minimum until we've at least passed like Arc 2, which will probably be months from now. And then when it comes to doing an event, the next event I have planned is the second DM Live. So I won't be doing any sort of marathon event until at least after the second DM Live. So and I also leave for 2 weeks and will not be doing any content during the middle of September. I'll have some stuff planned in the pipe. I'll have some like pre-produced stuff that I'll release, but nothing live. So all of that is to say, anything that is not Critical Role will probably be like November, December at the very earliest. So.
If it gets to a point where we want to go in, I will go in underneath with you. I'll do my Earth Elemental thing.
Yeah, anything that'll just split up where he looks. That's all
I'll go with you if it gets to that point.
Okay.
The Fomorian stands up with his club and looks to you and says in undercommon,
What do you need?
What are we telling the hey? What are we telling the giant to do? Not the
Attack the Beholder when it's drawn.
He's going after Kavarn.
Well, right now, you are going to be Mouse. And then, wait for me to finish my thought. Stay with me. And then, you.
That's all, dude. That's also kind of a thumbnail face. Look. That's a good
fight
one.
Kavarn.
Da da da!
You kill Beholder.
Smashy smash.
Eat food, big
Eat
eyeball.
Food, yes, delicacy. Mwah.
licks the side of his giant club, which you can see is covered in this horrible mixture of moss and rotting entrails from whatever he smashed the other evening. Licks it off and goes, eat.
All right.
Yes.
Like slams his chest.
I make him a mouse.
Oh my gosh, Tiny!
It's the most confused looking mouse you've ever seen. If there could be an expression of what the fuck on a
He
mouse.
still smells really,
Maybe the
really
mouse still.
Who's throwing?
Nothing.
Oh, I'll just keep him with me. I scratch him behind
All right,
me.
let's go.
Who's in the carpet?
The way we always do it, don't we? Don't the gnomes fly?
Yeah.
How does Grog get anywhere? I forget.
Are we gonna polymorph Grog?
No, you levitate, right?
No, I cast fly on him and I hop on his back.
All right. I don't know.
This time you can see. That's true.
That
It should be a lot smoother.
Okay, so Percy Vex Vax on the flying carpet.
And Trinket.
I'll be on the carpet.
Trinket can't be on the carpet. Trinket's ready for the carpet.
Can anybody shrink Trinket too?
Is Trinket worth it?
Scan them. Scan them.
There's just a limited number of spells.
Oh no, he didn't.
Of course, Trinket is worth it. I was saying I was being Bizarro Scanlan.
Yeah.
Are you,
Who can
Keyleth,
shrink
are
my
you
bear?
Hawk carrying the gnomes?
Please.
No, we're all on magic carpeting.
You can fit 6 people on the carpet.
Yes.
Also, Scott and John, if you want to be less vague, feel free to whisper in the Discord or DM each other or whatever. If you can also be vague in chat, that's totally fine. I don't care. But there you could also, use the Discord if you want. Is Trinket worth it? Kill that? No, God no, Trinket's not worth it. Is that really a question? Like mechanically, from an outside perspective, no. Trinket's a flaw. If we're being real right now, Trinket is a ally, companion, essentially, whatever. That is an active detriment to Vex in every way. it has never been useful. Never been useful. I don't know. We'll see.
What we always do.
Can you
carry
cast
the
fly on
bones.
Trinket and ride him? I'll ride him. Somebody cast fly on him.
Can we? Here's the thing. If I turn into a hawk, I won't be able to turn into an earth elemental.
We don't want to sacrifice that.
No.
Why don't we? Is it possible to drop off the group and then go back and get the rest?
Yeah, why not? Why not? Can we make 2 trips?
Yeah, 100%, which is fine. I love it. And this is something that the players, or that the characters, do sometimes aggress Vex about. And, like, I think Laura Bailey plays Vex pretty well when she's aggressed about Trinket. But also, it's kind of a party flaw. Like, they kind of bend over backwards for Trinket. And that is totally fine. That is totally acceptable. Fun drama. We love it.
Carpets now, Matt. We have 2 carpets now.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Try.
We have 2 carpets.
We have 2 carpets.
Well, it's a mile. It's a mile. It'll take a couple of minutes.
Boulder Falls smashes party. All right, so.
We're gonna make 2 trips and come back.
2 trips.
Okay.
All right, so.
2 trips. Wait.
So first shift is.
Well, we can leave. Don't take
The
offense, but we
stealthiest.
can leave Kima. She can't do anything for us up here. She has no ranged attacks. She's useless.
For the first round.
In a so sexy way.
That's not a compliment.
Kima looks you in the face and says, regardless of what your plans are, I'm bringing this hammer onto the head of that foul abomination.
Yes, of course. But outside of here with me, because
I know I will not survive this. But I will be damned if I don't dent its face before I go.
Which is why we're picking.
I'm sorry. What was that, Kima? Did you say you're not going to survive this? That seems weird. That seems like a weird thing to say. I know I won't. Hey everybody, let's round up. Let's charge on in there. I know I'm gonna die. Or is this a Ship of Theseus situation where you know that you are going to change so much when you put that motherfucking horn on that you know you basically won't even be the same person? So yeah, Lady Kima of Vorn isn't gonna make it out of this. But you pluck that little horn off of that beholder's head, put it on your own, suddenly you ain't Lady Kima anymore. You're the next Arc's villain. Religious people always going for the martyr arc. I mean, that is, if we're talking flaws right now, that is Lady Kima's massive flaw, is that she has a fucking martyr complex. That was basically the entire crux of Keyleth and Kima's first argument, that Keyleth was really the only one to push back on her on, was her, like, distinct kind of martyr complex. So we'll see. I don't know. I'm interested.
Picking you up in the second group.
and Lady Kima, you must survive because you must tell Laura of my deeds for no particular reason.
Yeah, it's not like you'll be there to collect
Noted.
on the props if you die.
Second trip is first be quiet.
Stealth
people first. Stealthy should go first.
And we'll fly the carpet back.
Promise you'll take care of Trinket if I go first.
Right, so we'll fly, and then we'll fly the carpet back.
Right,
so-
so.
Go in a smaller group.
I'll fly.
He'll fit on the carpet. There's a smaller group.
It's too heavy, unfortunately. It's a big
We're gonna
bear.
get from the top of the pyramid down in. Maybe you should hide here and live to tell our story.
He's gonna drop me off on the first trip, take fly off of me. He'll get on the carpet, come back for the second.
Kima's gonna stay with the boat. I mean,
No, you'll
Kima.
keep flying. Because I can just hop on the carpet.
That's okay. It stays up on the temple. You take it off of me, and then you can put it on Trinket. Because I'll be chilling on the.
But that's casting it twice.
I'm casting it twice.
Which you
But she can put Trinket on the carpet.
No, we can't ride the carpet. We just said that.
Trinket should stay with the boat as opposed to fighting a beholder.
Need to die.
Those are your options. Is Trinket fights a beholder or Trinket?
As you're having a discussion, Trinket comes over, rubs his nose along you, and gives.
Yeah, I mean, Percy's 1,000% right. Like, okay. I'm fairly certain that base 5e Ranger can resummon their pet. Let me make sure before I go too far into this. But I know that I brought that up, I think even in like episode 1, and they're playing Trinket differently. Trinket is like a real bear, and if Trinket were to die, it would not be able to be like resurrected or anything. Let's see. Oh, actually, never mind. I just reread 5e Beastmaster, and if the companion dies, you just have to spend time acquiring a new companion, which is kind of hilarious now that I look at it. Trinket is real. If he dies, he dies. Yeah. And it's like that. Okay, that's actually kind of my general problem with Beastmaster as opposed to something like Warlock Pact of the Chain. Is that with Pact of the Chain, since it's a fae or a fiend or whatever that can just be resurrected, you can actually find it, you can form a relationship with it without being worried, like Vex, that it'll die in the first boss fight that you encounter. So, I don't know. You gotta find a new lifelong friend. Exactly! Poor Beastmasters. I mean, that's actually like a very, I think that's a very funny and engaging character where, like, their flaw is that they can never truly form, like, true relationships because they've been a Beastmaster, like, their entire professional career, and they have to be used to, like, losing the companions that they love, and that's, like, a big emotional arc for them. That's an engaging character. Tough class. Tough subclass to play. They updated Spirit type Ranger can summon and change companion each summon. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Hey, you're my new Expenda Beastie. Poor Vex and Trinket.
You look of like a very stern stance of essentially the feeling is Trinket wants to be by your side for this.
Yeah, Trinket wants to be by my side, you guys.
How the fuck do we get out of there?
All right, who's on the first row?
Someone's burning a spell.
I will actually say, before we really start, now that they've decided, it's like, 2 hours, 30 minutes, and I have to pee because I've been drinking so much water, hydrate or dehydrate. I'm going to take a quick break. I will see you guys in a sec. All right. What the heck just happened? What? Oh no. Can you guys still hear me? So I see that my camera froze. Oh, shoot. Here, yes, but you're frozen. Let's try this. No. I know. What if I do this and then that? Hey, we're back. All right, sweet. Yeah, that was my camera is old and a little finicky, and sometimes if I bump the cable wrong, it'll get mad at me. Normally it doesn't get that mad. All right, sick. We're back. Very good. Oh, great. Not another 20 minutes of planning. Delightful. What am I at right now? 1.5? How many? Oh, we have 2 hours to go. We have 2 hours of the show to go, and I wanted to do that in about 10 hours. 2 hours. For the rest of planning, let's go on 2x. Let's just see how it goes. We've got the captions. We can cross our fingers.
Or we're going in shifts. One of the
We are doing shifts, right?
Yeah.
Are we?
And we don't need to if we burn a spell because Trinket's the one that can't fit on the carpet in the first place. Everybody else can fit on, right?
So we're picking one, rather polymorph and Trinket or we're casting light.
How much can you lift, Grog?
Yeah, I weigh 645 pounds.
So a shit ton.
Grog is not strong enough to carry a bear.
What if you cast fly on the bear?
No, I mean, one at a time.
It's a good idea.
Oh, we're still doing shifts then.
You can try. There's a good chance he might drop Trinket on the way over from that height, which would be a splatter bear.
Can you cast flight on Trinket and have Grog ride Trinket?
Yes.
Same problem.
What if one of us ride Trinket? Well, but Rock won't fit on the flying carpet. This is like a mind puzzle.
I know, yeah.
How long does it take to make the trip?
From flying over the carpet at full speed,
flew over there, so-
I'd say it'd take about 20 minutes or so.
20 minutes?
20 minutes. If train A leaves the station at 10:30, traveling 45 miles per hour, and then train B, when will they intersect?
Oh.
15 minutes.
I cast fly on Trinket.
It's not the carpet isn't extremely
Oh,
fast.
yeah, wait, and I'll do that. I wait, because I can only do it one at a time. So I'll burn it for him.
Okay.
Let's go.
What did you do?
I'll burn it for Trinket.
Okay.
We're gonna fly. Oh.
So we can both fly?
So we can all fly?
Not right now, no.
All right. So,
I'll go up first, then I'll come back down with the carpet. I'll cast fly on him.
so
whoever.
first batch. Vex, Vax, Percy, Scanlan,
I don't need to go.
Grog is flying. All right. So Grog's there.
You're staying? I'll see down.
Who else can go? Is there room for one
I
more?
need to go.
What do I keep my Chlorota?
And we'll say
Hang
Clorota
on.
will go with you guys. Clorota can stealth. Kimo will stay back. All right. So,
Pass got a trace on the entire party
Wow.
before we all take off.
good. All right. As you guys all continue forward, let's see. You got the one with them? Same mine? All right.
I'm gonna, in front of us, using minor illusion, I'm just gonna just create like a floating, like a bald eagle thing to just sort of distract the bats with.
Okay.
Just like flying around.
Everyone on the carpet, make a stealth check. Clorota goes invisible.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Still doesn't dexterity.
Yes, it is.
23.
Yeah, you do that.
And you add,
I need this.
you add 10.
Gotta cross that river.
Yeah, 10 to it.
36. Oh, plus 10? 31.
There you go. 30. 18 total. All right.
Still alive.
Okay. You guys make your way
And roll 3 times.
over to the temple. The bats don't seem to take any notice of your passage. You find your way slowly coming towards the temple, that dull, eerie green glow towards the top. The carpet finds its way just along the edge to the point you can safely step off on that little 5-foot-wide section of walkway that surrounds the glass top. And you do see it. It is a relatively large, see-through, almost glass-like substance. It's hard to say. It looks like glass. It's about a good 3 inches thick, and the metal beams themselves are bolted into the stone itself.
The bolted into the stone itself.
Is Vex up there?
I would love to, while we're here, very quietly
Wait,
examine.
when we've arrived, is anyone going back? No.
Yes.
Yeah, people were
Someone's going back.
Someone's going back.
Who's going back?
I'm staying on the carpet.
So he's going
And
back.
you're going back to
Oh yeah, let's really quickly interrupt some actually like progressive, or not progressive, but like interesting investigation that Percy was about to do to talk more about the logistics. Please.
And Grog slowly flies over and meets up with you guys.
No, I have to go with you.
So there's enough room now for the carpet to go back?
You know what to do.
So I guess I can come back with the carpet.
Yeah.
So they dropped off.
Okay, so you dropped it.
Roll stealth check.
Oh no.
That's 19.
Plus 10?
If that was included.
Yeah. Okay.
So thank you.
So you guys are left at that point. No.
I want to examine the structure to see if I can find the optimal place in the weaknesses of the structure, whether or not it's more appropriate to pour the acid on the stone, whether it's better to pour the acid on the metal, just to see where it would be weakest mathematically.
Go ahead and make a perception check. Or let's just investigate. Yeah.
And before I leave to go back down, Vex, you see it?
Sometimes I will. So like, he's like talking about where it's weakest mathematically. I totally agree with Matt changing that from perception to investigation, because for the very honestly simple reason, I think no. Actually, no. Never mind. I'm gonna keep going with my train of thought. investigation is an intelligence check. So he's like, oh, let's look for where it's weakest mathematically. That sounds much more like you're trying to do intelligence stuff necessarily than wisdom stuff. So I that is something that I think about, especially for the mental characteristics, especially wisdom and intelligence, when it can sometimes be hard to know exactly which skill you should pick. Sometimes I will consider the skill's backing ability when informing my decision as a DM of what skill check I'm going to ask for.
Make sure to mark these.
All right, you gather best you can that the metal itself is essentially bolted over top onto the stone. If you were to run the acid along where the metal is kind of overlapping and bolted down on the top, that would weaken it significantly. The stone itself is not going to help much, but where that boundary is, where it's essentially clamped, that area right there is going to be where you want it to bleed through and coat.
Awesome.
All right, are you going back for the others? All right, are you guys just standing carefully on the edge?
Are we waiting?
We are definitely staying out of any kind of visible sight of a giant meatball.
All right, Tiberius, you head back? Yeah. All right. Eventually, grabbing the rest of the group here.
And I go ahead and cast Pass Without a Trace on the rest of us.
Alrighty, pass that trace 7 times, thank God. You cast Fly on Trinket, which is a hilarious sight, as this large brown armor bear all of a sudden is like... It takes
Think of Vex. Go to Vex. Go to Vex.
As you say that, Trinket suddenly straightens trajectory a little bit and starts finding this awkward zigzag, but nevertheless is finding some sort of purchase in this strange flying environment. You can see if a bear could have an expression, it would be bewilderment, confusion, and slowly trickling into joy.
Very cool.
As you all begin to drift back over towards the center of the city, attacking a stealth check from everybody, including Trinket.
Do we get plus 10?
Plus 10.
Everybody?
Everybody on the second trip.
23.
Yeah, alright.
34.
Alright.
Don't forget your plus 10.
Right. Alright, and for Trinket?
Oh, yeah, that's plus 10, 16. No, plus 10 would be 11 because you rolled a 1.
Oh, I saw it.
I'm flying. It's the first time. It's going to be a little rough.
As Trinket continues kind of floating behind the carpet, you hear this familiar sound as a cluster of bats begin to descend from a darkened portion over the cavern. They're about 60 feet back.
How far away is it from me?
About 60 feet.
I turn and I seeing the bats come in bat language in echo. Echolocation. I tell the bats, don't worry about it. Go home. End of the scene here.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Come on, we're running an errand for Kafar. Don't worry about it.
Oh, come on.
Slay those bats.
Does Keyleth know? Did she say that she casts speak with animals? Trinket's first time flying seems remarkably similar to Girls. I mean, it's not incorrect. Did I? Nope. Okay, she didn't cast speak with animals or anything.
I turn and I seeing the bats come in bat.
In bat language. Is that the language proficiency that you have, Marisha?
Oh, come on.
Slay those bats.
Inspiration.
I'm not with her. I don't know what's going on.
Doesn't matter which
Yeah.
They're bats.
Oh, but I had to roll.
I know, but you can't persuade bats.
But I had to roll.
But you can't persuade bats.
But you can't persuade bats.
Yeah, you can't persuade bats. I know, but you can't persuade bats. You don't know. You're so right, Robin. I do not know her sheet. She could totally have bat clicks as one of her language proficiencies. You know what? Why did they put that up on the, why did they put her language proficiencies up in the old little cutout over there? Oh my God. You can certainly try.
No.
I cast.
You cast?
Speak with animals. That's what I cast.
I did not hear that. I thought you were just...
Beautiful. Yeah, no, she definitely didn't say that. That would allow her to do the thing she is trying to do, yeah.
Trying to do that.
Oh my God.
Oh, yes. Is that phrase? I never come to conversation. Somebody else here speak with animals as well?
I did say I cast.
Okay, I missed that. Okay.
You saw I cast talk to bats.
So, what was your persuasion roll then?
18.
18. Okay. Okay. Now this comes into play. Good. So now the spell, this is a really funny moment of Keyleth's in my head. I was like, what is okay?
Go home, bats. Go home.
We all started going home. Okay. The cluster of bats.
Me and Matt were on very much the same wavelength there.
You can see there's this odd green glow around them that is slightly reminiscent of the top of the temple. They seem to shudder in place as you're getting off the strange, series of squeaks and echo-based sounds, and they just seem briefly rattled. As opposed to going away, they just kind of stay in place as you guys drift further and further away.
Cool.
I don't know what that means.
Could be anything.
Let's do this.
Eventually, you guys come down. You're now landing around the outskirts of this.
That is
interesting. All right. So, what are you doing?
Okay,
While they were off, what were you doing? I was examining, and I've got 4 vials of acid. I've got the 3 that we had, and I've got the 4th super. That's it.
It's really distracting.
That's an omen of things to come. Who has the?
I mean, someone agreed with her. So someone else also heard it, I guess. I don't know.
I have the mouse.
Okay. So I'm going to start by taking our normal vials of acid, and I'm going to pour
very gingerly right at the sections that I want to crack.
While we're standing there, I pull out an arrow and I'm tying the little tiny mouse onto an arrow.
And I also pull out my climbing
That's
equipment,
true.
200 feet of rope out of the bag.
Okay.
And start climbing around.
All right. Make a self check.
Ooh,
23.
23. Okay.
Does he get double pass
you
without
take-
trace or do you go
Are there any jutting stone things anywhere around?
It's a smooth stone surface surrounding this glass top. Firstly, as you place the acid on the edges of the two sides, you can slowly move around and trickle along where the metal beams reach the stone. The acid is having an effect, but it's a very slow.
Okay, I'm going to take the major bottle of acid, and I'm just going to.
Before he does, I'm going to just see if there's any magic protecting the metal or the joints or
check.
23.
I mean, there is a magical aura to the metal itself. It does
Oh, I should note. I kind of didn't even think to note this. Rules lawyer hat on. Rip, rules lawyer. Pass without trace radiates out from you and its concentration. You don't like cast it on a group of people, which is actually a huge benefit of pass without trace, is that it's just like centered on you. So it's just like literally whoever is around you. It's not like linked to anyone. So, you know, people that weren't there can gain it later or whatever. So yeah, you don't have to cast it like twice, and you definitely cannot get double, certainly. Unless, am I misunderstanding, did Vex cast it and then Keyleth also cast it? Is that the situation? Something's... It doesn't say the creatures have to stay in the radius. They should be able to leave. No. They should be able to leave and still have the benefit of Pass Without Trace? Let me Google. Oh no! Oh no, the rules lawyer can't be wrong. That's not how rules lawyering works. You're always right. For the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you has +10. A creature that receives this bonus leaves behind no tracks or other traces. Okay. I kind of... Ooh. Let me see. Oh, in the comments there is sage advice. Wait, let's see. I think people are literally debating what we're debating right now. Okay, targets of Pass Without Trace must remain within 30 feet of a caster in order to maintain benefit ? Jeremy Crawford. Pass Without Trace is meant to benefit you only while you are within the spell's radius. I had always thought about it in my mind as a paladin aura, which this is how the paladin auras work. So when I was kind of in that mode, that was always my interpretation. So yeah, but it's but curse you, Crawford. Robin did have a point. Like, once you said that, Robin, I was like, oh, maybe I've been misinterpreting this spell. Doesn't appear so, but yeah, something to keep. I mean, you know, there's benefits and detriments. You know, in this interpretation, you have to stay next to the caster. But on the flip side, someone could then join the caster later, and they still get the benefits. Even, you know, if you're 30 minutes into the spell, they can join 30 minutes in and still get the benefits. Any update on that since 2016? Maybe they reversed the decision. It's possible. I found the link to that tweet from a post in 2018, which was still pretty far away. I'm not going to look into it too much. I wouldn't be surprised if one of you guys found that they had reversed that decision, because that is interesting. But that is how I had interpreted it, and so I'm going to keep going with that, especially since it was clarified at some point in a Sage Advice.
Does not seem to be protective in nature. It is more of a, best you can tell, a transmutation-based magic. Probably something that's directly affiliated with how the effect it's having on the Elder Brain.
Well, do you want to work on one beam, and I can maybe do a focused soldering on the other?
Can
anybody cast a spell magic?
Yeah, of course.
He's
But it doesn't
Supreme
have
Court
magic
of
protection.
D&D.
I'm going to get the more intense acid. I'm just going to use the tiniest bit. I want to maintain as much as I can.
Use a tiny bit, and it does hit the metal, but it begins to dissolve the metal, but the actual metal material also...
Yeah, it's very possible. Especially, I mean, we're talking about Sage Advice from 2016. So it's super, super possible that that has been changed or reversed since now. I did not see it upon my quick live search. But if anyone else found it, I would be very open to that. Yeah, and there were, and I'm seeing for this situation, since there were two groups, they needed it for the flights. So yeah, I definitely see that. Yeah. But anyways.
Balances the acid with a little bit, so essentially you begin carving into it, but a little bit you use doesn't keep burning through. It burns to a certain point and then loses its acidity.
Okay, I'm going to keep gingerly
lowering playback to 1.75 since we're starting to get somewhere.
It's being held. The minute it starts to give, I'm going to shift to the next one.
You make your way about halfway through the vial before that one platform you feel is about halfway or more dissolved.
All right, I'm going to take the other half and I'm going to work on the other.
The one that's like halfway to.
Oh, great.
Is there any purchase? Like, can a hand grip the metal and pull?
It's built in a way that's almost smooth entirely over top, like the construction. 29. Okay. So you empty the rest of the yellow vial on the other side. You can see the actual metal. The area where you dip it, the kind of yellowish liquid hits this kind of smooth, shiny bronze color, and the leftover material is this like thick, horrible, dark green color. The way the two mix and dissolve. You empty the last of the vial, and the other beam gets about halfway dissolved through before eventually the last gets used up.
As I do this, I go to the bag of holding, and I go to the endless rope.
Yeah.
And
she has that. Actually.
Oh. Yeah, I'm back up there.
He's right there, though.
And the endless rope. As I'm asking for that, I take out my movable rod, and I'm going to place it kind of in a exit position and make it stay right above there.
All right. As it releases it, this rod is now stuck in midair, anchored permanently until removed.
And I start throwing the rope so it goes all. This whole time I'm just doing that, so it goes all.
Okay.
Rock.
I'm going to need a lever. I'm going to need a wrench, a blade into the metal. Wrench, and you're going to get this side one.
Okay.
But it should
get. So you've dissolved a portion of two of the metal beams on each side. You guys have a mouse kind of tied to an arrow.
He's secure.
Oh, it's the combat music.
I'll take one side, and Grant's gonna take the other beam.
And do what?
I'm gonna take my staff. I'm gonna do a concentrated heat metal spell, and I'm just gonna kind of solder right along the inside where it's already weakened.
Okay. You understand that the spell heat metal is less of a localized damaging the metal, where it just causes a metal structure to in itself become hot.
Right.
You would not be able to necessarily damage the metal with it. What you would do is you'd be able to weaken it universally, possibly, with enough heat.
Okay,
But it's not like a blowtorch.
Well, then why don't I heat the metal while Grog's playing it to help?
It could also hurt Grog if he's touching it, if it's not hot.
Well, you're
I've got a
using.
wooden handle.
Okay. He's using like a crowbar.
Okay.
Right?
Using an axe, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Well, we'll tag team it.
So you're attempting to pop.
You're just
Couldn't we
pry,
just-
right?
Yeah, we're going to stick down and just pull.
What if we just give old Mouse a year, turn him into a giant again, and drop him right on
It's
it?
not weakened enough yet, is
It's
it?
not weakened. We have to crack it.
That's straight down.
He looks down and says, "So tonight, I imagine it would work."
What?
Yeah, but we want to save him. Let's see if we can do this first.
Yeah, let's. This is not going to be loud.
How about we? Can we?
Well, it'll be loud once it breaks.
We get him in place and then try it. And if it makes
I've got
it
him
noise,
notched on
we
the
just
arrow. So she can shoot it. You can like.
shoot him up and have him come down.
Well, we can have Tiberius.
Man, I love that they are still stuck in planning even after the combat music has started. I'm glad I kept it on 1.75.
Just hit him with like a
We can
quick
fly
damage
up and
spell,
just drop him
maybe.
down like a big giant bomb.
We need him to fall like King Kong from the
We
Empire
can take
Strikes
him up and just drop him.
Yeah, we do have a flying car.
How much does he weigh?
The Fomorian, you imagine, probably weighs. I'd say 3 to 5 tons.
This is what.
Oh,
That'll break it.
Well, why don't we weaken the beams first?
Right.
I'd say about 3.
What if we give ourselves away? What do we lose? A lot. I don't think it's worth it.
All right, let's
Like,
drop
you go
a
wrong,
giant
and
bomb
we're
on him.
fucked,
As soon as the.
What do you mean?
So if we try and weaken it and the metal makes any noise, anything, right? Gigs up.
Yeah.
Well, it's good. Gig's gonna be up as soon as the giant.
Yeah,
Yeah, at least
we
it's
know
all
we're
through.
in.
Like we won't even have gotten
But what
through
if it doesn't bust all the way through until we start popping some
I think
beams?
dropping 3 tons on it is going to
Is it
more.
And even if it doesn't, it might be better than trying to
It's
crank
like
it.
I'm going to do.
an
I'm
inch
going
thick piece of
Would I've gotten enough
flames.
engineering information about it to actually have a good sense of whether or not 3 to 5 tons would actually be
Investigation.
Another investigation. 15.
Looking at the sections of the beams that you've damaged, the thickness of the plane and the metal bars and the points where they're attached, you're not getting a full view because you're actually looking in the room yet. Everyone's avoided looking in the room at this point. But you gather with enough speed and enough weight, this thing would break and hinge pretty easily.
All right, let's go for it.
Alright, let's do it.
I'm just gonna show where I want him to drop.
Okay, we
How
bring
far
him
away?
up.
Take him all the way up.
As they
Should
go
I
up
go
to
ahead and leave the metal just in
You don't-
case
you don't
for
have to
padded
move.
stuff? I mean, that's quiet.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Can I just say?
Look inside.
Yeah.
No, just
Back up. Okay.
Can I just say? I have no idea what's about to happen. But it's been a great pleasure to walk beside each and every one of you.
Are you doing it? Are you doing it? It's been an honor to serve with you, sir.
Why would you say that?
All right.
Screw you. I want my final words with you to be indignant and irritated.
I agree. I think that's poppycock. We'll be fine. We'll apologize later.
All right, who's flying the mouse up?
If we
We need
attach
you to fly the
anything to
mouse
the top
up.
to keep the spiral from
Yes,
flooding with
you're
the
on
mass,
it.
we have attached something to that?
Yes, come on.
No.
But we're going to drop him as a full 3-ton weight.
I'm polymorphing him. I'll make him
He
drop.
weakened only one side, so hopefully it'll only
It'll
smash
just fall
one
in.
side.
It won't go straight down.
Maybe we can even try and aim him leaning
Well,
towards our
aim him
side.
towards the part that will break.
Leverage.
Just shoot him wherever we need him to drop. And
No, we want him to drop him the full height. And the 3 tons, so we want him to be a giant when he falls.
oh, because he's fat.
Shall we execute?
Come on, let's do this.
Manhattan Project?
Fly it up.
It's been an honor. It's been an honor to be
Oh my god.
On the carpet. Go.
Don't even do anything.
Straight it up.
So
I actually wonder. I mean, this is dumb, pedantic physics shit. I wonder if the Femoran or the mouse would accelerate faster because the Femoran has a lot more The Femoran has a lot more surface area and would create drag, but also it has more mass to overcome drag. Because everything falls at the same rate. Like, everything accelerates towards Earth at the same weight. It's all how aerodynamic are you, essentially. And I wonder if it would be faster to fall as a mouse or a Femoran. It would probably be negligible, the real difference, right? But that's interesting to think about.
We die with honor tonight.
Tiberius on the carpet?
We die.
I feel like I'm already just gonna start crying. I go ahead and I'm like,
Tiberius, you take the mouse in your hand, and for a second it's adorable. It's smell next to you. You all sit on the edge, like keeping out of view. You can see a little bit of faint light coming through the glasses and the general green glow that permeates the circumstance. Tiberius slowly lifts up.
I start heating the metal beams, concentrating from both sides.
Okay. As you get overhead, Tiberius, you get the first look into this room.
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
These are bad guys.
No experiment used.
I think Matt had things printed in a 3D printer for this, so it's pretty cool.
Can I get the prisoners to try and help us?
I don't. Those are
crazy.
They're the things we've been fighting. They're a question mark.
They might be controlled by Kavarn Stitch monsters.
Yeah, that's the suck right there.
As you glance down inside, you see immediately in the center of the room the giant brass structure coming to a point above the Elder Brain in the center of the room on the elevated platforms. You see there are two caged sections of the room that contain two kind of flesh, skinless, altered creatures that have been subjected to serious tortures by Kavarn. Kavarn floats off in the distance by what looks like some sort of experimentation table containing glass vials and strange metallic structures.
DM, which side has the pre-work done in relative to where I'm looking at?
Over here. First, we're going to go ahead and find...
Like, the damage this side or this side?
We're so high up. I don't want to. Oh god. I just don't want to do it. I'm so scared.
Everyone.
I've already died. I know how it feels.
You're good.
Use the boots. I won't let you die, Pike.
I won't let you guys die.
Find your happy place.
I'm on it.
I'm going to
Oh,
try.
nope. You build a high dive.
Die with hilarity.
We'll
Or
say,
die not at
for
all.
the most part, up here.
I'm chilling.
The flying bear.
It's a crazy roof party.
So, then they would be working on this side, right? On that
You guys work on this side. It would essentially hinge this way.
Great.
Okay, drop it. Drop it like it's hot.
Drop. Rub it like it's hot.
As you
Oh god.
glide up Tiberius, far above, looking down into this.
You dropped the bomb on me.
Before it falls, I would like to rage.
All right. Is there any other preparatory spells that want to be cast this moment? Do you want to give
Can I
inspiration to
see?
people? Do you want to cast any spells?
Can I see him? Can I just go ahead and cast Hunter's Mark on him right now?
Great. The stage is set. That's why I'm lowering the playback speed. Also, fantastic question to ask as a DM. Before you are going into a situation where initiative is going to be called, say, hey, everybody, any preparation you want to do? Because the moment this shit happens, you're not allowed to anymore. A+. I think that is a great thing. It slightly breaks shit up, like it is a slight inconvenience to the pacing. It's way better than be like roll initiative and then Tiberius is like, no, I want to cast Stone Skin. Like yes, just get it all out of the way right now. Beautiful. Checkpoint reached exactly. Just be like, all right, we're about to go in. Everyone do their shit, and then we can just have a nice climactic thing because you've already done all your shit. This really is. This is like Baldur's Gate 3 when I walk in somewhere and like it pauses to autosave, and I'm like, oh, I'm going into a cinematic shit.
You're welcome to look over into the glass if you like.
Don't do it yet.
I will cast inspiration on this gentleman for his throw.
All right. So, D10, you can give up to 4 people.
Oh. Pike.
Yes.
D10 inspiration dice for you.
Me? Oh, for Pike.
Grog.
Okay.
Wait, D10 for me?
Yeah.
Either an attack, a saving throw. I'd recommend saving
Percy.
throw.
Yes?
You get some inspiration.
D10 inspiration dice to you. And
That's what is it now again?
One Vax.
D10.
This is who he thinks are going to be useful. Thanks
And
a lot,
Vax.
Scanlan.
I don't know.
Vax a D10 inspiration die to you as well. Keep track of those guys. These are the only ones you get from the bard this game because you used them up front. Buff spells that want to be cast at this point in time.
I'm putting my boots in.
And so I come to
Pike.
you with inspiration.
Buff spells?
Any buff spells you want to put on?
I'm gonna cast Death Ward
Okay.
on Grog.
Okay. Is Grog the only one you want to cast it on?
I can cast it on more?
Yeah, it's not concentration. As many 4th level spells as you have, you can cast it on different people. It lasts for 8 hours.
But hey,
But that's the
4th level spells.
Sure.
So how many people can I cast it on if I cast
As many
it?
4th level spells as you have. It's 1 person per cast.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast Stone Skin
So
on
Death
myself.
Ward, if you go down to a 0, it'll put you at a 1. It won't take you under.
Right before things happen, I'll cast Blur.
You don't want it?
No.
Cast Blur on yourself.
I cast Stone Skin on myself.
Does anybody else want
I'm
Death
gonna
Ward?
cast word
I would love it.
on Grog and on Vax.
What else?
Vax?
Vax or Vax?
Vax.
Vax. Okay, so Death Ward. Mark that Death Ward on both of you guys.
Yep.
Keep that in mind. I'm not going to keep track of it for you.
What does it mean? What does it mean? I don't know.
It means the next time you go to 0 hit points, it brings you to 1.
Okay.
Then it's gone.
That's
All right, guys. You cast Blur on yourself. Hold out the mouse. Aim.
I'm going to aim and.
Unpolymorph him?
When he falls.
Okay.
Right as he falls.
Yeah, right as he lets him go. We need the match.
Polymorph!
Okay, as the mouse descends out of the middle of the air, Florian goes tumbling down angrily, cascading towards it.
It's a falling giant.
Do we have anything that's gonna stop us
19.
from falling to our
We're on
death?
the side.
We're on the side. We're on the rim.
With a deafening crash sound, the Fomorian goes slamming into the glass. You hear the cracking and crashing sound of the planes as they shatter. The metal structures, this horrible breaking, bending sound as they bend inward and slam into the side of the inside of the temple. The Fomorian goes streaking down, slams into the ground from that height, taking.
It's a German judge, doesn't it? Oh, wow.
4.2.
I was not impressed.
For Leo.
At that height, he's dead.
He's
The
dead.
Fomorian, yeah, even at his hit point level, he is right there on the ground.
Sorry, Tiny.
But because he's been enchanted, he can still attack, right?
Well, we splattered a giant, you guys.
As soon as that happens.
So is he dead?
Hold on.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
he's,
no.
he's meat.
Whoops.
So, as that happens, the entire
Tiny.
structure tilts to the side, part of it bends and kind of hits the side of the temple, and whatever strange green glows at the top of the temple dissipates.
I swoop down and pick everybody up.
What? No, you don't pick me up.
Can't pick us all up.
Right, you're way up here right now.
I know. I'm gonna start to.
So you're way down. All right, everyone roll initiative because Kavarn turns around immediately and you hear this very familiar deep voice echoing from within the chamber.
Naughty, naughty. I left
Good
the
at all.
door open for you.
Everyone roll initiative.
What do you say? I left the door open for
Yes.
Door open for you.
You want to just come to the bottom, probably.
But we can hide over the edge so he can't see us, right?
Oh, he said no.
Oh, shit. Fuck, balls.
Naughty,
tits, ass.
naughty.
All right. So, go ahead and we have 25 to 20 guys.
20.
Yes.
Are we leaving?
I would like to
20, 20
Oh.
to 15.
19.
19.
17.
16.
All right. 15 to 10.
10.
10 to 5.
7.
9.
Good roll.
10.
2.
Mike, what you get?
7. It's okay. It's good that I go.
Who's behind me?
Man.
Everybody. Why are you all manning?
The next person.
He's good.
Is that a good old man or a bad old man?
It's like bad for us.
That's it. He attacks first.
That was Akima going last.
Oh.
Everyone use the rope.
Your turn. Most everyone's behind you, technically.
So with the climbing harness and the rope, I speed rope into the room and take cover behind the pool. Can I hide behind the pool on the opposite side of? Yeah.
So you land there.
Opposite of him, so I can like
All right.
hide behind the
Swing
pool.
around. You have that area there.
Like even going prone if I have to.
It's hard to hide you.
Oh, no.
What about the giant? Can you hide behind the giant splatter?
He's already landed. So that's your movement.
Yep.
You've landed.
That's
You
it.
can see now the giant beholder standing with his metal plates like haphazardly bolted into its body and the giant horn curving upward in front. The eye focuses on you. Its pale blue color looking at you with a menacing anger, yet a strange sense of joy and playfulness. It's awful to behold. So are you doing your turn?
Yeah, can I bury my face in my arms like this on the ground? Like just face
Certainly
down?
try. Certainly try. Tiberius,
That gives me a
you
feeling that won't-
certainly
you
try.
on the carpet.
Yes.
You get about halfway to the top of the temple with your turn.
Yes.
Vax.
Wait, that's all I can do?
Yeah. That's using your whole round to just fly down the carpet.
All right. I'm hasted. I'm gonna throw 3 daggers down at.
I mean, depends on the spells he has. Unless he's dashing. I guess Matt must be assuming that he's dashing, but he also is a sorcerer. He has meta magic quicken spell. I think this is one of the only times that I'm a little bit on Tiberius's side in annoyance on that one. I could have sworn this fight took a whole episode of combat. It lasts barely 40 minutes. Insane. To be fair, it seems like there's one combatant. It's probably very cool. But one combatant fights do tend to last less long than multi-combatants, just because the DM has to do less. I'm going to go ahead and link the Kavarn stat block in the Discord. Make sure not to tag it until the episode is over. Sick. Sounds good. We will see, though.
Okay. At this distance, you're at disadvantage on the attacks because it's too far away.
Okay.
So go ahead and.
Okay, so for each attack too. So where's my? Okay, that misses. Well, 5. That's 16.
16 misses.
21.
21 hits.
Okay, and the last one I'm just gonna roll now is 17.
17 misses.
Okay, so I'm hitting him with poison dagger.
All right. You did attack before he does this turn. Does that do something with?
Oh,
Who's an assassin?
Yeah, advantage. Well, advantage on attack rolls on enemies who haven't taken a turn yet. Any hit on is a crit. Any hit on surprise.
Right. Yeah, it's not a surprise. You kind of blew the surprise with the giant Fomorian crashing through the top.
Okay.
So you have 1 dagger that hit.
Yep. Poison dagger.
Well,
which gets 3. Is
I mean, that's debatable, right? Is he surprised by the Fomorian? Then he would still be surprised since he hasn't taken his turn yet. Although I would say that with Kavarn, it's very likely that he knew that they were up there the whole time and he was just waiting for him. At least you could play that off as a DM as to why Kavarn is not surprised here.
9 plus poison with a DC of 15.
Okay. All right. He is currently poisoned.
Yes, he
That's
takes
huge.
8 plus 10 points of poison
Getting
damage.
poison on this guy is
Huge.
I love how nobody's saying shit because we're all terrified.
All right, that ends your turn.
Every roll counts. Yes.
All right. That brings us to Vex.
Hunter's mark.
All right. Hunter's mark is on Kavarn.
Okay, good. Oof. So his eye would cancel out my Hail of Thorns attack. Is that considered?
He's looking at.
Yeah, I mean, surprise is both it's both vague and not. It is fully left up to the DM's discretion. Is like probably what you're saying. I don't know. I feel like surprise is one of those things that is always super clear to me as a DM, and I've never had my players not agree with my assessment of surprise. And my assessment of surprise is just, was that creature expecting to fight in the next 6 seconds? Because that is, unless they have a feature that directly, helps with that, like the alert feat. But like that is always my like definition of surprise, is if they were not expecting to fight within the next 6 seconds, or if they did not think that fighting was a possibility in the next 6 seconds, which is why I can maybe give it to Kavarn here. He's probably on edge. He knows they're coming. Like, I can maybe give it that Kavarn isn't surprised. If you're in a tense standoff in the road and, like people are fingering their weapons, even if the rogue very quickly whips out a crossbow and starts combat, they're probably not surprised. They knew that combat was a possibility. But if you're in a tavern and you're across from a drinking buddy and you whip a hidden blade out of your sleeve and stab him in the neck, he sees you. It's not like you're hidden, but he's surprised. That's how I generally rule it. The topic will come up a couple of times in campaign. Yeah, and I don't want to disagree with what you said, Robin. Like, surprise is very explicitly left up to DM interpretation, which does innately make it vague. It is my own personal judgment of I do not believe it's very vague. Like, I believe that the DM fiat on this is like pretty clear, but I also recognize that to other DMs and to other players, it might not be as clear as it appears to me.
Me, he's looking at me.
Okay. Oh, that's true. Okay. Okay. Then I'm gonna cast Hail of Thorns on him.
Okay, so you pull your arrow, your hand's shaking slightly as you see this creature now focusing its attention on Grog below. You pull out the arrow, you focus your magical energy, the shaft of the arrow juts out all these different thorns, and you release it below. Go ahead and roll your attack.
Okay, that's 29.
29 hits. You're doing a secondary attack?
Yes, I
Go ahead and roll
am.
your secondary attack now. Just
Okay.
so you know
The secondary attack, I wanted to shoot through my blood-seeking bow, though.
All right.
That's probably not gonna hit. That's 13. Can I get a plus 10? War God's Blessing?
You can.
What the fuck is Ariel?
23.
23 hits.
Jasmine.
So as you release your first arrow, you fire. The second one you pull back, and the shaking of the hand is too intense. And as you're about to release it, Pike reaches up and touches your shoulder with her hand, and you can feel the surge of Saren Ray guide your arrow. Your hand straightens, and your arrow strikes true to Kavarn. Go ahead and roll damage for both.
Okay. Get it. Okay, so I'm casting as a 3rd level spell on Hail of Thorns. Where's my d10s? Okay, I'm so nervous. I can't find anything. Okay, there's a d10. There's a d10. Okay, so 10 on that plus Hunter's Mark. 6, so 16.
Already.
That's the first attack. And then the second one. 14,
so quiet.
Oh no. Oh wait, dude, I get +2 on that other attack, whatever it was. It was. Yeah.
18. Okay.
Um,
Yeah, your brace will give you +2 to all those damage rolls.
16. 16 plus. Hunter's mark. I'm sorry, my brain. Huh? 16. Yeah, 16. 19. And then the blood-seeking bow bleeds him
He's currently bleeding.
for 10 damage each round.
Keeping that in mind. All right.
Nicely done.
Question, sorry. What happened to the big mind control device? Is that...
What does the blood-seeking bow do now? That has to be like a once per long rest? Or is there a save involved? Or... That sounds powerful.
It's currently hanging right now.
It's disabled.
So the mind flayers, as far as we know, might not even be under...
Could be. Yeah, could be.
Okay. Okay.
All right, that ends your turn, Vex.
Yeah, nice. Oh, and I duck back as much as I can so I'm out of his sideline. Can I
You
back up on the
you
wall?
step back to 5-foot space. You're having
And I
like
crouch.
lean, and as you look back, like it's a long.
I crouch down to keep that.
Okay. All right. So Kavarn
The blood-seeking bow.
starts Kavarn's turn. Kavarn, now with like the poison coursing through its body, and Mark kind of just looks about and kind of shakes for a second. The eye stalks kind of looking in different directions, and just goes,
I want to play.
and begins to drift up into the air.
Oh, I can fly.
Good times.
I didn't know that. That's cool. Get him out.
Kavarn moves up, at which point you guys who are ducking down off the side, Kavarn comes into sight as he drifts up towards the top.
Where's like the thing that fell? Is it blocking any sort of...
No, it's at this angle right here. It's like off. It's basically kind of following the temple
Wall.
ceiling there.
Okay.
So, first things first, it's gonna fire its first ray.
I think it's 3 eyes every turn.
All right, so one of the eyes whips around. It aims at. Let's see, this will be a Percy. Percy, go ahead and make a wisdom. No, this will be a dexterity saving throw.
24.
24. You manage to just duck out of the way as this kind of whitish gray beam of energy just shoots out from the top of the temple. A secondary ray. All right. Secondary ray is going to go ahead and fire at. Oh, Pike.
Me already? I was at 7.
No.
You're aiming it. Sorry, I just got so scared I heard my name.
Another beam shoots out.
I just shattered
Go ahead and make a strength saving throw.
A strength save.
Yes.
Okay. What would that? What is that? Oh, okay, I see. 12.
12.
You have inspiration, should you need it.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can add your inspiration dice to a saving throw if you'd like.
You can. Do it.
Up to you.
Do it. Yeah, I'll do it.
All right, so 12 plus a d10. Go ahead and roll a d10.
Maybe.
That's a 10.
14.
14.
So, as you bring your shield up to defend, this strange kind of grayish-green ray slams into you, and you feel weightless for a moment, as all of a sudden you're lifted off your feet and carried down into the chamber, floating, restrained, unable to move.
Tractor beam.
And you're just kind of floating in middle air right there, right now.
Okay.
And then the beam releases you. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Come
With
on,
disadvantage,
Pike.
because you're
Okay.
a heavy male.
Athletics check. It's like a dex save. I've said this a couple of times before, but if people aren't here, saves are when things happen to you. Checks are when you do things, with few exceptions. There are some exceptions to that, but by and large, if something is happening to you and it is not voluntary, that's a save, not a check. Of course, out of the notable items on the wiki, most of the entries have good explanations and are in blue. I don't know what that means.
What was it? Athletics? A
To
5.
illustrate, they have separate wiki entries, but the blood-seeking bow is in red. No info. Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Our acrobatics? Oh, 4.
4. All right.
Thanks for the clarification.
All right. You take 23 points of damage as you plummet, slamming on your back on the ground, and you're currently prone.
Okay. Things are going well.
The third ray. All right.
I'm shaking so much.
The third ray streaks up and is going to slam into you. Vax, go ahead and roll a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. 24.
24. You see this deep bluish ray come shooting up towards you. You pull out of the way and it slams into a part of the broken metal that's left over. As it hits the metal, you see the metal turn to stone. You manage to just pull out of the way of the blast. That's going to end Kavarn's turn. That brings us to Clarota. Clarota lifts off, hover down into the chamber. Gets to about.
What you've been waiting for.
We'll say for the purposes of this, just for these things.
Yeah, probably.
Starting to flip at the bottom.
I'm shaking, by
We'll
the
say,
way.
we'll say nearby over here.
Yeah, is there alcohol over there?
Face. He's gonna go into the mind blast.
You mean water? Fire water?
Yeah.
There's
There's
water.
water. Fireball?
That's fine.
I do actually want water. Can you pass me that?
Okay.
Yes, I want water as well.
As Clarota lands next to it, grabs the side of its head and attempts to mind blast as it comes in front. Kavarn just turns and laughs into his face.
Your kind has tried so many times.
Of course. Big old toothy grin pulls across the front of the beholder. That ends Clarota's turn. Pussy, you're up.
Okay, there's still two questions. There's still a stick floating in midair with a rope tied to it, correct?
It's the immovable rod.
That's fantastic. I have a plan. Also, I'm curious about targeting shot. If I use a drop targeting shot, that won't work on him, will it?
Oh, the one that knocks him prone?
The one that knocks flying targets down to the ground and then they fall.
The wing shot, I would say that would cause him to plummet a little bit.
But it wouldn't.
He wouldn't fall.
He wouldn't do what it says I can do here, where he's going to hit the ground.
Not necessarily. Due to the nature, you could lower his current position in the room, but his floating nature wouldn't allow him necessarily to take a lot of damage from that.
Hold on that. Okay, so I will just I'm going to do a targeted headshot. I'm going to grab the rope with my bonus action.
All right.
I'm pulling out.
Shoot the damn eye!
I'm pulling out the bad news.
Okay.
I'm going to take a shot. I'm going to basically take a targeted headshot at him.
Okay.
In the eye.
Okay.
Come on, man. Come on.
It's 29.
At least it's a once per day, John. That makes more sense. What's your understanding of their current plan in your head? Kill Kavarn? Except for Tiberius's plan, which was to get them all out. But then he said that he was going to get them all out, and all of them were like, fuck no. And so it also does bring into question why the immovable rod with the rope is there. I think it's to let them rappel in, or at least to allow Grog to rappel in. At least that's what Grog thought. I think it's to do the fight that Matt had planned. If we're being like real right now, I think their current plan is to use all of these pretty minifigs.
I think that hits. Will hit. All right. So
to kill Kavarn. I think that is the general plan right now.
A couple things. Where's my?
Went so jittery.
I know.
Where's my guys? Come on. This is like piece of cake. One guy. There's like 8 of us.
This is a D10. Where's my D12? Here we are.
Damage. Kavarn is still bleeding currently. So how much damage is that?
It's only 10 points of damage.
All right.
But the nice thing that does, which is that for the rest of his turn, up until the end of his turn, he has disadvantage on all attacks.
Ooh, okay. So since the rays automatically hit, I'll consider it that those who get hit by the rays will have advantage on their saving throw.
Excellent. I'm then going to take the rope holding on, and I'm basically going to do a swing so that I'm out of range for any of his attacks until my next attack.
I do want to highlight that that's generally explicitly not how that works. Like it is actually a point of like design and balance that things that give you advantage on things that give creatures disadvantage on attack rolls do not affect the saving throws that creature can cause a person to make. That is why save or suck spells that players can cast are generally still considered viable because they can't be affected by advantage or disadvantage. So no matter if a caster has disadvantage on anything, the save or suck will go through no matter what. Now, Matt's fight, Matt's monster, Matt's table. Free to make that call. One of the great things about advantage and disadvantage is being able to give it out on a whim. But when it comes to features, that explicitly does not mean that.
Okay.
I'm not swinging down into the temple. I'm swinging around the outside of it. So
outside over here? Yeah. Okay. Stay over there.
Yeah.
All right. That ends your turn, Percy. Keyleth, you're up.
That's me. It's me. Okay. How big of a jump is it from me to Kavarn?
I'd say at this distance it's about a good 50 feet at an angle.
Jumping.
I'm gonna do it. Fuck it.
What are you doing?
All right. YOLO.
Oh my God! Look at this. Calculating.
I'm gonna do it.
Thinks of how funny it'll be. Just goes, nah, whatever.
Fuck it.
What are you doing?
All right.
YOLO.
I'm gonna run off the carpet, and I'm gonna do a swan dive.
She's not on the carpet. You're on the carpet. You're on the edge of the platform. Tiberius is up here.
It's fine.
I'm on the edge of the platform.
There you go.
Running, and I'm gonna swan dive. And as I swan dive,
Athletics check first.
okay.
Don't fall.
15.
Okay. All right. So you leap off and swan dive.
And as I get closer, mid swan dive, I'm gonna turn into my earth elemental and grab him and take him down with me.
All right, go ahead and make a
Nice!
check. So
Come
roll
on
athletics
now.
again with the Earth Elemental's strength.
Form tackle
With
this
the,
bitch.
with the Earth Elemental Strength.
Yes.
Oh, I don't have this book. It's in the Monster Manual.
I'm gonna say it's the strength is 50.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
At least 5.
We didn't put this out yet.
All right. That would be your strength of 20, so it's a plus 5.
Nice.
Keep that book with you. Oh! What is that?
I rolled a 19.
This is the eternal challenge of druids, is having all their fucking stat blocks and making sure that you have them on hand, because it is annoying for the DM to have to look it up every time. Like, you know, no shade on this. She's literally just saying, like, oh, we didn't print it out yet or whatever. But that is the tough part about Druid, is making sure that you have all those stat blocks. But if you do, or you're playing online, or you have it on a sheet or whatever, it works. But you should have that.
Ooh, okay. All right, so you grapple onto Kavarn, holding onto his form. Kavarn is dragged not entirely to the ground, but is reduced to about that height.
And right before I swan dive, I yelled, or before I transform, I yelled to the party, "Go! Get away!"
Oh, Keith. We're not.
Let me be heroic.
So you have dragged Kavarn now down to just about like a 10-foot height, and is currently grappled on him. So Kavarn is like,
I've got holding onto his eye stalks, and I'm riding him.
Okay, let's leave Keelan here and just go.
Yeah, Oklahoma?
Yeah, let's just go.
Okay.
I've got him!
Much you would want.
Everyone scratch Keyleth off their t-shirt now.
Mike.
No.
Mike, it's your turn.
Oh, it's me?
That's gonna happen. It's gonna happen eventually.
Okay, I'm gonna. Oh, she's grappling him.
Grappling.
Yeah, you're prone on the ground, so you might want to get
Okay, so I'm gonna get up, and then I think probably it's time to do.
No, you can go. Don't feel like you shouldn't hit things because of me. I've got 126 hit points as an Earth Elemental, and they don't affect my hit points.
They don't?
Once I hit 0, I go back to whatever hit points I have.
Okay, good.
I can act like a tank, which is what I'm doing.
Okay, so if I use the divine. Sorry, I just have another question about that. Where I have a percentage. Is it only before that turn?
You use it once, and you can't use it again for the rest of the day. That's your action.
And then Sarah and Ray just intervenes whenever.
You ask what kind of intervention you want, what kind of aid you want, and then I decide how that functions.
Okay.
It's a little early, maybe.
It's a little early. All right, so you know what? I'm gonna do flame.
I do feel for Ashley in this like moment and circumstance. I think it seems at least that Ashley is potentially the least experienced player, and divine intervention specifically is like a really vague and very, very like loose feature that is incredibly powerful, and you don't want to waste it, obviously, because you're asking like a god to intervene, but it's kind of hard to understand how it will impact things compared to much more standard features. It's kind of like, you know, a new player trying to grapple with minor illusion or prestidigitation, you know, these very, very high creative ceiling spells. Why not grapple a beholder? I mean, that was a dope move that Keela just pulled. That's a very, very sick move. 2023, me keeps flinching with all them coughing near each other. Yeah, what we have been bred into our brains now, yeah. You can't hold anything against her, because to be fair, she's bouncing between coasts, the poor thing, lol. Yeah, true. I don't hold quite a bit of, especially when it comes to, like, mechanical knowledge, I really do not hold it against them. I know that they're new, and that's even Matt, like, not knowing some of the rules. I know they just came from Pathfinder, like, I don't expect them to have the rules lawyer encyclopedic knowledge. Most of the time when I try to do criticisms, it's like with general design or general play and behavior. But I do really feel for her. Divine intervention. She wants to use it right, which is very fair, and it's kind of a weird one.
Strike? Or, sorry, I'm so cheating. What's that? Sacred Flame, I'm so sorry. Sacred Flame.
Alright.
And then, gonna send it on over to the Beholder.
Okay, what's Sacred Flame do?
It's a cantrip. Nope, that's not what I was gonna do. Fuck, I'm so sorry, you guys. Where's my... worst. I'm sorry, I know I'm the worst. I had something else. Flame Strike.
Flame Strike, that's a whole different color.
Yes, Flame Strike.
Alright, so 5th level Flame Strike coming out.
Yes.
A 10-foot radius and a 40-foot high platform. Where are you creating it?
Just right by the Beholder. Just right, yeah. Away from Clarota. Clarota's the
Fuck Clarota. Smoke that dude.
Maybe up in the like against the wall. Can I change it? I'm so sorry. Can I do?
Fuck Clarota.
You're gonna do Fuck Clarota? No.
What are you doing? Pike, what are you doing?
Guiding bolt.
Guiding bolt.
Sorry guys.
All right.
Stance. Cool.
Guiding bolt. Level 1 guiding bolt. All right. Make a ranged spell attack against Kavarn.
Oh, hell yeah. Good to know, Robin. That's really dope.
It is at a disadvantage because Varn is currently grappled.
Good. Okay. So it's a 15.
Yeah, I've heard that about the feedback on Twitter. But I've also, especially when they used to have the chat up more, like the live chat, you could see it really often in the live chat of like, especially in the beginning, it was in Craghammer, it was a lot of Marisha kept making mistakes, and there were some pretty harsh shit in there. So yeah, I can, and especially for such like a big episode, like, you know, both Laura and Ashley were talking about how nervous they were and how she's like shaking, and like there is an aspect of like when your players are really into it and you're in this big climactic moment and scene, that can be very emotionally affecting. But I also have to imagine that there's a certain level of, you know, at this point, Matt mentioned at the beginning of the episode that they might only have like 3 or 4 more. So in their heads, this is kind of like the climax of Critical Role. Like just straight up. And so I can imagine it would be a lot of pressure to perform and to keep the energy and the pace up. That just simply doesn't exist in a home game. That level of pressure to perform. And to make sure that it's not boring for the audience. So a lot of stressors here.
You roll twice?
Plus. Oh, I rolled twice.
Roll.
Oh, 15.
So 15 still.
So yeah,
roll a 15.
20 and a 15.
So you rolled a 15. What's your spell attack? What's your spell phase? That does hit. All right. So on a hit, the target takes 4d6 radiant damage, and the next attack roll made against it has advantage.
Oh.
Nice.
So you roll 46.
16.
16 damage. All right. Beautiful. So the next attack on him is at advantage. As a reaction, so he uses one of his legendary action on its turn to, as it gets hit and dazed, when its eye stalks, bends over again, the same one that hit you last time is going to attempt to hit you again. Go ahead and make a strength saving throw again.
Make a strength saving.
Okay. Pretty good.
That's good. My strength is really low. 14.
14. The ray slams into you again, and you feel yourself lift off your feet as the beam throws you across the room, slamming into the bars on the side. As you hit them, the impact doesn't do enough damage, but suddenly these 2 giant fleshy arms reach through the bars and grab you and pull you against them. You take...
Oh boy, our healer is about to die.
9 points of crushing damage.
9?
Yes, and you're currently grappled and held against the bars.
Okay.
That ends the legendary action, and
What
I
are
think
the fleshy
you just moving it up.
arms?
That's your turn. That gets us to Scanlan.
Boy, oh boy.
Oh, one of the abominations in the cage. I see. I was like, there are just arms coming out of the wall? The entire temple is? What? That is not the case.
Say you can take a hit.
I see that.
Go for it. I'm also immune to a lot of shit.
Okay. Chain lightning scroll. It's the biggest thing I have.
Yeah, do it.
All right, so pull out the
Whatever
scroll.
that is.
It's a scroll of chain lightning. I can't cast it at my level, so it's going to be just a 50-50 shot whether it even works.
So Scanlan, as you hold over the edge, you look down, you pull out the scroll and begin reading it. Hopefully the arcane language will come to you. Bits of it are seem familiar. I need you to go ahead and roll a d20 and add your ability modifier, which is 5. So.
Ability modifier. 10 plus 5.
10.
Quite soon, Matt makes some narrative decision choices. Maybe redundant, I don't know. That really improves CR, IMHO. Interesting.
Plus 5.
Looking forward to it.
The difficulty is 15.
Oh!
Yes!
So, as you finish muttering the spell, the actual scroll disappears in your hand and bursts into this strange array of purple color that then coalesces and releases with such force that you're nearly blown off the top of the temple. A bolt of energy shoots out, slams into Kavarn. Pulling up chain lightning here.
10.
Damage.
How many do you
Just do them all right. Let me see the stars.
There you go. Alright, so 10d8 lightning damage.
It's hard. I keep thinking about slowing
Kavarn
down
does make saving throws, so
because
attack damage.
it's such like a fun fight, but also
Okay.
there are these giant moments.
Okay, someone do math. 15, 20, 21, 25, 30, 44.
24?
44.
44, okay. Half that's 22 damage to Kavarn.
Okay, that helps.
I will say... you choose the targets. Oh, that target as many as 3 other targets.
Oh,
you
get those
can-
monsters!
You can choose not to affect your allies on this.
Oh.
You could release Pike.
I would appreciate that.
There must have been 30 feet of the target, which, yeah, both of those would be.
I can choose the other guys in the cage?
Yeah.
The cages? Yeah, that.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. 22 damage to that guy.
He gets it halved as well.
And 44 to him. He does not make a saving throw. He's looking pretty rough. All right. This brings it to the new turn.
I have a bonus action.
And a move.
There's nothing. Oh, and a move. I think I'll stick, but as a bonus, shoot. Shoot. I've used all my inspiration already, right? Can I can't do cantrips as a bonus, right? Okay.
Unless it's a bonus action.
Okay. Then
All right.
never mind.
Kima runs around to where you're on the side, grabs the rope from you, and says, "I need to do what my destiny tells me to." Takes the rope and rappels down. Lands there. She is going to go ahead and use her action to get into combat. She's going to cast Aura of Vitality on herself, which allows her as a bonus action to heal allies within 30 feet of her. Yep, and Pike's with a bonus there. She casts the spell. She's grabbing her holy symbol. This white light consumes her body for a second and creates this kind of gentle 30-foot radial area of divine energy. And she looks over at you. Go ahead and you heal 8 points of damage.
All right.
Me too, right?
No, just she can choose one person per turn. All right, that finishes Kima's turn. At the top, Grog, you're up.
The words that she said at the beginning of that were suspicious, but then her actions were very helpful. It's like an imposter doing a task or fixing one of the emergencies. I don't trust it.
I would like to run.
Is Pike still being grappled?
Pike is still being grappled, yes.
Just rage.
You make a good point. She can't take out Kavard alone. Gotta keep her little shields up.
I'm already raging.
Please, sir.
Is he high enough for me to reach? Is he out of my grasp, or I won't know until I get there?
You won't know until you get there. It's kind of hard.
Fuck it. I run over in a frenzied rage.
Frenzied rage.
Whites of the eyes only, and try and just swing over my head.
He's 10 feet up. You are 8'7" with the great axe. You can reach.
Yeah.
19
Wait, did
plus
he just say
27.
Did I just miss that? Did he just say that Great Axe has reach?
Frenzied rage.
Whites of the eyes only, and try and just swing over my head.
He's 10 feet up. You are 8'7" with the great axe. You can reach.
Oh, he's 8'7". Okay, yeah. That was the caveat. I was like, he's not 10 feet away. He's 10 feet up, and Grog is 8'7". Makes sense.
Yeah.
19 plus 27.
27 hits.
Should I roll all the attack or the attacks right now and the damage afterwards?
Yeah, roll the attacks now.
22.
22 hits.
And 23.
Hits.
Fuck yes.
Oh well.
Stick around.
No. Yeah. Okay.
Arm him up.
Kill.
Jesus, what's 14 plus 7?
21.
21.
29. No, it's yeah, plus 4, 11, and then 18.
Math.
21 plus 18. Somebody keep track of this shit.
Okay.
40.
No. 39.
Okay. That is
far from that.
Each of those attacks is reduced by 1 because your axe is probably not magical in the front of its anti-magic cone.
Right. Okay. 2
Cool.
plus.
All right, I got those numbers for you.
There's one more because it's three strikes for frenzied, right?
You already there were 3 strikes.
I thought I
That
only
was
did
2.
Yeah, I only did 2.
Do I might not know how the anti-magic cone works.
The third one's not great.
We're gonna see, because that didn't sound right. What Matt just said could be a homebrew, or I might just not remember how magic cone works, and I'm not gonna look it up for until after the fight.
20. Oh, sorry, I heard 20 and 21, 29, 17. Sorry, so that was the first attack was 20.
21. The second one was
39 was the second one.
yeah. And
39?
then, no, it added up to
Oh,
39.
the two together added up.
I see.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And then 6. The 13 is the last one. 13.
13. Okay, gotcha.
Minus 1 for.
Rock smash.
Okay, cool. All right.
Rock smash.
That brings us to end of your turn, Tiberius. You just now get using your full turn. You can get to where everyone else is.
Yeah, but I can like dash and double my movement speed as well, which I should have done last turn, because I don't want to go there.
It's not your speed; it's the speed of the cart.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, can I still dash with that?
That does make more sense as to why Matt was saying he couldn't do anything else last turn. I do still wonder. I mean, he's a sorcerer. It feels like he should have a long-range spell or two, but it could be wrong.
Double that speed of the carpets.
The carpet moves at a consistent speed.
Okay, well, I don't want to get anywhere near that.
Okay.
I actually want to hover around to the city side, and I want to look and see what's going on with the crowd downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we hanging over there?
Yes.
All right, that brings us to Vex.
Are there ropes still going down?
There is one rope currently that's attached to the movable rod, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna do something stupid.
Oh no.
I'm gonna grab a rope. I'm not gonna rappel. I'm gonna grab about, how high are we up?
You are about 50 feet up.
50 feet. All right, I'm gonna use my bonus action to get down to 25 feet, and I'm gonna jump. But I'm gonna jump out in the hopes of swinging this way and swinging back towards the barn.
Pendulum.
That's what I'm pendulum, yeah.
backs.
I'm gonna jump out and go whoop, whoop.
Okay, so you grab the rope, leap out in that direction, catching yourself at 25 feet. That's gonna be your movement.
Yeah.
This whole thing. So you rush out, you grab it. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Come on, man.
Natural 20!
As you leap off the platform, holding the rope in your hand, your fingers clutch the rope, and you can feel the pain as the rope burns through your gloves. But you still hit that point in time where you latch on at the perfect moment. For a second, you look right into the face of Kavarn, swing back, and then come forward again, straight towards
him. 3 knives, because I have friends right up against him. This is a sneak attack.
Nice. Yeah.
Drop some pain.
Okay.
One critical.
Some point in this episode, they surpassed 3K subs, and that's why there's a post-session dance party. Nice.
Your daggers right now?
Oh, yeah, I see it. 3,000.
They won't pop back in your belt.
30.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. Okay, great. That's great. That's a 17 plus, that's a 28. Let's just go ahead and roll. That's the to hit. So let's just go ahead and roll damage now. So there's no plus. I forget what is added for like my dexterity and what's the magic the king. Oh, it's 2 for the king dagger. So 1 plus 5 is 6. Now here comes the sneak attack damage. 6 plus 3 is 9. 12, 13, 14, 22 for the first. Oh, and natural 20 is a crit.
That wasn't your hit. That was your attack. That was your.
Sorry, I am vibrating right now. Okay, so okay, second attack.
I also thought the same thing.
Alright, so that is a measly 4 plus 5 is 9. And the last one, we'll use Jade, and I shouldn't use Jade.
Vibrating right now.
14?
14 is coming.
Okay. Alright, I'm sitting on the ball.
You are like now on the rope, on the end of a front swing, holding onto it. As its final legendary action this turn, as you slam into it with the sneak attack, your dagger pulls out as the rope begins pulling you backward. When the race turns to you, I need you to go ahead and roll here. All right, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. With advantage.
Yes.
With advantage?
Yes, sir.
8 to 20.
Total 20?
Yeah.
All right. This kind of pinkish ray slams into your side, and you feel for a second the entire room's colors shift as if all of your allies turn red for a second, and anger fills your body. Oh, no. And you shrug it off.
Oh, I don't want to fight.
We gotta watch out for you.
I love you guys too much.
I can't be
So now you're just okay. Now you
can't.
kind of floating in the middle right there. Put you there for the time being. All right, that brings us to Vex.
Right. Well, I'm gonna just do the Hail of Thorns again.
All right.
From above. Yes, as the first attack.
You have disadvantage on this attack because you have an Earth Elemental currently clutching.
Yeah, right.
So 16 for
19.
19 just hits.
Okay. So that's 3d10. What? 28?
Wow. Zeros look so good.
Yeah, they do. 28.
All right.
Plus I get my 2 for my bracers, right? So that's 30 plus my hunter's mark. 32 for the first
All right,
hit.
nice.
They are rolling
And the second?
well on damage.
I want to do it with a fire string.
Okay.
Okay. Disadvantage. That's a. Oh, that doesn't hit.
What was that?
It was a 16.
That's gonna miss.
So the second attack doesn't.
I tell him the numbers. Don't say, "Oh, that doesn't hit."
So the first arrow slams into it, sprays off, and manages to pierce the side that doesn't impact Clarota or your druid. Second arrow and splinters off the inside of the temple room. All right.
I want to kind of duck down. Do I still get to move trinket at all?
Yeah.
He's still got fly on him.
Technically, if you're still maintaining concentration on that.
Xavier's
No, you
got
cast
anything.
Blur, so no, he's no longer flying.
It's just hanging out next to me.
Yep.
On top of a roof.
Yep.
I just pet trinket. Tell him to duck down.
Okay.
He did it. He did SSH, and here I know, especially during combat, eventually with AC and attack rolls, you can narrow down what a combatant's AC is. I still, and this is a pet peeve. This is not something that I believe is like fundamentally bad. I still think that players should say what they got, because I'm a big fan of levels of success and degrees of failure. And even in combat with AC and attack rolls where it is a very binary thing of either you hit them or you don't, I will still narratively use that number to inform the narrative about what is happening. And to potentially give you clues if you don't already know the AC. But also, a lot of times to inform enemy behavior. Like, even if a PC is not necessarily hitting you every turn, if they're hitting you some turns and getting very, very close other turns, that will inform my enemy's behavior on their target priorities. So, I know it's a big preference thing. I get it. But in this case, I mean, you see it almost every time. Matt still asks them, like, well, what did you get? They say it. And he says, oh, yeah, that didn't hit. And they go, I know. And we wasted all this time when they could have just said what they got. He says it doesn't hit, and they move on. I don't know. Like I said, pet peeve. I might be being a little bit overly critical of that one, but it gets to me for some reason.
I think it's already ducking.
Oh, we're both ducking now.
Duck there. That brings us to Kavarn's turn. Kavarn takes 10 damage from the bleed.
Oh,
Poison
and,
wall.
oh, yeah.
All right. So, great. Let me see. So what the effect is giving him disadvantage was the.
Was it
that
the
was
grapple
me.
or
Right from your headshot? Awesome. All right. So.
Also pike too, right? Did you have an advantage then?
What was it? 1 time. So the first one is going to. All right. So one beam turns around and sprays this pitch black ray that careens across the room. This one is going to slam into. It goes. All right. That's going to go ahead and hit Percy. It arcs up. I need you to go ahead and make a.
Do I have cover? Okay. I thought I had cover, but okay.
Cover, unfortunately, for these doesn't make a difference. The rays are magical in an instant. You should make a dexterity saving throw with advantage.
Probably, yeah. 20, 15.
Yeah, you managed to pull out of the way. A secondary ray that's black as well, but seems to be just pitted with shadow that is pulled out of the air around it. Actually gives off this strange buzzing sound as it across the room. It's going to go for Grog.
Oh no!
Grog, I need you to go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Come on,
with advantage. With advantage.
Get it.
What is that plus?
At the top of your.
Oh, thank you.
Dexterity.
15.
15. You try to move out of the way, but the beam hits you on the side of your torso. You feel a familiar sensation back when that proto-lich was drawing the life force from you from the factory that was on your chest.
So nice that time.
I need you. You take 55 points of damage.
What the fuck was that drop that you just said? When the proto-lich was drawing the life force from the phylactery sewn into your chest? Grog? What a wild thing to say casually, and for Travis to speak, oh, right, that time. Oh, right. That yeah, for sure. I'm on the same page now. Yeah, cool.
What? Are you surprised? No.
You're not in the room.
I don't care.
Oh, stop being so pouty. You knew this was coming.
I'm doing it through here.
Yeah.
I don't have any.
Oh boy.
All right, and this time a pale greenish ray comes streaking across. This one's going to be aimed at.
Tiberius.
Go ahead and make a dexterity save. Advantage.
What the hell do you think I'm doing?
Stop being a dick. Yeah, stop being a dick.
I'm angry at all of you right now.
18. Why are you angry?
18.
Because she cast me dexterity.
Absolutely.
That's true. Yeah. So you
Hey,
duck out of the way and
sound
the beam
pretty cool.
past you.
Thank you, Keelan.
You're. Yeah, totally.
As it hits part of the stone nearby you, wherever the beam hits the stone is just no longer there. It's like it just carved.
Ah!
What was this one?
Very similar to what Queen Ulara did to the top of the throne room. That will end Kavarn's. That as movement, Kavarn's going to attempt to try and break through your grapple.
The flat top.
Go ahead and make another athletics check. Keyleth, athletics check.
Sorry, I was shell shocked.
Roll plus 5.
Huh?
Roll plus 5. D20 plus
Hey.
5.
15.
15. Kavarn pushes you off. You lose your grip and fall onto your feet onto the ground there.
Damn it.
Kavarn then
Do I
goes.
have advantage for that? Still? Do I still have advantage for that?
No, it's only for your saving throws. Kavarn is then going to go ahead and glide back up. Or
Come on, you okay?
Yeah.
backs up towards the edge there.
Tickle.
That is going to end Kavarn's
told me
turn.
you had a lightsaber.
Kavarn saves against the bleed, is no longer bleeding. He just starts laughing. As you see like black energy seeping around, and you can see the visible wounds that Grog has left are slowly stitching.
No.
That brings us to Clarota, who's still kind of hovering in levitation. Clarota comes to the ground and lands, looks up, the tentacles pull back, brings one hand down, and the arcane sigils that you've seen appear on the hands both light up, and then releases a bolt of lightning energy up into the air towards Kavarn. Okay. Kavarn does make a dexterity saving throw. Makes half damage on that. That is 18 points of lightning damage. And it's going to move back to there. At the end of Klarota's turn, legendary action is going to use a secondary ray. The ray is going to be...
I also make a quick comment. I've said I've gone back and forth. Sometimes at some tables that I've DM'd, I have said DCs out loud. I've said whether or not people made saving throws or if they got fucking nat 1s, nat 20s, crits, whatever. And at some tables I haven't. At most tables, even tables where I normally shared that information for big climactic boss fights like this, I would normally keep that sort of stuff behind the screen. Only just for like the pure sense of like escalating tension of like you don't know what's happening because it's this big climactic fucking boss fight. I'm not saying that that's necessarily like 100% right, but I do think, and there's quite a lot of these things. I might need to come up with a name for them about GM practices where either way you do it isn't necessarily right or wrong, or I don't recommend either as a default. But I do think that it's really, really important for you to think about it and for you to be aware of which one that you are doing and try to be purposeful about it. Because I think that a lot of DMs don't think about it and they kind of go willius-nillius on it and end up having maybe kind of a confusing or a lack of cohesion in when they tell people things and when they don't. Yeah, I'll have to come up with some sort of name for that, of like things I think you should think about. But this is very much one of those about like when you share information, like what I would consider behind the screen information with your players, because it can be very, very cool. But it can also, I think, somewhat detract from the tension a little bit. But I could see pros and cons.
All right. Streaming up towards the top again, Scanlan. I need you to go ahead and make a strength saving throw.
Strength?
3 raise on its turn, and then it gets to make 3 individual ray attacks on these turns.
It's still, technically speaking, though, we would still have the advantage
until your next turn.
May I use my cutting words on this? Or
Actually, it's not an attack
It's
roll.
not an attack, okay. Then a strength saving throw.
With advantage.
Oh, with advantage. Oh, good. Not good.
Technically,
10. Here comes the
10.
telekinesis.
So, a familiar beam shrieks up, kind of a deep green color. It slams into you, and you feel yourself chucked off this top, restrained, and then pulled down with severe force into the center of the table.
Into the room? But I don't want to be in there.
And then the beam releases you, and you go slamming into the ground. Go ahead and make an acrobatics roll.
Come on.
You have advantage because your dexterity.
Oh. 17. No, 19.
19. Okay, you managed to reduce the damage from the fall somewhat. You suffer 11 points of damage, managing to land harshly on one knee and foot. You feel that's gonna suck in the morning.
No problem.
All right.
Easy, easy.
That ends Pota's turn. Percy, you're up.
Right, I'm taking another aim shot at the. I'm taking another headshot, straight into the face.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something there, John. I'm gonna think about it more.
That's 29 to hit.
29 to hit.
There's something
Okay.
there.
I can't remember. Did we get?
No, you don't.
God damn it! No, I don't. So that's 15 points of damage.
Okay.
And he maintains that thing where everyone still has saving throws.
All right. Good.
I'm actually going to.
I should in this last round, by the way, as a point, I need you to go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw. You are firing a bad news on a small 5-foot platform at the top of a temple. There is kickback on this. I'm just keeping tabs on this.
Okay, so you're gonna need a Constitution saving throw?
Save to hold your footing, because that is a big, loud, powerful kickback blast.
Okay. 17.
17. It blows you back, but you manage to keep your your footing at the top and reload with your second attack.
Okay.
That was almost.
Okay, I'm just gonna put it out there. The bad news is really cool, but it does not seem worth it. In like pretty much any stretch that I've seen. The one time where I was like, hell yeah, bad news is very good right now was when they were like firing across the chasm. But in most other situations, it does not seem worth. I could just not understand it well enough, but I don't know. Situational variables for sessions. Ooh. I like the word situational. And I like the word DM. I'll think about it later. I'll think about it, especially this is a good conversation for one of the break days. Same thing with a couple of things, but because we still have quite a bit of this episode left, and only it's near midnight. So we truck forward. But I appreciate the thinking.
sense.
First here,
An ordinary gun with a good name.
you gonna stay where you are? You gonna move?
I'm going to.
Fair enough.
I'm going to step back from the edge just so that I'm not in its eye line for a little bit and just catch a breather.
All right.
Rob.
Keyleth.
Fastball special. Want me to toss your ass up there? See if you can grapple onto him?
Yeah, can you throw me to the side, away from his eyeball?
I can try, yeah.
If not, it doesn't matter.
All right, I'm going to cheerleader toss Grog.
Okay.
So I'm going to take Grog and push him up to see if he can essentially do what I did to Kavar.
Okay. Grog's turn doesn't come for a while. The next round of combat. So you would throw Grog, and then Grog would come back down. Currently, Grog is just now coming off of the series of frenzy attacks.
So you would hold your turn to Grog.
I see.
I would have to hold my turn. Because I can't reach him, right?
No, unfortunately, it's out of reach.
It's probably grappled.
I'll hold my turn then.
Still grappled, yeah.
I'll hold my turn.
Hold your turn. All right. Till Grog's.
Till Grog's.
All right. Keyleth out of the line, back at the top of the next round. Pike, you're up. You're currently.
Can I heal if I'm still grappled?
You can, yeah. You just can't move.
Okay. Break the grapple though, right? For a move.
As a movement, you can break the grapple if you want to.
Okay, I'll try to break the grapple first, because then I can.
Okay, make an athletics check. With disadvantage because you're in plate mail.
8.
Wait, I also just heard that. Disadvantage on athletics because she's in plate mail? Why? Is she not proficient in heavy armor? Is this a rule I'm unaware of? I don't think it is. Like, the only downside of heavy armor and certain medium armors is disadvantage on stealth.
Holds on to you, and you take 3 points of crushing damage as the arms are still
3 points?
pulling you against the top. Yeah, it will really poorly. Right.
Okay, so
you have one action and bonus action should you choose to use them.
Also, breaking a grapple is an action. So, probably a DM error. Yeah, I don't. There's this fight's a little all over the place, but it's cool. It's cool because Kavarn is cool, and the players are doing creative shit like all the time, which can brush past a lot of rule inaccuracies, I think.
okay, so I'm gonna do a mass cure.
It would be nice if their nuker was helping them in the big fight against one opponent, but I digress.
Word, healing word.
All right.
So where's my? And I'll do it at or cure wounds. I'm sorry. I'm so flummoxed at the moment. So nervous for all things. Okay, I'll do it at. Let's see.
Yeah, I think they're all like under severe pressure because like I know from super experience when you plan out a session this much and when so much has been leading up to this climax, yeah, you get really nervous about it. Couple that with the fact that they are experiencing this super unexpected fame and attention. I have to imagine that their nerves are frayed. Yeah, and this one has gone long. True.
3d8 plus 5.
Yeah.
20.
20 hit points to
And they normally drink during sessions. I don't know if they've been drinking this one, but that could be also affecting things.
6 creatures in a 30-foot radius.
Nice.
So you can get Grog, Scanlan, Keyleth.
How many hit points?
20.
Oh.
Is that also including myself?
Some center on that point to each target. So you can do it yourself, yeah?
All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you,
So
Pike.
20 hit points to Grog, to Scanlan, to Keyleth.
Is that temporary hit points?
No, it heals you.
Okay.
If you're full, you're fine. All right. I think that's your turn, Pike.
All right.
Scanlan, you're up. You're currently face down on the ground. Oh, no, sorry, you're on like your hurt knee. You're not prone. You managed to catch yourself up.
I stand. I look at the creature. No, I don't look at the creature. I just sort of look at the creature.
You're like, just kidding.
And I will
no.
punch it in its face with Bigby's hand.
Yeah.
Alrighty. All right, let's go ahead and pull this up real fast. What's the effect on that?
Hand is an object that has an AC of 20, strength of 26, blah, blah, blah.
So this is the forceful hand?
It's the
clenched
fist. It's a melee attack. It's like...
Alright, so go ahead and make a melee attack with your game statistics. So go ahead and roll d20.
D20.
Add your strength modifier and your proficiency modifier.
10.
10.
Right?
A total 10?
Yeah.
Alright.
Hey, go, chipping away, chipping away.
The fist swings down. What you notice is the fist swings upwards, at Kavarn, who is kind of loosely facing your direction. The fist crosses the front of his cone and dissipates. The spell is nullified.
His eye cancels.
You gotta go from the side.
Yeah. All right. Are you still hurting, Grog? As my bonus action, I'm gonna give Grog some more healing.
All right.
Yeah. So now I come to you with healing words. No. Grow? I don't know. Healing words.
I don't know.
All right, so that's one. It's 1d4 plus 5. It's not very much. Do I roll for that, or does he?
You roll for it.
1d4.
You 6.
Yes. 8. I'll take it. That's 8. That's great. Oh, you roll.
I rolled. You get 6.
I'll take it.
All right.
Thank you, Scott.
Sure.
Great. That brings to Kima's turn. Yes. Kima, who has now landed and cast that spell on her, is going to go ahead and use an ability called Sacred Weapon. She pulls out the hammer, and as she brings her hand across it, this divine flame begins to burn around the base of where she's holding it and the giant head of the mall.
Badass.
She then steps forward.
Nice knowing you.
To there. Actually, gonna move to the side a little bit there. That's gonna be her turn. She shouts out, "Someone bring it down!"
How about you?
Brings to the top of the round. Grog and Keyleth.
Oh, I'm getting a donut. Hang on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fastball special.
Fastball special. So, gymnast height.
All right, athletics check.
With the donut was pretty hilarious.
Actually, no, this is a strength check. So just roll and add 5 to it. Which,
Check. 15.
15. 600 pounds.
But I'm also a giant earth elemental.
You're pretty freaking huge.
Right.
Pretty freaking huge.
I know.
Not that high up.
I would say you go ahead and roll a strength check as well, as you're also pushing off of her.
Fuck yes. 22.
22. Between him pushing off the force of your hands, you manage to move over, leap in the air approximately at his height. Before you plummet, what are you gonna do?
Grab my nice dog.
Horn.
Yeah,
Horn.
I'm gonna grab the black horn.
Ooh. All right. You reach out. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Natural 20.
You grab onto the horn and you're dangling from it right now. You can feel, just at the touch of your hand, there's this freezing cold sensation. As you look at it, you can see frost beginning to build around the outside of your fingers. It's immediate frostburn on your fingers, but you're holding tight. And you have this giant eye moving in front of you, rapidly looking around angrily. This giant toothy maw just behind you, tongue lashing about, and this voice that's right in your face going,
Oh, you don't want to do that, boy.
Well, I have an intelligence of 6. Watch this.
That's your action. Ready for bonus action.
Can I grab and kick off and try and rip it off his head? Or is that all the same thing?
You can certainly try.
I'll try that. At least trying
you
to kick my
can
feet into his eye.
certainly try.
Strength check.
Natural 20. That's all you gotta do.
Come on.
You have inspiration.
Oh.
Did I have to do the inspiration before I?
No, you can do it now. For
Okay.
survey.
And then it's
That's
10?
a 10.
So add 1d10 to the roll.
It's 16.
16. You grab, you take your feet and you kick off the front. That thing is wedged in there. Your body comes back flat against the beholder. You see the eyelid has been closed from the impact of your feet, and this horrible snarling sound.
What are you doing?
So that's your turn.
Okay, so I was talking. Oh God! Of course, every time I'm about to compliment a player, it just happens to be Travis. I can't control that. I was talking earlier about how called shots are not my thing, and that applying conditions to creatures from normal attacks, not about it without additional justification. However, this is a great way to effectively apply the blind condition to a beholder, right? Like you're fucking hanging on the front of it. It's closing its eye, so you're not kicking it in its eye, and you're forcing it to close the big anti-magic eye. That's fantastic. That's just like it just is a natural consequence of reasonable actions. Like, Grog did not go in there trying to blind it necessarily. He was just trying to do cool shit. I don't know. I think that's also, I talked about my tendencies surrounding the rule of cool. And a lot of the times I am significantly more lenient towards people who actually are trying to do something cool rather than powerful. I think that is actually a really big factor for me. Grog is just doing cool barbarian shit. He's fucking grappling on to the horn and he's trying to rip it out. Like, he's just doing fun stuff. I'm way more likely to give him a little consolation prize of closing the eye because he's being creative and I want to reward that. Yeah, sure, a happy accident. Exactly. Yeah, I can't help that it's always Travis that I'm complimenting, but this is great.
I think you're going to go ahead and do another layer action on you because you're in its face. I'm going to say it would give an advantage. However, that's negated by him, so you just have a straight roll on this.
Okay.
Why don't you go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw?
All right. Oh, shit.
Wisdom.
19?
19?
Yeah.
Damn.
That's pretty
For a
good.
second, you feel like the force of Kvarn's mind begins to creep over yours, and you feel the urge to suddenly turn to his side. You shrug it off out of just the general fury and anger, realizing that you, it wouldn't matter, being raging, are immune to charm effects. All right. Your turn, Tiberius.
Hell yeah.
Still over here.
or as far down as I could have been to begin with. So even.
Also, I don't know if Matt did it super on purpose. I've talked in the past about how a lot of times during fights, I will target players for specific strengths or weaknesses, either to challenge them or to allow them to show off. And it is an amazing moment. If you're a DM and you have a barbarian in the party, have an NPC try to charm them. Just do it. Because it is very reasonable for NPCs to not realize that any given barbarian is immune to charm effects. And it is a really, really, really fun moment for the barbarian. I have gotten a very good narrative payback on that every time I've either done it to a player or I've seen it done. And it's like a very fun moment for the barbarian to be like, haha, like I wasted like your really cool ability. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out because I think Matt kind of did it on accident. I don't really think he was meaning to do that, but that situation is super fun for players.
And Steven, with those guys, what do I see in the town?
A DM plays against metagaming, if you will. Yeah, I mean, I will frequently, as a DM, metagame the shit out of my games in order to create fun moments for my players. This isn't talking about like fudging dice, but I will create encounters with specific enemy types to challenge specific players. So like there's one that always comes to mind. I had a campaign where there were 3 players, and up until this fight in the campaign, the 2 melee players had been really, really shining, and the ranged player had been doing fine, but hadn't really gotten any like crazy moments. And I believe it was a ranged rogue, if I remember correctly. It was some sort of ranged bow user, though. And I set up a combat where the majority of the combatants were methods, which are very, very low HP and explode, and I minionized all of them to where they automatically succeed on AC saving throws, or not on AC saving throws, sorry. They automatically, or not, sorry. If they succeed on a saving throw, they take no damage instead of half, but also they only have 1 HP. And so they're really easy to track. So I made like, this fight had like 13 methods that were like gonna swarm them, but it was across this huge battle arena that there was this ice field where they had to jump between different ice plates to get around. It was like kind of like an Arctic Circle, and there was a crashed boat. Doesn't matter. And in that fight, because of the ice field, because of having to jump, the melee combatants were struggling, and the spellcaster, who would normally do an AoE spell, was having trouble because a lot of the times the methods were saving and not taking any damage and not blowing up. But the ranged combatant had a fucking field day. He eventually figured out kind of what the situation was and had the 2 melee combatants kite the methods to get them kind of grouped up, and then he hit them with one big like ranged attack that he used a bunch of resources on, and he caused like a chain explosion, and then he like mopped up the rest of them. It was a super fun combat for him. The melee combatants like enabled his play. It was a great combat. He had a lot of fun. And so yeah, I'll do that very specifically, where like that combat was not only to challenge and sort of, you know, if you want to call it metagame against the melee combatants, but it was also metagaming for the ranged combatant. And I will do that really often with dungeon design, with trap design, map design, all of it, just to give isolated players moments to shine, and to make sure that they're not to make sure they're having fun necessarily, but to give them those really, really hyper cool moments.
Do I see a mass anywhere?
Go make a perception check.
Oh!
Natural 20. All right. Looking down, you look about the city streets, and what you can see is immediately a swarm of illithids and mind flayers heading towards the temple.
Great. I jump off the carpet. I cast fly on myself.
Right.
I go to where I can just hover. I want to hover above them, about 20 feet away. And as I come to it, I'm going to flip out the carpet, get on it, cast Alter Self, turn into Clarota. I'm gonna keep my original lungs.
Okay, hold on. One turn.
Yeah. I'll spend whatever I spend. I'm doing all of it.
All right, so to get to the bottom of the, you get 20 feet away, you said, which is, you can get about that far at the end of this turn with magic carpet. You're about there, I'd say, on the outside. So you jump off the carpet, you cast fly on yourself.
Can they see me? Like the crowd that's coming.
You don't know that yet. Like, you imagine you're out in the open, but you don't know if anyone's noticed you yet.
That's why I want to go towards the crowd.
Right, but you only move so fast on the carpet.
Dude, I'm not even gonna comment on this. I'm gonna give him 3 for this one.
Come down to the bottom.
No, I dispelled the carpet so I can do double my speed so I can get there.
Okay.
And then I redo the carpet as
No, you can't just like grab the carpet and go down. You have to jump off the carpet, leaving the carpet behind.
I grabbed it as I'm going.
But it only floats at a certain speed.
It's a really big, it's a 15 foot by 10 foot carpet. It's very thick.
Well, then I'll just say like the carpet then.
Okay, just so you know, you're pretty much gonna have to let the carpet go or take it down slower.
It only floats at a certain speed.
It's a really big, it's a 15 foot by 10 foot carpet. It's very thick.
Well, then I'll just say like the carpet then.
Okay.
I can't tell if he said stupid carpet or not. Because if he said the word stupid, that's an extra annoyance counter.
Just so you know, you're pretty much gonna have to let the carpet go or take it down slower. So as you coast down, you get to about this point. You said you cast fly on yourself, or you're just gonna go for alter self?
If I'm like down at that level, then I don't really have to do that. I'll cast alter self though.
Okay.
Turn into Corona.
Actually,
right,
we're giving him
of a mind flayer covered in rags with a big old metallic headpiece.
Do I actually sans headpiece? Clone without the headpiece. What do I see when I get down there?
As you coast down, you can see what looks like 3 mind flayers with about 7 slaves swarming in towards the front of the temple. They haven't quite noticed you yet.
Oh, Ryan, it's necessary. It is to stop me from going on diatribes and like wasting a bunch of time. It is just instead we just mark the counter and we move on. It's not worth it. I rewind it. I think he does say stupid carpet.
How far away are they? Like
about 30 feet from you.
Great. You over there, quickly! And I get their attention.
They all stop and look up at you.
Also, we're in combat, by the way.
Mind flayers both do not speak your language, let alone speak common out loud.
Look, I took the form of one of your own. It's pretty much to get your attention. We need your help. We want to defeat the one who's taken control of all your mind. We are the ones who disabled the crystal to begin with. Please, come on this with me. We can go much faster. Up here, please.
You make a persuasion roll.
Damn right. Plus 10, that's 16. Plus 9 is... My persuasion's 9.
25.
Plus 16.
What was you said?
6.
6.
I'm using persuasion die.
Right,
Plus 10. Plus 9.
Plus 9.
That's 25.
Okay.
A 10 on the bardic inspiration.
You stumped it.
There's a really fine line here.
Oh, yes.
You could suck your brain out.
Not if they're
How many
allies.
of them are there?
Hundreds.
2 of them kind of look at each other confused and look back. The third one looks up at you and just continues inside the temple.
Well, I guess that was something.
You did great.
Yeah, might have been.
Job.
You might start
Yeah.
it.
Dude, this is... I don't know if you guys have ever heard, like, the description of, it's an old, like, fucking thing that, Redditors use to talk about, what success on a D20 even means. And it's like, yeah, you got a nat 20 when, asking the king to hand over his kingdom. He laughs, thinking that you make a joke and doesn't immediately kill you for your insolence. That's what just happened. That was a me as the DM is not going to punish you for trying that because you rolled so high. Otherwise, you would get super punished.
You didn't get mind blasted 3 times.
That's good. Yeah.
Noticing that, then I will go to... I don't have another movement, right? Or
Oh, that's your turn, yo.
Okay.
That's good though.
All right.
That is more than your turn, yo.
That's what I do.
All right, they're on their way.
Outside the box.
Max,
That was the
you're
plan
up.
the whole time.
All right, I'm going to run. I'm still hasted directly underneath the mind flayer and.
What does that mean?
Yeah, it's do I the fine line is do I kill Orion right now or not? The fight is a 23 worth you not being dead right now? He rolled up to an army of CR7s. We've already talked about how hundreds of mind flayers is a regional threat. Like, this colony in and of itself could have been the big bad, separate from Kavar. Oy, oy, oy.
Oh, sorry.
And Orion just rolled up to him by himself.
Yes, and here we go.
Splash on in there.
10. First attack is a 21.
Right, disadvantage on both those attacks because you currently have Grog dangling from the creature.
Oh, okay. All right, so that one misses.
And spoke common.
15 misses, right?
Not
So,
even
come on,
under
man,
common,
is,
man.
20.
That does it.
Alright, so dagger into the butt. 3. And there's no non-magical effect on me at the moment, right? Because I'm out of his vision. So that's a 9.
Correct.
Damage?
Yep.
Okay.
Right,
job, buddy.
dagger slams into the bottom because you're out of the eye range. Turns to your side. End of your turn's gonna use legendary action. So final ray.
Come sit on me, dude. Come on down.
All right, this stock now gives off this weird yellowish,
stupid carpet.
like a very faint yellowish see-through color. It kind of scoops across the ground, right past you. After you throw the dagger, go ahead and roll a Constitution saving throw.
It's able to. I just don't
It has
know. I'm not
stalks
challenging you.
On every-
everywhere.
Even on the tushy?
These stalks
Oh.
aim down.
Alright, I was going off that. Okay. Alright, so what am I making a
Constitution saving throw.
With advantage.
You have advantage against Percy.
Yeah.
advantage? 18. 18.
18? All right.
Yeah,
You manage to
it's
just
the
dodge
same
out of the way.
shit.
It crusts your arm,
And
and for a second you feel
John,
the muscles tense up, and then you just shake off the effect. All right, that brings us to Vex.
That's me.
Yep.
Okay.
That's me?
I'm going. Grog is dangling from him, but I'm still gonna try to shoot him. I'm gonna try to shoot him with the ensnare arrow that I have from Percy.
Okay.
Try to maybe see if I can tie some of those stalks down to his head with it.
All right.
Yeah.
Like a
Yep,
hairnet?
yep, yeah,
That's
like a
good.
little hairnet.
Hairnet.
Attack at disadvantage.
Yay, science!
Come on.
The disadvantage was what was that? 20?
Yeah. Total 20. Okay.
Oh, totally right. I mean, it's. I sort of talked about this at the beginning. I'm not even like really against metagaming as a general concept. Especially when it comes to just like reminding people about features that they might not know about your character. But I certainly agree with the way that you described it of, they are all seeing where the fun is. And like that's what I kind of said, someone asked me in chat, what's the plan? Like by my understanding, what is the plan? Like what are the plans of the characters? And I'm like, okay, let's be real right now. The plan is to have fun with the minifigs that Matt brought out. Like the plan is to engage with this thing that the DM prepared. That's kind of the plan. And there's something to be said for engaging in things the way that you want to, especially if you are trying to be helpful, but not that for sure. There's another unstated, unguessed reasoning for Orion in this fight, but I'll speak on it in C1E30. All right, we'll see. Yeah.
Yes.
Engage.
Okay, so how do I do that with the ensnare arrow?
Essentially, how it works is it works like a Pinglefoot bag. It slams into it. You roll damage with the arrow.
Okay.
And it bursts over him like a giant package of globby, thick glue. Just
Yes. 15,
It's more like hair
17,
gel than a hairnet.
Hair suit.
19.
16 damage, all right?
Some Dapper Dan.
It looks a little goopy. The purpose of a Pinglefoot bag usually is to stick something to something, like a creature on the ground.
Okay, I didn't
So it's got
know
goop on him. Doesn't seem to be affecting him much. You want to find another arrow?
Oh, I thought it was like a sort of wraparoundy arrow. It wasn't like I thought it was like a
bolo.
It
Yeah.
was a bolo thing.
Oh, this was the Tinglefoot area.
The Tinglefoot was basically like a wire thing. Yeah, it was a bolo arrow. That was how I originally pitched it. Was a bolo
That's what he
arrow.
told me it was a long time ago.
Okay.
That's
Then, given that circumstance,
Yeah. I definitely I very much hear what you are saying, Ryan. I think that there is I sort of talked about this when Keyleth was debating what was basically saying, "Hey, group, let's go back up to the surface." Is there is this dissonance between what the player knows and what the character knows. And it is the DM's job to provide reasoning to remove that dissonance, right? So that the character wants what the player wants. And there's a really good, when we were talking about that, there's a very good Brennan Lee Mulligan explanation of it, of as a character, I want like playing a good character and like playing my character well, my character wants to get from A to B as quickly as possible. It wants to take the eagle to Mordor. It does not want to go on the entire journey. Me as a player, I want to go on the journey. I want to make sure that the path is as long and perilous and winding as possible. So the job of the DM is to route that, to route the players or route the characters and to give them reasoning to fulfill player desires. And if you have 7 people for whom the dissonance is removed, and you have 1 person for whom the dissonance is not removed, that player might just be at the wrong table. Not saying that they're playing it wrong necessarily, but that they just need a different kind of table with a DM that provides them with different reasonings to remove that dissonance. Everyone else found a reason to marry what the player wants and what the character wants. They could justify it in their brains. Orion couldn't. And to some, that doesn't necessarily make him a bad player, but it might mean that he just isn't a fit for Matt or potentially the table. And that is a very difficult conversation. But yeah, and on this specific, I was kind of saying during the Keyleth discussion that I actually didn't really think that Matt gave sufficient justification for why they needed to go and battle Kavarn. And that really came to a head and ended up being resolved in character with Vax giving a pretty persuasive speech to Keyleth. But Keyleth had really good reasoning for why her character would not go deeper, would not go after Kavarn. And obviously Marisha May knows, obviously they need to go after Kavarn, right? Marisha May totally knows that. But there is a level of, like, Matt needs to give that justification. And then during that conversation, Vax gave some good reasoning, and Matt actually brought up some later reasoning that really married the two. And in this situation, I think that Matt has done more than enough to warrant them going in and battling Kavarn. Now, I actually didn't to Marisha. Oh, Marisha Ray. Gotcha. I don't know what I was thinking of. Marisha Ray. But I think that he has done enough, and there was a moment earlier in the live where I was kind of like, am I not understanding something? Like, why wouldn't they just do this and then go to the mind flayers? And we had a conversation about it where I was like, I must be forgetting something. And we talked about it in chat of like, oh yeah, I am forgetting something. Like, Matt actually did provide really good justification for why they need to go and fight Kavarn. So, yeah. Long rant over.
Circumstance, the bolo wraps around him.
Hopefully taking some of the stalks, pinning it to his body.
Bolos are used to trap creatures with legs when they're running.
Right.
Wrap around and pin the fall over. It wraps around some of the stalks or parts and doesn't seem to have additional effect on the damage. Unfortunately, it's just the bolo against beholder. It's kind of square peg.
I know. I was just hoping I could pin a stalk
okay.
too. All right, the second one.
Made sense.
Yeah, I did.
With the burning bow.
All right.
So excited for science.
Yeah. Isn't that the same thing? Oh no.
I didn't take second one.
It's 15, 24.
You be the star.
Okay, so 10, 11, 12, 16 plus 10 for the burning.
Okay.
19.
All right, gotcha. Cool. As the arrow streaks it and slams in the side, you see the burst of flame begin to burn up its side. And you can see now, like, the armor plates in the side of Kavarn, some are starting to, like, creak off and kind of peel off the side. The damage is starting to have a visual impact on Kavarn. You can see there's bits of beholder blood beginning to pour down the side of its meatball-like torso. That's at the end of your turn?
And I duck down again and try to drop out of his view.
Brings it to Kavarn's turn. Kavarn is going to attempt to shrug you off the horn, Grog.
Hold on tight.
Hold on.
First, it's going to fly up.
Oh, great. Yeah, that's good.
It's gonna fly up.
Yeah, delightful.
An additional...
Had to grab it.
Can I move underneath so I can maybe catch Grog from where I
Unfortunately, right
cheerleader through him.
Why are you cheerleading so much?
Prep for the basket. Because I imagine it was like a.
It's all happening in 6-second increments, man.
Alright, make an athletics check.
Just we're considering you.
In my head, this is how I see it.
Okay.
Do not question my
15.
imagination.
15.
That's a shirt.
Kavarn nudges you
Do not
a sheer
question
bit
my
of force.
imagination.
Your hand lets go, and you plummet backward.
Oh no.
Again, slamming into the ground. Make an acrobatics check to try and reduce the damage if you like.
17.
Alright. You go ahead and slam into the ground. You manage to reduce the damage somewhat, but your back cracks into the hard stone that raises up over the platform. You unfortunately, you reduce the damage somewhat, but you still end up taking 14 points of damage from the impact. Okay. And you are prone. That was Kavarn's movement. Now, Kavarn's gonna go ahead and fire 3 additional rays. Alright.
Delightful.
The kind of pinkish red ray streaks across and is going to slam into you. Go ahead and make your saving throw. It is going to be a wisdom saving throw with advantage.
Doggy.
21.
21. The beam comes across, hits you in the shoulder, kind of curves across the front of your chest. For a moment, you feel this kind of bloodthirsty urge fill you, and you just wince and feel it wash over you.
Yeah. Jesus.
All right. Second ray. Roll that. All right. The second one's going to go ahead and streak down towards Grog. Grog, I need you to go ahead and make a dexterity check.
Yep.
With, I'll say disadvantage because you're on the ground.
No,
But the advantage, can't the advantage?
Sure, so it'll be a regular roll.
5.
5? All right.
Regular roll.
Regular roll or?
That was his first roll, regular roll, yeah. All right.
That's a strong 5.
Strong.
Pissed off Goliath 5.
Kindergarten 5.
Raging. I am Kerry Strong.
That's 11 o'clock at night.
All right. Grog, you take 61 points of damage.
I read the
61 points of damage?
As the black ray that is carrying that heavy aura of shadow just and beams into the ground, slamming into your torso.
What do you want?
13.
Nope. Oh no.
Thanks.
Second ray into Grog. Touch the horn. And really pissed it off. All right. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw, Grog.
Come on, buddy.
Dude.
13.
13. A secondary beam, this one with like a deep reddish brown color, slams into your torso. You take 36 points of necrotic damage.
Death Ward.
Death Ward.
Death Ward is activated?
All right, so as the beam is about to blast your body into severe shock, you feel that surge of Saren Ray's energy guide over you and pull back with 1 hit point left. Kavarn, frustrated, looks down at you with your eyes still open and goes, "No!"
Yes!
All right.
Someone
That's a good moment.
Fucking meat.
Go ahead and make a strength saving throw, Rob.
Again? He's getting it again?
Natural 20.
The ray slams in your body. You can see the telekinesis beam trying to move you, but for the moment, you're just too heavy. That's going to end Kavarn's turn.
Holy shit. What a great turn. Oh man, I love that. I love the target priority that Matt's using there. I love the little insert of dialogue.
Just to
That's a good one.
Kuroda's going to go ahead and pull back further here.
Also, this does kind of go towards what I've been saying about 8 fucking people trying to make a combat that is challenging for 8 level 10s. You have to make a monster that is strong enough to face that. And any monster that's strong enough to face that is probably strong enough to one-shot most of the party members. It barely did not one-shot Grog. Or not one-shot, but one turn him. You know what I'm saying? So it's a risk when you have this many.
Actually, Flora's going to... Well, let's see if we can blast
But what a great one. Death Ward and the Nat 20.
Nope. Alright, so go ahead and hit another lightning bolt.
I'm so stressed out.
Okay, dexterity saving
I never
throw.
looked so intensely at a little plastic toy.
Fuck you, little plastic toy. You're not the boss of me.
14 points of lightning damage against Kavarn.
Full view of the eyeball. I'm like,
At the end of
you.
Florida's turn, Kavarn's going to use legendary action to fire another beam at Grog.
Oh my god.
He hates you, Grog.
Legendary
Is
action.
this an automatic hit?
Yeah, all the beams automatically hit. Go ahead and make another dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity, that's your good at that.
18.
18. That same buzzing black ray comes back in for a second streak, slamming into you. As it hits you, you feel this sucking cold sensation as the soul is pulled from your body. Lifeless. Now around the light left Grog's eyes, laying slain on the floor of the temple. As that necrotic energy kind of drifts off of Grog, it pulls into the horn, and Kavarn, you notice the wounds begin to seal up a little bit. And a chuckle comes out. Who's next?
Oh shit.
Percy, you're up.
Okay, weird question.
Grog is
All right, we've got a
Or I guess he got
giant
mind
spiral
eaten.
machine hanging by 2 chains right now.
Yes.
I'm gonna peek over the edge, and is there a way that if I happen to snap one of those chains that thing would go slamming into him?
Very possible.
I'm gonna pull over and make that shot. I'm gonna steady myself, sit down, and I'm gonna make that shot.
Okay. Bad news aimed up. You're aiming. You're probably gonna have to move around to this side.
Fine.
Which is very careful around the two of them. Actually,
yeah, I love it. I love. I don't want to say intelligent, but I like thoughtful enemy behavior. I like it when enemies get pissed off. I like it when they run away. I like it when they make like weird, not random decisions, but like odd decisions. That was great. That was great.
I go around
the other way.
Yeah, so you make your way to here. You kneel down with the bad news. You aim for one of the weak points. The metal bent and ruined from the swinging of the platform. Grab that horn, Grog.
17.
17? This is not hit.
Does not hit a not moving
Oh,
target?
no, that beginning of his AC. That hits the platform. I'm so dumb.
So thank you.
Yes, that does hit.
Huh.
Go ahead and roll damage.
7, 8, 9, 10, 15 points of damage.
15 points of damage. Go make Constitution.
Little whiny there, Taliesin, but I get it. It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. Yeah, there's emotions are running high. They're running hot.
Save as the blast of the bad news threatens to push you back.
20.
20. Keeping your low stance, you keep yourself constrained on the top. The blast hits the side of the metal. The metal streaks and breaks and snaps. The single bit of the contraption swings widely, slamming into the side of the Kavar. Does not make dexterity saving throw.
Yes! Nice. Very good.
Oh my god, that was not Percy. That was Taliesin. There's no part of me is gonna make fun of that because that is the reaction, man. That is like the lifeblood of a DM, is creating this moment and this combat that makes people feel so much that they're shaking when they roll the dice and they're laughing maniacally when they do something cool. Those are the moments, I tell you. I typed out the word F on my last post, and I guess the comment got instantly deleted or filtered out. Man, I do not understand the YouTube filtering. I don't know. I've looked everywhere. I cannot find where my channel. I have certain filters, but they're only like, it's not words like F. It's like words that I wouldn't repeat. You know what I'm saying? So I have no idea why those messages get filtered out.
36 points of damage as the blast of the arcane nature of the contraption and the impact from it slams into him, pushing him all the way to the side over here. So leaving you right where you were there. And you can see now part of the metal armor has completely been destroyed by the impact. So the AC actually lowers for Kavar.
Nice.
And he's looking pretty rough at this point.
Cool. Bonus action. I'm shooting him again.
Ooh. Oh, you mean the action surge?
Action surge.
Okay, so you use your second attack to reload?
Yeah, well, I used my second attack to reload. Now I'm on my
All right. Unfortunately, from your position, to slam in this direction, you don't have eyesight on him unless he's considered having cover right now.
Have I actually moved all six of my spaces for movement?
To move around the whole platform, yeah, you would have had to. You can still fire, but he'll have 3/4 cover.
I ignore 3/4 cover.
Then fucking fire.
Thank you. I'm spending the last of my grit to do yet another headshot.
Okay.
On Percy.
Isn't he just a giant head?
Technically, it's a headshot. It has an effect. So
Okay.
I'm shooting him in the eyeball, basically. That's 29 to hit.
That hits.
Yes. That's 18 points of damage. 18 points of damage plus the same thing. Everyone gets everyone gets an advantage.
So obnoxious.
Nice.
Right. It's Percy's turn.
Well done.
Pike, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna. Can I run over to Grog?
You can try to go ahead and you have to try and break the.
The grapple was off.
That's right. The grapple's got hit. All right, yeah. So you can go do that.
Okay, so
Come on, Matt. Can't you remember where 10 people are at once?
11 technically.
I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna put my hands on him and try to cast Revivify.
Okay. All right. So as you reach over, you grab your holy symbol. Which looking down, and you can see the that crack is still ominously in the symbol. But you reach down, you pray to
We
serenade
put it in the
Aju.
mending wheel.
Huh?
You put it in the mending wheel.
I remember it
didn't work.
do it.
Okay, never mind.
You reach on and touch Grog, and his cold, still body. You feel the divine energy begin to instill his form. I need you to go ahead and make a wisdom check.
And I have gnome cunning, so I get advantage on wisdom checks.
Yes, you do. Which one from Gnome's Cunning?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
So what do I add?
For her racial background, she's a deep gnome.
I guess it's her spellcasting mod. That makes sense.
16.
16?
It's something.
Deep gnome, rock gnome.
What eye is a bad eye of his?
Okay, the gnome cunning is you have advantage on all saving throws against magic.
Okay, so that's not a thing.
Right.
Oh, the first one was it would still be
16.
Yeah.
Okay. As you put your hands in, you feel this surge of warmth and some of the coldness in the air is pulled back in as Grog's chest rises up with breath once again. Grog, the darkness fades and your eyes come clear. You're looking up on your back into the room. You're at 1 hit point. I'm pretty sure for the you're alive.
Also, I'm assuming that she had to make the whiz check because of a thing with the horn, because that's like not revivify just works. So it must, but that's interesting. That's very.
He's 1 hit point now, so he needs.
Can you take potions, Grog?
Bonus action?
I do. It's not my turn. Or can I take a hit dice at any time?
Can I give him a potion?
I have to wait for my turn.
Right there, I'd say yeah, you can do that.
Okay, I'm gonna give him a potion. I have a
We have a we have a
Level 3.
superior.
Yeah, I have a superior.
What does a superior do?
3d8 plus 5, right?
It's like 100 hit points, I think. It's like 100.
Superior is 8d4 plus 8.
Oh, shit.
That'll do.
I don't know if I want those.
Oh, those are some.
Homebrew revivify. I see, because I know I generally remember that it's like the more that people get revived, the harder it is. Interesting. Okay. I vaguely have heard of this, but I don't know the mechanic in depth. It did sound interesting when I did hear about it. I will also say people have told me that Matt's potion rule is bonus action on yourself, action on someone else, and she just casted Revivify. I'm just saying.
Now you have 3 hit
that makes
points.
sense.
Come on, Grog. Don't die again.
I'm trying not to.
What's the amount? What you got?
I thought the horn was like a party hat, like you could just shake it off.
We were with you. We were totally with you.
It wasn't even his. It's like I thought he was wearing it. What the fuck was
25.
on there?
25. All
25.
right.
Way better than 1.
Yeah. Okay.
Go.
It's something.
All right, at the end of your turn, Pike, Kavarn angrily is going to use a legendary action to go ahead and fire another beam at you.
Okay.
So you go ahead and heal them up. All right, go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
With advantage.
With advantage.
Okay. Ooh, that's 19.
19. You manage to dodge out of the way before it hits the stone around you, carving just past Grog. No effect. However, where it hits the stone, you can see the stone is carved in this giant groove, like the beam itself is like a giant welding torch. Then it's your turn, Scanlan.
Hey. Oh, hi guys. Do I blind it or do I attack it?
Blind it. No, I don't know.
Can you
Is
blind
he
it?
looking at me?
Where are you?
If you can blind it.
You are down here. He's not currently really looking at. Actually, no, he was looking down at them. Since that was so, yeah, you'd be in the current cone.
Or get out of his eyesight, remember?
I'm gonna blind his big eye.
With what?
With blindness.
You would have to move. You're currently in his.
Oh, he can see me? I'm in his field of vision?
Yeah.
Oh, then never mind.
You can move.
You can move.
Move out of the way.
Just move to the right.
Move out of the cone.
Okay, I'll move out of the cone.
Past Clarota. Be out.
And now I try to blind it.
All right.
Well, through the hand cone of clarity, of course.
That is a 20.
Blinded by the light. Yes.
What's the DC of your spell?
19.
Roll a 20.
Didn't Johnny?
Fuck you.
As you release the spell, the eye stalks turn. You can see the darkness that normally fades over the eyes. Just gloss over and dissipate.
Great. Well, then as my bonus action, I'll give Grog just a little bit more healing.
Yeah, thank you.
6 more.
Take it. Thank you, sir.
All right. So now, Kima's turn. Kima's gonna hold off. Looks over at Keith and says,
Dude, this is a lot of rules weirdness. It's a cool fight, but I was just like, wait, why are they doing a contest on blindness? And I had to look it up because I was like, they're making me like question how blindness works. Blindness and deafness, which is the spell I'm assuming he's using, is it's just a con save. Which, I mean, so I don't know why he rolled that. I don't know what's going on, man.
You can give me another one of those tosses like you gave Grog?
I'm assuming it's a lot of Pathfinder shit.
Oh, I forgot. Kima holds.
She's in
back
human
top of the
form.
round.
That's just how she talks.
Want to go toss it? Yeah.
My turn? Sure. I'll go ahead since she's a tiny dwarf owl.
All right, go make an athletics check.
What's that? Just a strength check as a elemental, I guess?
Add 5 to the d20.
23.
23, all right. You send Kima flying in the air, maul arcing through the sky. As she arcs the mark above her, a giant flash of divine energy just kind of sparks and is left behind her like a giant trail through the sky. She brings the hammer down towards Kavarn. That is a 21 that hits. As she slams into it, Kima is gonna go ahead and throw a 3rd level spell into Divine Smite, doing an additional 3d8 damage on top of that. That'll be 38 points of divine damage.
That's great.
Slamming into the side.
I think he saved against Scanlan's save DC for blindness. Yeah, he rolled a. He said that Kavarn rolled a 20, but then Scanlan rolled a 19, and I wasn't sure why Scanlan was rolling. Because he definitely saved against blindness. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't know why Scanlan was rolling and why they were comparing it like it was a contest. Yeah, I don't know. But I'm, like I said, 19 is his save DC. He didn't roll that. Oh, he didn't? Okay. Maybe I also might have just misinterpreted what was going on. So sometimes it's a slightly chaotic. Yeah, okay. That would make more sense. That would make more sense.
Teeth out, you can see now a portion of the eye starting to swell, and Kavarn's looking pretty rough. Kima, however, just continues to go.
Oh no!
And comes to land. Does not make the athletics check and takes. Okay, that'll be 22 points of damage from the fall. And it's
fall.
But was happy with the damage that she dealt. Grog.
Yes.
It's your turn.
Run away.
Am I still prone?
You are, yes.
Can I stand up?
You can.
Yeah, there's lots of rules weirdness. I'm giving them. I think this is probably the last time I'll hit on the rules weirdness because I've talked about it a few times, and at this point, it's like, you know, they're 4 hours. They're like an hour over what they normally go. It's a climactic fight. They've got a lot of pressure of being on stream. I think we give them the old slap on the wrist, don't do it again, and, we move on. Through the hand cone of clarity, of course. Also, I added I think I'm going to add 1 annoyance counter for every minute that Orion spends on his phone. I've only noticed it for 1 so far, and I'm not going to rewind. But speaking of the climactic fight with lots of pressure where everyone's super excited, and he's texting.
Movement to get up.
That's my movement to get up?
Yeah.
God, son of a bitch! He's looking at me, right?
He's kind of looking in that direction, not directly down at you.
But I'm in the cone of shit?
You're just on the cusp of it, yeah.
Cone of shit.
Can I use the chain of returning to throw my axe at him?
You can.
Yeah, because I can't move anywhere, right?
You can heal yourself.
Can I use it? Can I heal myself after I throw it?
Okay.
Can I? Or is it one or the other?
Put it this way. Since you stood up, you're now like cusping in the cone, the anti-magic cone. Any potions drunk in that area will have no effect. Magic if the actual potions are dispelled.
I had to stand up. Let's throw an axe.
Go ahead and roll attack.
Let's throw that axe.
Oh, no! Oh.
As you reach back, you lob the axe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chain of returning, now also in the cone of anti-magic, just snaps off the axe. The axe goes flying across the room, clattering to the ground underneath the corner over here.
We're gonna die.
No, he's almost dead. He's almost dead.
The chain of returning's magic?
Yeah.
He's almost dead until
Anything that has a name,
There
like
it is.
chain of something.
Yeah, it does have a
Chain of
name.
cool.
That
Still
is
running
a
for
dead
converse out there?
giveaway.
That's not gonna work. I head back up to the top. Actually, no, I don't. I go to the side of the temple where the rope that I was throwing out earlier goes and meets down to the floor. So
Okay, so you head down towards the base of the temple.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no, fucking no. Hold on a second. I don't do that. I redact that.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you?
I go back to the top. I can get up there, right? Like where they are.
Finish him off with a fireball, Mike.
Yeah, just throw a fireball from the outside. Just throw one.
He's all alone up there.
Does he see me?
I mean, you're visible up here. You can see him, he can see you.
But you're not in the cone. He's looking down.
That's what I mean. Like, is he looking at me?
He's kind of looking in this direction right now.
Tiberius burn him.
You're gonna get the fucking killing blow, man.
I'm gonna cast telekinesis and rip his horn off his head.
Okay. Go ahead and make a check. Telekinesis.
Dude, even if he was just casually vacationing, if he didn't act so pissy about it, it wouldn't annoy me. But he gets 1 annoyance counter for the fact that he's acting annoyed and he doesn't know what he wants to do. And because he was on his phone the entire time that he could have been figuring out what to do. The situation inside has not changed that significantly. You should have had your turn planned out for, 7 other player turns.
Well, that doesn't happen. Actually, I'll use one.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that doesn't.
Can you read that?
Doesn't hit. So I'll have to spend another.
Okay, so as you release the telekinesis, you pull and pull, but that horn is definitively locked in place.
Okay.
Well, then I'll spend 5 more and I'll attempt to rip off.
Yeah, if you want to see me actually rant about Orion, there's either I think there's a solid one in episode 6 maybe. And then episode 10 is where I introduced the annoyance counter because I was like, I just can't talk about him anymore. It's just not worth it. I still have been because it's but
one of his 10 toss. Yeah.
Okay.
Player 8 choice the game.
I'm gonna check that last one off. Check this off. I'm using all these from my eyes, so. Okay. That hits. What is that? My 20. Oh no. Fuck I said it's 29.
29.
Yeah.
All right. So as you pull one of the eye stalks, it's flung off.
Look, okay. Obviously it hits. You're not the fucking DM, dude. Don't say it like that. That just takes my pet peeve that I've described with players not telling the DM the final number and just like cranks it up to 11. Oy, oy, oy. I was gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and think he was looking up spells, but he does not have shit. Yeah. That's the thing, Scott, honestly. I remember it was like episode like 3 or 4, I think. Where I had criticized Orion for doing something, and then Travis did something like incredibly similar, like a minute later, and I was like, "Wait, guys, let him cook." Like, and I literally said, "I was like, I'm gonna show my bias here really quick." Travis has a pattern of like good behavior. He has like a successful pattern of like being a good player. And so I am willing to give Travis the benefit of the doubt when he does this sort of stuff. I'm just not willing to give it to Orion anymore. Like there are things that he does that like upon like further reflection, I'm like, that wasn't even that bad. But it's just stacked on top of everything at this point where it's like, yeah. Great example of what not to do in everything he does. Scott's comment showed up on screen, but I do not see it in the chat box. You might have your chat on top chat instead of live chat. That is something I have to redo every time. Yeah, SSH. Yeah, Travis is the best, Scott. Travis Willingham, the fucking goat. Yeah. Travis is he's just impeccable. He's an incredible player. Oh man, I need to make a thumbnail that's just Travis. Because I have the ones circling Scanlan and Orion. I should make a positive one circling Travis. It's like I can already see the title, the best player of all time. Maybe that's episode 12 thumbnail right there.
The body, and you can see there's like this spurt of brackish blood that spills across the area nearby.
Oh, I hope it was a disintegration.
Go ahead and roll 3d6.
Oh, it does damage? Cool.
Now on live chat? Hell yeah, John.
4 damage. All right, there's his turn.
I hop off the carpet and I leave it there.
Okay.
Or I hand it to, who's next to me? You. Or I just hop off.
You there, but it's just Travis.
You, take this carpet.
I thought Vax was up.
No, Vax is first. Sorry, go ahead.
I am. And Keyleth has already done her fastball special. That couldn't happen again.
Dude, I would love to see a Travis or a Grog supercut. I can't obviously watch it now because it would just be riddled with spoilers. But I just want to do a fucking Travis party at the end of season 1 where I just go over all my favorite moments with Travis.
Correct.
All right, so dagger. Okay. That's a 26 to hit the dagger.
I was thinking of the vision.
Oh, sure. 26.
26 hits.
I don't know if I'm in his cone or not. If I'm out of his cone, then that's a 10 of damage.
All right.
The next is I'm going to use a luck point because that was 1. And I get
it's your last luck point used by the
yes, 25. Okay.
Right.
Luck point. Take a drink.
Which is 10 of damage, and last dagger is a 1. So it just flies away.
All right. So you chuck the daggers up. They kind of cascade off. One of them manages to slam to the side. Pull back to your belt and get ready for the next round. Vex, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot an arrow at him, Hail of Thorns, as a level 3.
Okay.
That doesn't hit. That's a 14.
14. Unfortunately, no. It hits the side of the wall, explodes, sending a series of wooden spikes into the stone on the side of the temple.
Okay, cool. I can't do that again, can I? All right, then I'm just gonna shoot him through the flaming bow.
You used flaming bow twice already, so you're not gonna use it.
I'm not gonna use that. I'm just gonna shoot it. This is fun, guys. 23.
23 hits. Gonna roll damage with your
D&D's a resource management game.
13, 15. 20 points of damage.
20 points of damage.
Take it.
All right.
Good.
You want to do this?
Oh!
Yes! Yes! I wanna. Oh God. How do I wanna do this?
You want to do it crying? I know that
I
much.
do. I'm crying. I wanna.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just going to rewind. And I'm gonna let you guys vote. Or not vote, just suggest how many annoyance counters you think this is worth.
Points of damage.
Take it.
All right. You want to do this?
How many are we thinking? My gut says like 5. I'm sorry. That's crazy. Yeah. 3, 5, possibly 10. I'm not gonna go as high as 10. I'm not gonna go as high as 10. I'm thinking 4 to 5. I think it was my initial thing, and I will add that, and we will go on to enjoying ourselves with the how do we want to do this.
Yeah. I wanna. Oh God. How do I wanna do this?
You want to do it crying? I know that
I
much.
do. I'm crying. I wanna shoot him. Is it possible to shoot him right where the horn meets his head and knock it off of him?
No.
All right, then I shoot him straight in the eyeball.
All right, so as it's kind of
Middle of
Kavarn's
the
looking around, kind of frantic at this point, realizing that this whole swarm of individuals are pouring into the temple. That looking around, you can sense that it's lost control of the elder brain. It starts just getting extremely manic and
Vox Machina! Vox Machina!
Vox Machina!
It glances up at you just in time for you to release that final arrow. It strikes down, going right into the pupil. The light blue color immediately bursts into an angry red as the eye closes over, trying to contain the impact. The blood begins to pour out of the front of the eye as the arrow, you can see, pierce out the backside and is jutting about 6 inches out the back of the beholder. And Kavarn slowly
Oh my
sinks at your feet
God.
and slams onto the ground.
Fuck you, meatball!
Let's go.
That's how it's done.
Ready to turn back?
And I hug Trinket so tight.
So on Kavarn's turn,
What?
black energy begins to pull into the horn.
Mother.
The beholder opens the eye again. Now the light blue color is now just a pale white, and you can see the jaws a little slack. But the horn is now glowing this intense black color, and the beholder gets back up from his position.
Wait, what?
Wait. He's zombie beholder now.
At which Chemo's on the ground says, "Shit! Orcus! God of undeath, of course!" And she's gonna start getting ready on her end.
Got it.
Oh my God.
Oh, Orcus was the horn was from
Just 2 more
Orcus.
hours,
He's
guys.
not a demigod.
Just 2 more hours. We got this.
Kavarn's going to take another ray attack at.
Oh, it's like a mighty bed.
Let's see. So a dexterity save against to be Kima on the ground. Kima fails. Kima's form begins to slow.
I'm sorry, my face is at that interaction that Marisha and Orion just had. I can't. That was. She's like, "Hey, are you fucking leaving right now?" And he's like, "What? Are you busy?" Blah, blah, blah. And she's like, "Dude, like, what the fuck? It's not over." And he's like, "What?" Also, boss second health bar. Let's go.
Slowly turn to stone.
Oh no, Kima Stone.
She turned to stone?
Kima
He's
Stone.
turning to stone.
Wait, she's
secondary
turning
one
to
is-
stone, but then she can't become the real secret third boss health bar. What? How? What? Is it gonna be like, oh, I'm stoned. Oh no. And then they kill the zombie beholder. They take the horn, and then just her mouth unpetrifies, and she's like, oh man, the only way that I could get unpetrified is if you put the horn on my head. I know it's dangerous, but you trust me, right, Vox Machina? It has to be all a part of the plan.
All right, can I get a wisdom saving throw from you, Vax?
Sure, I'm not worried.
Have you used your...
With advantage.
Yes. Natural 20.
A wave of fear hits your mind for a second, watching it rise up, but you've seen many horrible things, and it's not enough to shake your will and resolve. Third one. All right, can I get a dexterity saving throw? This will be from you, Pipe.
Okay.
Jump.
With advantage.
With advantage.
10.
Okay.
Plus your dex, right?
That's a double digit.
As a dull green ray fires out from the currently undead Kavarn, you take 45 points of damage.
That's a lot.
All right.
Still alive.
You still conscious?
Yep, she is.
I am still conscious.
Good.
How many did you say?
45.
45. Okay, just to be clear.
Okay.
Fuck this!
No, this is the end of like Iron Man 3 right now. I'm a little irritated.
And that was a
Alright,
terrible
so it's
movie.
Kurota is going to run forward and attempt to move these tentacles on.
Oh boy. I will also note, so this is something I didn't even mention. This is something I have not talked about since at least episode 1 with a direct example. Because I talked about it in episode 1 about how I like it when DMs set up walls in front of their players. I love it when players go out and explore and try shit and, do what they want to do. But also, just because a player tries something does not mean the DM has to make it work. And that's pretty much what happened in this fight with Orion. Is Orion said, I don't want to go into the lair. And Matt said, that's fine. You don't have to go into the lair. And then Orion tried to go and do other stuff. And Matt was like, sorry, man. Nothing out there. The content is in the lair. You said you didn't want to go in. And that is very okay and right for a DM to do. Obviously, you don't want it to be a fucking magic theme park ride where there is, one path permanently. But putting up walls in front of your character is very okay when done in moderation and with discretion.
Kavarn, that's an 18 that hits.
Come on, Kurota, do your
It's 15 points of psychic damage, and is now trying to grapple the tentacles around the front of the side of Kavarn's head. That brings us to Percy.
I'm gonna hop on the magic carpet.
All right.
Oh man.
Start heading
okay.
in. And I'm gonna get myself down, and I'm taking a shot at the horn.
At the horn? All right. This is going to be a disadvantage.
Because I'm so close?
Because you're on the carpet flying down, making a specific shot at a very, very tiny object.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, look, there's a man with a gun on a flying carpet coming in.
18.
18 against the horn, unfortunately, will not hit.
It hadn't been for disadvantage.
I know. The carpet kind of juts back for a second. The shot just ricochets off a few walls. You can see the stone get knocked out the side. Then your turn?
That's the end of my turn.
All right. Pike.
Okay, it's divine intervention time.
Whoa.
Yeah. I think it's time.
All right, so using your action
I
to call
think
divine
it's
intervention.
time
How do you want
too.
to call your deity? Doesn't anything too specific if you just aid me, whatever you feel like.
Just sort of aid. Sort of.
You grab your holy symbol. What do you shout out to Saren Red?
Help us kill this thing.
Go ahead and roll 2d10.
2d10?
Go ahead and so roll the first one. The second one?
70.
So you feel at this depth, Saren Ray's influence is a little too far away from you to come into this moment, and you feel the intervention isn't.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, that's players are allowed to try whatever they want, but it's the classic fuck around and find out. I love it when my players fuck around. I love it, legitimately. And I try not to TPK them. Hasn't happened yet. It almost happened. Hybrid theorem knows. But yeah, man, there's an aspect of finding out when you fuck around. And a lot of times walls, don't mean that you find out, you just waste resources, but that is kind of finding out in the context of D&D. But especially in that case, yeah, fuck it. Don't come to the combat. That's fine. And that is something that, like, the players, again, in character, when we talk about flaws and blah, 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 characters should be able to aggress him about this later in combat. Of like, hey, Tiberius, you fucking left us for, like, half of it. I know you said you weren't going to go into the temple, but, like, the least you could have done was chuck a fireball once or twice. That is good character drama. If they actually did engage him on that, that's great character drama. The unfortunate part is it's not a Tiberius flaw. It's an Orion flaw, so they won't end up engaging him on it. The F round versus find out scale is a great thing. Yes, sir, it is.
Quite strong enough to really make her presence known at this point, but you feel a sense of warmth and comfort knowing that at least she's looking over you, but thinks you don't need my aid at this moment.
Yes, we do. So
that's your action.
that's my action. So now all I can do is move.
Move, bonus action.
Get divine
can
intervene.
Actually, can I divine strike also?
That's an action, unfortunately.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll just. Oh yeah, I'll take a potion.
Okay, go for it. Please roll on that. That brings us to Scanlan.
Ah! Lightning bolts on the thing with the bad guy. Lightning.
Okay.
Lightning.
All right.
That's all I know.
All right, lightning.
And hell, I'll do it at a higher level.
Yes.
Yeah, Scott, 100%. Yeah, Percy's been on the roof this whole time. Like Percy and Tiberius very much could have just hung out up there together, especially when we, talk about the anti-magic icon. Having two people on the roof and then everyone else on the floor, and having, your big nuker be on your big spellcaster nuker be on the roof is a fantastic strategy for this. The beholder either has to be looking up, at which point he is not directing his anti-magic cone at anyone on the floor, or he has to address the floor and let the nuker run wild from the top, where, the beholder's not going to get any cover, anything, etc. So, yeah, exactly.
Level.
Level 3.
Is level 3 normally?
No, it's level 2.
I need
I'm sorry, level 4. Level 4.
Okay, so that'll be 96.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Doesn't make a saving throw.
Okay, so it's half.
Yeah, come on, buddy.
Ah! Lost one.
That's by your feet.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25. So
25, so 13 points of lightning damage. To the side of Kavarn's undead form, you can see part of the flesh is now blown out the side, hanging limply. Part of the teeth on the inside of the mouth are now visible. It's still standing, held together by the power of the horn.
I give some healing to Pike as well.
All right.
The power of the horn.
Hey, baby, hey.
It's late. It's
Hey,
late.
baby, hey.
What are you?
It's not much. Oh, it's 8.
Oh, that's great.
Kima and Keyleth. Kima is going to
9.
stand up.
9. Okay,
Counted
great.
wrong.
Unfortunately, she's prone. That kind of takes her turn.
What is the situation?
Yes.
I'm sorry. What
Takes
was that? What was that?
What are you doing?
What was that situation with the hanging, Metropolitan Museum of Art piece?
It's currently dangling right here, right above you precariously.
Good to know.
Oh yeah.
Can I, as a rock monster, go up to it and grab it?
You can certainly try. It looks very heavy.
You can certainly try.
Just gonna try and bring it.
Dude, what is a good emote for you can certainly try? Maybe we just add that to the fictional drinking game. Anytime that luck is spent, anytime that Orion casts 2 action spells on the same turn, and anytime that Matt says you can certainly try.
Down on top of the
That's
bar.
our drinking game.
Kind of in the middle of a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, the process of doing that will probably take out a few other people.
I'm
Someday
just
I'll do an
gonna
actual
run
drinking
and
game.
Just do a double strike. Now, you know what? I'm gonna run into grapple him.
But for now, it's fake.
All right, go for it. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Oh, thing.
Yeah. 9.
9, yeah. No, you just go to reach and the boulder just pushes you off. That ends your turn. Kima turns to solid stone,
Oh,
locked in
Kima.
place. Grog, you have no axe.
Nope, but I got shit in the bag of holding.
I have
'Cause
no
I'm a
axe
hoarder.
and I must scream.
Can I get around behind it
Is it in
by
the
going
column?
to its left, going between it and the cage? Can I fit through
here?
there? Yeah, or just to its side at least.
You can do its side over here, maybe.
I'll take the side.
All right. You rush over. As you pass by, this creature steps forward as an attempt to grapple you.
God, I have no idea what you're referring to, and I am... I don't know if the lack of context makes it funnier or less funny. I can't tell. It's very funny. I do love with his hands up like, let's go. No idea still. What? With his arm like, let's go. Whoa. I don't know. I have never heard of this. I think that Grog still has the javelin, the lightning javelin. But also, this is so funny. Grog is accidentally a Baldur's Gate 3 Berserker Barbarian. Because Berserker Barbarian in Baldur's Gate 3, they buffed in a couple of ways. But one of the things that they added is instead of just being able to do the extra attack as a bonus action, the Frenzied Strike, they also gave them a Frenzied Throw ability where they can throw literally anything and it does like 1d6 plus strength and has the chance to knock the opponent prone. And so my Barbarian Berserker in Baldur's Gate 3 is almost entirely a throw build, and I just hand her random shit constantly to throw at people. Grog would be perfect. He just has his bag of holding. He just whips out whatever he finds, throws it at people. That'd be great. Okay, sure. Bane versus Pink Guy meme. Wait, let's see. Bane versus Pink Guy. Bane versus Pink Guy. I have never seen this a day in my life. I mean, clearly it's a meme. I have never seen that. That's very funny.
Bars. That's going to be a 14. Go to roll athletics.
Come on, you've been working out.
10.
You take 7 points of crushing damage and are currently grappled.
Crushing damage does How many was it? 14?
No, you take 7. You're grappled.
I mean, crushing damage isn't a damage type. That's tough for Travis. He was trying to be like, maybe my... Because I'm assuming that crushing is like bludgeoning, which would have been halved by his rage. But also, is he even raging anymore? Because he died? Did he re-rage after he died? I don't remember.
You're still next to Kavar, and you just can't move any further.
So you can still attack him?
If you want to.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to take the Great Sword of Frenzy out of the whole bag of holding.
Okay, that's a bit out. So that your bonus action.
Yeah, let him have it.
Bonus
Yeah.
action, drink a potion. I'd like to swing it at the giant.
All right.
Shit.
Go for it.
17?
17 does not hit.
I was hoping the zombie would have lower.
26.
That does it.
Yay!
Then roll 2d6 for the damage plus your strength.
Hey, that's good.
11. 15.
15 damage. All right. You slice through part of its body. You can see now 3 stalks slide off, and you can see some of the brain tissue underneath, but yet it's still in necrotic form, is holding it in place.
Oh.
That ends your turn. Who's next? Tiberius.
How many stocks does it have left?
It has probably 9.
Left?
Yes. Yeah. Covered in stocks, dude. It's looking really rough, though.
Okay.
My magic attacks have been working from above, Tiberius.
Where is it actually?
It's right here.
Is it? Oh.
Shoot him.
Okay. I'll do a shoot a glacial blast at him.
All right.
Just a concentrated. I'll spike it right before it hits him and jam it in his fucking eye.
It's a dexterity save, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's 19. Makes a dexterity save. Go ahead and roll damage. Takes half damage.
68. Oh shit! I need D8 for this. Do you have D8? Here.
I do.
D8.
Mr. Pack away your dice.
I got it. Okay. That is 40. So
40. So half that 20 damage. How do you want to do?
What? What just happened? He's
We're killing him again. But then
really?
3 more forms to
Get
go.
it.
2 of 10 times.
2 of 10 times. Great.
When you do the glacial blast.
I'll just, like I said, right before I do it, I'll shape it into an ice spike and right through the eye.
Okay. So you take your arcane form, and you can see where the impact of the
Mr.
arrow left behind from
Pack
Vex is
away
already
your
still there, and the
dice,
ice kind
yeah.
of slightly concave as the moves over. You
Deserved.
take glacial blast into one giant jagged piece of ice, and you thrust it forward with all your arcane might. It hits and sinks into the eye, and as it streaks to the inside, it bursts from the interior. You see ice shards piercing it from the inside out as the form kind of tink, 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 lands on the ground there as ice begins to slowly form and crackle around its outside. You can still see dark energy pulling into the horn.
I go onto the horn and I
Now, I spend 5 sorcerer points. I do telekinesis and rip the horn off his
What
fucking.
sorcerer points do you have?
That's it after that.
Why not? I can just rip it off. I'm a rock dude.
Don't touch
My
it.
turn.
All right, go ahead and make your roll.
Jeez.
What is that? Oh, that's 26.
26.
I'm so tired. I actually need to rewatch it because I was so shocked. The fucking this.
You can still see dark energy pulling into the horn.
I go onto the horn and I
Now, I spend 5 sorcerer points. I do telekinesis and rip the horn off his
What
fucking.
sorcerer points do you have?
That's it after that.
Why not? I can just rip it off. I'm a rock dude. Don't touch
Also, you're casting telekinesis, by the way.
My turn.
All right, go ahead and make your roll.
Jeez.
What is that? Oh, that's 26.
26.
We're just gonna make it a nice
With a
even 30.
sickening, tearing sound, you notice the shaking of the horn begin to slowly pull from the slightly dilapidated and decomposing form of Kavarn. As the horn begins to tug and tear, the flesh stretches before eventually it's torn from the body. The moment the horn rises up, all that black energy dissipates. The horn held aloft in midair. The rest of Kavarn's form just slumps to the ground and slowly begins to melt away.
I'll hold it in place for now, and kind of.
Just
What is
slide
that?
over its head. Yeah.
Touch it to it.
No, he's telekinesis. Is he?
I know, we don't touch it to the thing.
Oh, right.
It's like the thing at the end of Time Bandits. We should just. Yeah, I just killed it. Don't tell me what to do, y'all.
I know.
Thing at the end of Time Bandits. We should just. Yeah, I just killed it. Don't tell me what to do, y'all.
I need to like take a walk, dude.
I know, you're so ornery. Look, I brought you back in here. We told you to hit
Wait
it.
till we're not fighting.
So as Kavarn's horn is now currently held aloft via your telekinesis. That ends your turn. It looks like currently the battle, for the moment, is held as you guys sit here in the center of the temple.
We got a bunch of illithid coming in here soon.
Yes, we do.
Look about you. The contraption destroyed. The loose, pale, pulsing glow of the elder brain slowly glow.
Dude, it's so crazy. The reason that the actual moment that made me start the annoyance counter was when he was revealing Kavarn. Matt was monologuing, which Matt is fantastic at, and everyone has rapt attention. And he just breathes. He just takes a breath. And Orion fucking jumps in, but clearly before the monologue is over. He's mid-sentence. And just starts talking. And I'm like, dude, it's the reveal of Kavarn. And it's just the bringing down of the mood right now after what is like a momentous and like monumental moment in the series, and a very cool fight. A fight with its flaws, mostly not even interpretations, just rules. That's okay though. It was a cool fight. It was like neatly constructed. It had great verticality, which you guys know I fucking love. It had some interesting terrain pieces, like it was a good battle arena, good fight, had a fucking second health bar, which is cool. Like, but it just brings down the vibe so much. It's just crazy.
Going brighter and brighter.
As I see that, I'm gonna flip this more towards me. And I'm taking.
Stay tuned to find out. It's a black hole of energy and positive vibes just completely sucked out all the fun. Yeah, man. Yeah. Even on like the first, how do you want to do this? It's like everyone else is, wah! And he's just, it's just like, oh my God, I'm tired. That's crazy.
Now it's hovering above. I'm gonna hold it about 25 feet away from me in the air.
All right. And from that point, we'll conclude this evening's epic boss encounter.
Wow.
God.
Oh my God.
Holy shit, guys.
I'm literally debating in my head whether or not Matt let Orion, like whether or not Matt fudged the dice to let Orion kill it just so that he wouldn't be a prick at the end. That's a fucking headcanon that I have, is that he's like maybe the zombie was like, I don't know, like 5 HP away, and he's like, it would just be better for the vibes if Orion did this. But it didn't end up turning out to be better for the vibes, so who knows? Who knows? It's late, but I linked the Kavarn stat block. Yeah, let's take a look at it. It's late, but I'm sure it won't be that big. Let's see. In React suggestions? Yeah, there it is. Kavarn the Mad. Yeah, this will be a good way to recover a little bit. Yeah, let me take a look here. Okay, a little bit. Okay, this is fine. Orcus touched. Love that. Chaotic Evil. Very nice. HP 315. Damn. AC 19. Big saving throws. Oh, no true sight. All right. Saw the scrying sensor, but that's fine. In a 100 at the start, beholder decides which way the cone faces. Death's Hunger. Wait, if the Horn of Orcus is attached at the beginning of Kavarn's turn while living, it heals 30 HP. Yo, that's wow. I mean, makes sense. That totally makes sense. There was something that someone did that it was like, oh, because you're in the anti-magic cone, like take -1. And it was like at the very beginning of the fight. Maybe it's because they had a +1 weapon. Maybe that's what. Matt was saying. It might have been something like that. Bite, nice. 3 magical reroll duplicates. Re-roll duplicates. So you roll to determine which eye-ray. Fair enough. I honestly, I have run against beholders, but it has been, and I've run one beholder once. It was a very long time ago, but I've run against them much more often. I kind of forgot that you rolled for them. Charm, man, 16. That's tough at their level. The enervation ray. Sleep ray, the petrification ray. Oh, but we just ended the boss encounter, so we don't know if Kima's bad yet. Oh, Kima's bad. Kima's bad. She has to be. She has to be, dude. She's gonna take this horn, I tell you. And there's gonna be a whole thing with her and Orion. I can already feel it. Cool. I mean, big scary boss. Big scary fucking boss. Also fun for a DM because you don't really know what it's gonna do at any given moment. I think that's fun. It can see. Huh. Very cool. Very, very cool. All right, we will wrap up. Oh man. We laughed, we cried, we cheered, we sat here in shocked disbelief. Man, we made it. What a tough way to end an otherwise like pretty solid session. Like a pretty solid boss fight and like well constructed. I didn't even like really talk about the design of the battle map too much. It is kind of sad, like not necessarily that you can't see enough of it. I'm rewinding to see if I can see any of it better. But this verticality was pretty extreme, which is fine. Like that was kind of the feature of the map, right? Is how sheerly vertical it was, and the fact that they were fighting a flying enemy, right? Which is very interesting, and they had a lot of hanging things, which they interacted with. They obviously took down the entire thing at the very beginning. They snapped a chain and slammed it into Kavarn. So it was a very interesting vertical battle map. But even on the ground, there were some interesting things. There was the Abomination Cage that grabbed, can't remember who it grabbed. But it was a very cool map. It's a little bit harder to grasp, but this sort of map works really well for Theater of the Mind. So maps that are interesting, which I think most often for this types of things, they end up being vertical. Or vertically centered maps, which have a lot of things that are hanging, a lot of banners. Those sorts of things work really, really well for Theater of the Mind because measurements are a little bit less important than when you have like, a hex map out and everything. Oh, what, Bubba? Oh, Bug is telling me that it is bedtime. Some people laughed, some cried, others were silent, but we were incredibly disappointed. Maybe discuss it next session. Ep11 is just DM tips. Oh, gotcha. And then the second half of Matt leads 3 GNS employees through an improvised one-shot. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe we'll do like the break session next time, and we'll have some discussions. I'll plan out some discussion type stuff. It does play a critical role in the eventual critical trolls for Extra Life, which I can't wait to see you react to. Interesting. Okay, yeah, we'll have more discussion next time. I'll do a little bit more of the of my breakdown, and that will be on Monday. So I will see you guys on Monday, 5:30 Central. I don't have any big events this weekend, so I will not be. My voice will be there and ready to go on Monday. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Good night. Hope you had a fun time hanging out, and I will see you guys next time. Good night.